Miami Redhawks are set to battle the Western Michigan Broncos in what promises to be a hard-hitting matchup between two teams that sit atop of the MAC standings. Miami enters this one looking to stay on top of the MAC standings, led by a veteran defense and a balanced offense that's been firing on all cylinders since MAC play has started. But they'll be tested this afternoon by a Western Michigan team that's been making noise with one of the toughest defenses in the conference. I'm Gavin Stark alongside my partner Devin McCartin, and we are thrilled to bring you all the action. It's the classic clash of styles, the RedHawks offensive efficiency that's just been stunning since Mac play has started against the Broncos defense that's been gritty and tough all season. And something's got to give in this one. So settle in, get ready for kickoff. It's Western Michigan taking on the Miami RedHawks and a big one. Let's get started talking about Miami a little bit. Devin, what do you got for us?
Yeah, Miami off to a four-game win streak right away. They had a rough start. They had Rutgers and Wisconsin, and then a tough loss against UNLV. But since then, they've been hitting the brakes, full pedal, and just been killing it in conference play. They're 3-0 right now against Akron and Eastern Michigan. They had a great performance against them, and they're led by seventh year senior DeQuan Finn. He's putting up great numbers, 997 passing yards through 5.5 games and 332 yards on the ground. He's playing phenomenal. He has to calm down with his turnovers, but he's going to be a big part in this game coming up.
DeQuan Finn, it feels like he's starting to find his place within this Miami team. And of course, just as a leader of this team, and since the start, when we entered into Miami, he was kind of just running all over the field, didn't really know where we were going to find his place and how we were going to really fit his style within this offense. And it's felt like we've really used his legs, obviously, since start just nearly 1,000 passing yards, which isn't amazing, obviously. Only six passing TDs and then the five interceptions, like you said, a little bit of an issue. But since Mac plays entered, he's looked like one of the best quarterbacks in the Mac, and it's not really much of a debate on that end. This is a former Mac Offensive Player of the Year in 2023 at Toledo, so you know what he's bringing, you know what he's got, and then you've got the run game, which you can head in and talk about also.
Yeah, absolutely. Jordan Brunson Sr. has 305 yards on the ground already. Ever since Tracy has come out with an injury, he's been pounding the rock. He's been going full pedal and just doing great. He has 3 touchdowns on the season. So I'm for this game with a Western Michigan defense that's tough. I'm expecting a lot of a lot of read options with DeQuan Finn. They can be dynamic duo in the backfield, allowing a lot of trickery, a lot of interesting plays to do and throw this Western Michigan defense off in hopes of getting today's win.
This one's obviously the biggest matchup that they've had so far, and talked about it last week. It's just going to keep getting tougher and tougher as we head into this like latter half of the MAC play now. And you kind of had the easier start, and you've taken care of business. You got the 3 wins in MAC play. You started off 3-0. This one though, this is where the confidence is really going to come into play. How confident is this team coming in? And I feel like they're super confident. And the most confident player on the field right now has got to be that guy, Jordan Brunson, who you just talked about. A senior who's gotten a huge opportunity, 305 yards now in the last 4 games, and 3 TDs as well. This guy has stepped up to the role that he's had to take on. He's had to take this offense on and be the lead back, and he's done just that and a little bit more. And he's really helped with that read option design that Chuck Martin's really styled in with DeQuan Finn and his legs as well. So I think that Chuck Martin's going to come into this game and he's going to want to do what this team does best to start off this game, and that's run the football. Just like you said, Devin, this team's going to come in and they're going to know exactly what they want to do, and that's run the football. The pass game's going to come later if this team is able to run the football well and consistently against this Western Michigan defense, who's been tough all season.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, establishing the run's the most important thing. But don't forget about the receivers now. Cam Perry, Keith Reynolds, they're playing phenomenal. 514 yards for Perry and 230 for Keith Reynolds. Phenomenal 1-2 punch at the receiver. I'm thinking Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill duo almost there. If they can just get the passing game going, even if the run game isn't working, then they should be the leader of the pack there.
No, I agree. And you saw that as well last year within this Miami team. They started off really slow, like this team did this year, with a tough non-conference schedule. They went on the road, played tough teams, and then it's like, who is this offense? Who is this offense? And you found out the offense through many different players. But one thing that was a huge part of that offense is now two guys, one at Minnesota and one at Texas Tech, Javon Tracy and Reggie Virgil. Those guys really stepped up at wide receiver, and they were making huge plays, big plays. And that's exactly what you're seeing now between Tracy and the rest of this wide receiver staff. They've been brilliant since MAC play has started, and they've looked like some of the best receivers in MAC, and that's so important with a quarterback in DeQuan Finn who really just relies on his offense and wants to just make plays. These guys are able to extend these plays with DeQuan Finn and make huge gains, and that's exactly what this offense has done. They've made a lot of great plays with the run game, but then huge plays are opening up within the pass game because of that, and these wide receivers have taken full advantage of that, and they've been brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Dequan Finn loves to spread out the field, though. He likes to target everyone. What he's been targeting a lot of his tight ends recently. Shane a lot, for example. A lot last game he had a touchdown. He's been playing phenomenal. He has to keep his options open though. Can't just target one person because that's going to lead to double coverage. But we've got to keep the momentum rolling, keep 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 them honest in the run game, and then catch them off guard with a big passing play. I think that's the key to the victory for this one.
Absolutely. You want to step in and talk about that defense a little bit for this Red Hawk team as well, who's been, I think, the better half of this team, and they've been the strong suit so far in this season. Kind of a veteran-led defense from Adam Trick and Silas Walters. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, Adam Trick's been playing phenomenal. He has 17 solo tackles and 17 assisted tackles already through the year. But don't forget about Corbin Hondru too. Great linebacker, great senior presence, leading the team. And then obviously defensive back Eli Blakey. He's been playing phenomenal. All of them are going to have to join forces and get all hats of the ball to win this football game. This defense needs to step it up. This team likes to run the ball, especially with their quarterback. You need to keep them honest and keep them to a one-dimensional game from passing wise, and then you can win this game. It becomes so much more winnable if you stop that run.
Percent and defensively, they're both looking at the same thing, both defenses, because both offenses threaten with the offensive quarterback with their legs. They're going to want to run the ball. You know exactly what both offenses want to do, and that's run the football. So making this game one-dimensional for both teams is highly important. And how will each team do that is really what's going to come down to this victory. And if Miami's going to be able to stop the run and make Brock Lowry drop back and make some passes, that's when you can win the turnover battle. That's when you can force turnovers and get to the back there and get the quarterback. But you can't let Brock Lowry extend plays, and you can't let him beat you with his legs. And that sounds a lot more simpler than it is.
Ac- Absolutely. You gotta contain him. Have to have a spy on him. I think that's a big plan with the Red Hawks coming into this game. And then obviously just playing smart football at the end of the day, keeping the chains behind them, keeping them to force them three and out, being smart on defense, not giving up any big plays. That's the key to the game. And this Broncos team just loves to run the ball. Every game they've had over 30 running attempts. So they will run the ball on you. If you could stop their run, like I said, it's pretty much over. They have to extend plays in a big way, and it makes it 10 times more harder for Brock Riley, who's a sophomore. He's getting his first opportunity. This is his first big game here. I mean, it's going to be a tough one for him. So, especially going on the road to Yager Stadium, that's a tough game. So, if he can stop, the Redhawks can stop the run, makes it a lot more harder for him.
Lowry one-dimensional is a tough thing to do, but this defense can do that, and when or if they do that, you're right. It's all sunshine and rainbows from there. It feels like this Miami offense can really take off and take advantage of some of these holes on the Western Michigan defense that's been really good and really gritty all season. But offensively, if you can limit that Western Michigan offense, I mean, there's a lot of things that can be right in front of your face, and a win is in the air as well. So I'll step in and I'll talk about that Western Michigan team. Schedule early in the year has been pretty tough. They opened up with Big Ten and non-conference play results. They were shaky. Western Michigan lost at Michigan State, and at home to the North Texas Mean Green in overtime. I mean, North Texas is a pretty good team, but one of those games that could have gone either way. It's kind of like that UNLV loss from Miami. You looked pretty good, but then you lose a tough one late in that game. So I think they have similar losses there. UNLV a little bit better than North Texas, but still one of those losses that doesn't defeat and ruin your season if you're Western Michigan. But they've stepped into conference play and they've looked good. They've been one of the three best teams within the conference. They're 3-0, just like Buffalo and just like our Miami RedHawks. So this one's big, and it feels just as big as it is. So I'll talk about the defense first. We've given a lot of flowers to that defense, and rightfully so. They're only allowing about 17.7 points per game, which ranks nearly the top nationally, Devin. So, I mean, the stats say it themselves right there. This defense is really good, and that defense is led by defensive end Nadame Tucker, 28 tackles, but hear this, 8.5 sacks and two forced fumbles, a serious threat. And it feels like this is the best pass rusher that Daquan Finn and this offensive line for the Redhawks has faced so far in the season. So I'm super excited to see how that challenge goes forward. And then you've got safety Tate Halleck, 34 tackles, half a sack, and an interception. He's been locked down within that secondary, and he's a real leader of that secondary as well. So the tackles spread out. This defense is kind of everywhere. They've got good guys all over the place. Rodney McGraw on the defensive line and the interior, 22 tackles, but 4 sacks as well, and a forced fumble and one fumble recovery as well. So this guy, they've got dudes all over the field. They've got really good defensive players, and it feels like it's a really good test for this Miami offense, who's trending in the right direction within those last 4 weeks.
Absolutely. Yet again, though, the Miami offense, this is their first true test. This is a young offensive line. Nearly all of them are new starters into this year. So this will be a tough test. And Dame Tucker, like you said, 8.5 sacks. That's a lot of sacks through 5 games, 6 games, 7 games. He's been phenomenal. But if they can stop him, they might have to double team him. But that opens up for other players. So I don't know how Chuck Martin's going to play this in the defense or in the offense, but they have to do everything to prevent the pressure from getting to them. The pressure has been causing a lot of mistakes. For example, in that Toledo game, Western Michigan pressured the so much pressure on Toledo's quarterback and forced him to throw some picks. If they can just give DeQuan Finn enough time to make a good decision, that could be a big game changer in this game.
Fan can obviously extend plays outside of the pocket, but it comes to a point, and it felt like that when they played at Wisconsin and then they played at Rutgers. He was just running around for his life, really out there. Plays weren't even being able to make because he was just running for his life, and you can't have that happen here against Western Michigan. But Nadame Tucker and Rodney McGraw are serious threats, and they will get in the backfield at some point. It's gonna happen. It's bound to happen. You're not gonna stop Nadame Tucker every play, and he's not gonna just not touch Daquan Finn one time. So you got to expect that a little bit, but it's how you're going to limit him. What are you going to do to limit him? And like you said, whether that's double teaming or just having a really good game plan. I trust Chuck Martin in this instance, but you got to think about Nadame Tucker and Rodney McGraw when you think about this defense because they are some of the best nationally and definitely some of the best defensive players in the MAC.
Yeah, absolutely. This team loves to bring pressure from also outside the box. They have some corner blitzes in there. Big corner blitz against Toledo that caused them to just barely uh, get that game. And then they just got to keep it up, keep bringing pressure to the Redhawks. Obviously, this team is tied with Oklahoma, the Oklahoma Sooners, a a big school, and they just have to keep it up if they want to win this game. Their defense could single-handedly win this game. The points the Western Michigan puts up or Miami puts up, that doesn't matter. If the defense, this Western Michigan defense plays well, could very well be the end of the game.
We'll jump to the offense for this Western Michigan team, who's been a little bit shaky so far in the season. Definitely not their strong suit as a team so far, but every given week it can be something different within the MAC. We've learned that, and this is obviously an interesting offense. It starts, I mean, it's a clear concern. They're averaging about 22.9 points per game, which is it's right in the middle of SBS terms and places them in the lower tier nationally. So the passing offense is behind roughly only 161.1 passing yards per game. That's 124th nationally. Miami averaging about 20 more yards than that, and it sometimes feels like Miami within the passing game struggles. So 20 yards less on average there to put it in perspective. But you got QB Brock Lowry, like Devin said earlier, this is his first real road test as the starting quarterback of this Western Michigan team. He's completing 65% of his passes with 992 passing yards, 5 passing TDs, an interception, but 7 rushing touchdowns and 427 rush yards. You can see where he threatens this football game, like we talked about. It's his legs. Brock Lowry, we talked about him enough, it feels like already, but his legs are a serious threat, and that's a serious part of this offense. But then we'll jump down to more of that running game. It's a three-headed beast back there within the run game, and Jalen Buckley with 74 carries, 238 yards, and a one rush TD. Then we'll jump down to Devin Miles, the running back, 54 carries, 208 yards, and 2 TDs. And then the rushing touchdown leader out of those three running backs, Ofa Matele, 30 carries for 148 rush yards and 3 touchdowns. So he's more of that power back. If they're close in the red zone, kind of that goal line guy, expect to see Matele get in and probably punch it in because he's been really good at that so far in the season.
Yeah,
Passing
they're
game. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
as I said, their power, their running game has been great. They've have all those fresh backs out of the backfield. They can keep rotating them through, punch them in. That's how their run game has been so efficient so far. And then they run the options with Lowry, and they just get the job done with the run. That's why they run so much. They have so much running potential with all four of them in the backfield.
Fix something that isn't broken. That's what this Western Michigan offense has been saying all season. But we'll jump to the passing game. There's two wide receivers that really circle for me. And Talik Williams is the first guy with 20 receptions. He's leading the team in receptions and yards, 284 receiving yards. And then wide receiver Avion Chano, 11 receptions for 135 yards, but he's got 2 receiving TDs. Passing game's not all there, but those two have been pretty good so far in the season, and you can't really let them go unnoticed within this offense because obviously a lot of attention's towards that run game, but these wide receivers can break loose as well as the tight ends. They like to include about 3 tight ends, and that's a big part of their red zone offense as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That defense, well, those two receivers are great, and that, but the corners for Miami have been also great. You have Blakey. You also have Silas Walters. Those two have them covered. But anyone else could break out at any moment. Defending, having two key receivers is good, but being able to spread the ball around is even better.
Absolutely. I got some keys for Western Michigan to win this one, and it first starts off with the defensive strength that gives them a potential edge. If they can limit Miami's offense, they have a shot in this game. Absolutely. Just about every team in the MAC has a shot every week. I kind of said that. It feels like a little miniature SEC. It's any given week anyone can lose this football game, and you've seen that earlier in the year with Bowling Green knocking off Toledo in that big rivalry. No one really expected Bowling Green to have a shot there, but they kind of dominated that one and won late, and that was a huge win. And that's just something I keep thinking about with these games every single week. You got to stay on your toes if you're Miami and Western Michigan. These are two teams that are undefeated, both teams looking to stay undefeated, but only one's going to be undefeated after this one. Western Michigan's offense, it's going to need to generate those big plays and sustain some drives. They're going to want to keep this ball for a long time, and they can do that with the run game, but they got to pick up first downs on second down, first down. They have to keep things moving. They can't have those third and longs and rely on the pass game. They got to rely on that run game, and big plays are going to break through within that if they can do that and really dominate. The running the ball versus the passing the ball balance is going to be important, but you got to expect it to be run heavy just like it has been all season. So pressuring the quarterback as well. That's the last thing I have talked about that. If they can get in that backfield and really fluster DeQuan Finn and make him make quick decisions, he's had a turnover issue so far in the season. So if they can do that, that's going to do a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot on the line here in this game. There's a lot of plays that can be made, and this could be any given day, any given Saturday. Anything could happen in the MAC. That's what happens here. And I have some key players in today's game. Miami offense, DeQuan Finn in that O-line. That O-line needs to control the pressure. DeQuan Finn needs to make good decisions. Those are the key players on the Miami offense. Miami defense, Corbin Hondru and Adam Trick. They need to play lights out. They need to play phenomenal. If they can't, then this game could go south very quickly, especially with Lowry and his legs. And then on the Western Michigan offense, Brock Lowry, all starts at him, all starts at the QB. If he can get it under control, then this team has a good shot at winning. If he struggles, I think the whole team falls, and they have a hard time getting out of that hole. And then the Miami defense, Tate Halleck, big, big on him. And then, like you said, um, Dame Tucker. I apologize. The Dame Tucker. He's been playing lights out. 8.5 sacks. If he can get to Finn, game over.
What's a score prediction you've got? I'll let you go first on that.
I see this game as a little more high scoring, even with the pressure. I got the RedHawks winning at home, big time game, 31-27.
I like I like the point differential, 4 points. I'm gonna go a little lower though. I'm gonna go 21-17 Redhawks. I think DeQuan Finn's experience is gonna overtake Lowry's experience at the quarterback position for the teams. It's gonna go a long ways. Defense is gonna make a big stop in the fourth quarter, and they're gonna secure this game and hopefully in victory formation late. Redhawks looking to stay undefeated in MAC play, but so are the Western Michigan Broncos. Are they gonna be the upset? Well, stick around and find out. But let's jump into some college football predictions. We got another good slate. Not as good as last week, but a lot of good games. And me and Devin have some predictions and insights on those games as well. We'll start with USF at Memphis. I'm going to go first. I got 27-17 USF. It's a big one, though, for USF. Trying to keep the momentum going for that team who's trying to find a playoff spot as the group of five team. So 27-17 USF over Memphis at Memphis. What do you got, Devin?
Yeah, I got USF winning a bit of a higher scoring one, 31-28, last second field goal. That USF team has looked great, but Memphis can surprise us here. I think Memphis has been playing lights out, but this USF team is just too much for Memphis to handle.
I agree. I agree. Ole Miss at Oklahoma. I went back and forth the entire time thinking about this one. I think this can truly go any way, and I don't have any reason for this, but I have Oklahoma taking it 24-21. Sorry, I do have one reason. It's at Oklahoma. I saw what Oklahoma did at when they played Michigan and played host to them earlier. Mateer looked all right, but that defense looked outstanding, and I expect that defense to bring a lot of pressure to Trinidad Chambliss and that Ole Miss offense and make them kind of more one-dimensional. And I think Oklahoma sneaks out of this one 24-21 just because that home advantage.
Yeah, that home advantage is going to be huge, but and Mateer's playing great. But I love this Lane Kiffin-led team. This Lane Kiffin-led Ole Miss barely lost a close one to Georgia. I think they get it done this week in a big way, coming back, winning 28-24 on the road.
And then we'll step into BYU at Iowa State. This is a huge one for both teams. Iowa State trying to keep things alive in Big 12 play and just keep fighting for a spot in the Big 12 championship. And BYU looking to stay undefeated and at top of the Big 12 with other teams like UC. I've got BYU taking this one pretty comfortably, 31-14. I mean, it's at Iowa State. It's going to be a tough environment, but I think this BYU team is just continuing to get better and better, and they've continued to impress me. So,
Yeah, I've seen BYU. They've looked phenomenal. Iowa State has had some rough spots, and I think they continue to have a little rougher stretch here, and they lose this one with BYU winning 42-28.
yeah, we'll go into Mizzou Vanderbilt. This is the game of the week, and it's a huge one. Vanderbilt fans, they're at an all-time high, Devin. I'm loving this Vanderbilt team. I'm loving the momentum that's coming, but I love this Mizzou team too, led by Bo Pribula, who's had a really good get right story. It's a backup at Penn State. He's now transferred out, gone to Mizzou, and it's done nothing but worked for him and the Mizzou team. But it's at Vanderbilt. You've got so much momentum in Diego Pavia's hands. Mizzou looked a little shaky last week at Auburn, sneaking out of that one in overtime. I got Vanderbilt taking this one by a touchdown late, led by Diego Pavia, and they're going to win this one 28-21. Vanderbilt with that home advantage is going to do a lot.
Yeah, Diego Pavia is looking amazing. He's been training great. He's looked phenomenal through the first 7 games. And I think Vandy wins it as well at home. The atmosphere there, this is the biggest atmosphere for Vandy since a long time.
Yeah.
That they've been the bottom of the SEC and finally climbed their way up. But Bo Pribula, like you said, could be dangerous. This game could swing in Mizzou's favor, but I don't see it happening. I like Vandy winning late, 30-28.
Yeah, it's crazy we're talking about Vanderbilt with a home advantage, with a tough environment. Like, I never would have thought something like this until about last year when they made a little bit of noise later in the year, and Pavia and that team, they come back and they're hungry this year and they've looked amazing. Shout out to Vanderbilt and Diego Pavia's led offense. They've been brilliant. But we'll jump into the late night game, the 7:30 primetime game. Texas A&M heading into Death Valley at LSU, and this one's gonna be a big one. Texas A&M's been brilliant all season. They're looking to stay undefeated and continue to really threaten as SEC champions, which most people didn't have circled at the beginning of the year. But Texas A&M had that huge win at Notre Dame earlier in the year, and they've continued to feed off of that, and they're now heading into another tough environment. They did a good job at Notre Dame with that tough environment last time. Death Valley might be just rocking a little bit more though, and I think LSU pulls this one off. I do. I
Yeah,
think they get their signature win. I know a lot of people are probably going to disagree with me, and this is my upset of the week. I got LSU. Garrett Nussmeier is going to finally look like Garrett Nussmeier should, and he's going to get comfortable back there. That defense is going to be really stingy all night and give Texas A&M fits. They pull this one off 24-20.
yeah, Garrett Nussmeier. This could be a big week for him. But I see the Aggies getting it done. I just think about that instant classic 74-72 7 overtime game. It's going to be another close one like that. I think Texas A&M wins with a field goal late in the game, gets a stop on defense, and seals this one. I like the Aggies here. I think they've been playing lights out. LSU, a little rocky. Newsmeyer, even if he looks phenomenal, this Aggies team is just elite. And they're top of the bunch, trying to make some noise in the SEC, and I think they get it done this week, 45-42.
Big college football slate. And it starts here in Oxford, Ohio, where the RedHawks have a big opportunity to stay undefeated and knock off one of those undefeated teams in MAC play. A huge one that has big implications in Detroit. You got anything to sign off with before Devin, before we head off?
Let's see how the RedHawks play. This is going to be a big week. Can't wait to see the final results. Go RedHawks.
Absolutely. Redhawks looking to stay undefeated, get a signature win in MAC play. The Quan Finn looking to continue to stay hot with this offense. Defense looking to stay one of the best defenses in the MAC. A huge test aboard for both teams. But we thank you for listening to the Red Hawk Radio Kickoff Show. Stick around, don't go anywhere because after this, it'll be the pregame show, and then 30 minutes after that, it'll be kickoff time in Oxford, Ohio. I'm Gavin Stark, Devin McCartin, my colleague. We're saying so long for now. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Cradle of Coaches, Yager Stadium in Oxford, Ohio, for another weekend of Miami RedHawk football. This week, the RedHawks red hot on a 4-game winning streak, and they come to host the Western Michigan Broncos, who are also challenging for the MAC title this year. My name is Jake Zirolli. I will be your host for the pre, half, and post-game shows here on this presentation of Miami football on RedHawk Radio. So let's get right into it on this pregame section. The meeting history so far between these two schools, of course, MAC rivals. The current score is 38-24 with one tie in favor of the RedHawks. Their last meeting was on October 14th, 2023 at Western Michigan in Kalamazoo. Miami won that contest 34-21 with, of course, the famous Brett Gabbert playing quarterback for the RedHawks in that game. The first meeting between these two was in 1936. And the last one here at Yager was October 22nd, 2022, which the Broncos took a victory 16-10 in that contest. So let's move on to today. Forget about the past. We'll move on to today's game. This season so far, Miami 4-3, 3-0 in the conference, second of 13 in the MAC, just trailing Buffalo. However, the RedHawks, the Buffalo Bulls, and Western Michigan are all 3-0 in conference play, making this game between two MAC unbeatens even greater in value. They are averaging 26 points per game and 360.6 yards of offense per game for this Red Hawk offense, which has been red hot this last week. They put up 44 points in a 44-30 win at home against the Eastern Michigan Eagles, who have sort of been flailing even with their offense, which can certainly put up points of his own. The Red Hawks still emerged victorious with a 14-point victory. Last week, quarterback Daquan Finn was 13 of 22 with 159 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, and on the ground he added 9 carries for 58 yards and 2 touchdowns. And having a dual-threat quarterback like Daquan Finn is extremely valuable for an offense that is led by Pat Welsh in his 3rd year as the offensive coordinator. What makes Daquan Finn extremely valuable as a quarterback is not just his ability to throw and run. It's more the fact that he keeps the front 7 guessing. You know, even if you have a spy, you know, the Mike linebacker playing that spy, you know, watching Daquan Finn, making sure he doesn't get out of the pocket, he's still able to sort of weasel his way around the pocket. He's able to get out when he needs to. He has very good pocket awareness, so he can stay in the pocket, be comfortable, be a pocket passer, you know, be a gunslinger, and get the ball out quick. But if he needs to, and he needs to get flushed out, he has no trouble using his legs, and he is happy to make teams pay if they make him run. Speaking of running, on the ground, Jordan Brunson was the rushing leader in for the injured Kenny Tracy, who is unfortunately out for the season with a knee issue. He, of course, tore his ACL at the start of camp last season, and that injury has hampered him again this year, and it will see him on the sidelines for the rest of the season. So Jordan Brunson will take over the primary running back 1 duties, and last week he did quite well. 23 rushing attempts, 122 yards, and a touchdown on the ground against an Eastern Michigan defense that, to put it lightly, are not very good. I could, of course, say that in worse terms, but I'm not going to because this is a family-friendly broadcast. But Jordan Brunson really did make the Eagles pay last week, getting 122 yards on the ground. And this is the thing when you have a dual-threat quarterback who can run like Finn, plus a running back like this, like Jordan Brunson. You have this 1-2 punch on the ground. You know, in the NFL, you see a team like the Lions with Jahmyr Gibbs and Dave Montgomery having that thunder and lightning combo. You know, you need somebody who can go east to west, and they have Daquan Finn in that role, who's able to scramble and use his legs to get to the sideline, get down the sideline, get out of bounds if they need. But then you also have someone, you know, that's the lightning side of it, but you also need to have the thunder side of it. And Jordan Brunson has been that guy. You have that east to west guy in Daquan Finn, but Jordan Brunson will go north to south. You know, if he sees someone coming up the trenches, if the offensive line blocks a hole for him and someone's in coming up the trenches, he is going to run his skull right through him. And he has no trouble putting his body on the line to get those extra yards. In the receiving game, Bryan Shane led the line for the Red Hawks, the tight end, number 86 out of Waynesville, Ohio, 6'3", 234-pound redshirt senior. He had 4 catches for 56 yards and a touchdown last week on the season, getting his totals up to 8 catches for 92 yards and a touchdown, so definitely his best game on the year. Josh Ringer also caught a touchdown in his lone catch, just 1 for 3 yards. Only having 159 yards in the air last week, the passing game was not what led the Red Hawks to put up 44 points. They relied more on the rushing attack. And against a team like Eastern Michigan with a weaker rushing defense, that is a perfectly normal strategy, and it seemed to work pretty well for him. The tight ends in general in this offense, led by Pat Welsh and ultimately the head coach Chuck Martin in his 12th season, doesn't rely on the tight ends as much in the receiving game, more as blockers for the running backs and for a rushing quarterback. But when you're able to get out and run routes, Bryan Shane is a pretty good route runner, as well as Grant Leeper, who unfortunately does not have any involvement yet this season, but maybe he gets involved here against this Broncos defense. Speaking of defense, on the defensive side of the ball, Corbin Hondrew led the team in tackles, the linebacker with 7 tackles plus an interception. Safety Eli Blakey also with an interception. Eli Blakey being one of the big leaders of this defense, the redshirt senior from Louisville, Kentucky, has had a heck of a season so far. 53 tackles leading the team, a pick, and 6 passes defense from the safety position. Corbin Hondrew, also a redshirt senior, 6'1", 223 from McMurray, Pennsylvania, with 47 tackles, just trailing Blakey. 3 picks and even a pick 6, which he had against UNLV in Week 3. Also on the defensive side of the ball, Bai Jobe and Malcolm McCain each had a sack, getting to the Eastern Michigan quarterback Noah Kim. Unfortunately, an unfortunate happening for this Red Hawks team last week was a Keith Reynolds fumble that did lead to an Eastern Michigan touchdown. Keith Reynolds looking to get more involved in the receiving game this week, but that fumble certainly will cost him a little bit of trust between him and Daquan Finn and between him and his coaches. Reynolds, the Washington transfer, the redshirt sophomore, 5'9", 181, with 24 catches for 230 yards and a touchdown this season. Last week, he just had that one catch for 14 yards and that unfortunate fumble, but he also does return kicks for the RedHawks. He had that touchdown against UNLV going 100 yards coast to coast, so we'll see if he can rip off another big play this week. Doing the kicking for the RedHawks is Dom Jobin, who is 80% from field goals this year and 100% on extra points, 8 of 10 from field goals, 22 extra points, perfect. Last week, no field goals to take, just 6 extra points. Pierce Stainton doing the punting for the RedHawks, and he's been doing that all year. 3 punts for 166 yards, averaging 55.3 per punt, which is actually almost 15 yards per punt more than he has averaged the rest of the year. So that was a pretty good punting game for him. Obviously, they weren't punting much, putting up 44 points. But when he did, he was very effective. 10 of 31 of his punts have been inside the 20, and his long this year is 65 yards. That is a hammer of a leg, folks. That 44-point offensive explosion was direly needed after 2 hard ground-out road games in the start of their MAC slate. You know, being a group of 5 conference, this Mid-American Conference is not easy to win, and it is not easy to keep a streak going like the RedHawks have. They're 3-0 in conference play, and those 2 road games, were they against the best of teams? No. You know, it's not like they went to Toledo and Ohio and beat them both by 40. They went to Northern Illinois, scoring 25 points, winning that game 25-14, and they went to Akron, winning that game 20-7. So they didn't rely on the offense as much. They just relied on their hard work and their grit to see those games out on the road. You know, it's not playing in the Horseshoe over in Columbus, but those MAC atmospheres, they can get tough, especially when it gets to midweek, which we're going to see more of in the second half of this season. The defense also added a safety in the fourth quarter, getting to those 44 points. So hopefully the defense can make another big play like that against the Broncos and limit this offense. As a team, the RedHawks had 454 yards of offense and allowed 369 yards to the Eagles last week. They are undefeated in MAC play. The only 2 other unbeatens are Buffalo, who is currently at Akron. We will give an update on MAC scores and other top 25 scores around the country later on in the broadcast. And, of course, the team that they will find on the other side of the field today, the Western Michigan Broncos, which only makes this game matter even more. Because Buffalo, with all due respect, they're a solid team. Don't get me wrong, and the RedHawks will see that firsthand when they go to play them in a few weeks. But their MAC schedule so far has been pretty easy. They haven't had too much of a challenge, of course, at Akron today. They've played Eastern Michigan. They've played UMass. And they've played Kent State. 3 teams who find themselves towards the bottom of the MAC. So Miami certainly hasn't gotten the real heavyweights yet, but this here is going to be a heavyweight fight. And it's just a question of whether Buffalo can keep that going. Their game at Akron, last I checked, was pretty close. So we'll see if they can pull it out and get to 4-0 in the conference. Miami currently on a 4-game winning streak with the 3 conference wins and the win against Lindenwood 4 weeks ago. They're looking to extend that streak to 5 games with a win here at home on this chilly late October day for Parents' Weekend here in Ox Vegas. Moving on to the Western Michigan Broncos. They're also 4-3 with a 3-0 MAC record, being 3rd of 13, tied for first with the RedHawks and the Bulls. They're averaging 22.9 points per game and 318.3 yards per game on offense. Relative to the rest of the MAC, Western Michigan's offense is not knocking our socks off. They're 6th in the MAC in points per game, 8th in yards per game. In comparison, Miami's points per game is 3rd and their yards per game is 5th. So on the offensive side of the ball, it looks like the RedHawks are going to be the more impressive unit. But unfortunately, football is not played on paper. It is played on grass or sometimes turf, as we're going to see today. And the stats don't mean anything if you can grind out wins, and that is what this Western Michigan team has been doing. Western Michigan is, of course, located in Kalamazoo, Michigan, which is about 4.5 hours from Oxford here, so not too far. You know, this MAC is pretty close together, which is good considering all the midweek games that litter throughout the schedule. Trying to go coast to coast on the midweek would not be fun. The addition of UMass, actually, the University of Massachusetts, has expanded the MAC's geography a bit and made travel a little more difficult. But the RedHawks will not get the Minutemen this year which may not be a very good thing because UMass has not had the best of seasons, and a win there would feel good. But either way, let's keep talking about Western Michigan. Their head coach is Lance Taylor in his 3rd season with the Broncos. He has a 14-18 record. This season so far, notable games, they had a 23-6 loss at Michigan State, a 38-0 loss at Illinois, who are pretty high up on the rankings, and probably their biggest game of the year, a 14-13 home win against the Toledo Rockets, who are, in my opinion, the best team in the MAC, and in the opinion of many other statistical measures, they are the stat leaders in almost every single major stat in the MAC, so you wonder how they're 2-2 in conference play. Well, one of the reasons is these Western Michigan Broncos. They are tough. This is a tough team to beat, folks, and the RedHawks cannot be walking in here thinking it's going to be all sunshine and rainbows, because trust me, it is not going to be. It is going to be a difficult contest for both sides. In their last game versus Ball State, which was not an easy contest, they beat the Redbirds 42-0. Quarterback is Brock Lowry. He was 23 of 27 for 241 yards and 2 touchdowns. And he was also their rushing leader with 13 carries for 108 yards and 1 touchdown. And as I was preparing for this game, folks, and I was doing this guy's stats and looking at his resume and everything about him, I couldn't help but be reminded of Lindenwood's quarterback, Nate Glantz. And, of course, the RedHawks drubbed the Lions here when they came a few weeks ago. But even just looking at his stats, they look like similar players, you know, in that they're bigger guys. They're transfers from bigger schools. You know, Brock Lowry is 6'1", 210, the redshirt sophomore, was an Indiana transfer 2 seasons ago. Glantz being a McNeese transfer also 2 seasons ago. And just their play styles are very similar to me. You know, they're both bigger guys. They can run, they can throw the ball, and they make up for a lot of their offense for their team. Obviously not just passing, but in the ground as well. So we'll see how the RedHawks defense will approach containing Brock Lowry. The next rushing leader was the running back Devin Miles, the 5'9", 184 junior from Danville, Illinois, who is in transfer from Mount San Antonio Community College, because we all know where that is. But 12 carries and 46 yards on the ground for him. In the receiving game, the receiving leader was Talik Williams, 5 catches for 55 yards. Talik Williams, the 5'9", 177-pounder, the graduate student from Pine Mountain, Georgia, who's a transfer from Georgia State, the Panthers. On the defensive side of the ball, Nadame Tucker was the star with 7 tackles and 3.5 sacks. A big game for him. And also safety Tate Halleck with a fumble recovery. We will get to some more of their stats later on in this pregame show, but we got to move things along. Kicking the ball for the Broncos is Palmer Domschke. He missed his only field goal from 31 yards against Ball State, but was 6 of 6 from the extra point spot. Punting the ball is Ryan Milmore, who on the season, 42.3 yards per punt, 56 is his long, and 7 of 32 punts have been inside the 20. And this here is the real jarring stat. Western Michigan as a team, 461 yards of offense, and they allowed the Ball State Cardinals just 88 yards of offense. Not even a full field of offense, folks. That is impressive. I don't care who you're playing against. This Western Michigan defense is an absolute god squad. They are only allowing 17.7 points per game and 282.7 yards per game. Second in the MAC in both metrics. Also second in the MAC in their rushing yards allowed, 112.6, and their passing yards allowed, 170.1. One guess who leads all those stats? It's Toledo, but they beat them 14-13. So again, shows you football is not played on paper, it is not played on the stat sheet. It is played on grass. Other statistics about this Broncos defense, they're 30 of 91, yielding 3rd down conversions, which is 3rd in the MAC. Also 3rd in the MAC in 4th down conversion allowing rate. They allow their opponents to go 2 for 7, 28.6% from there. Last season for the Broncos, they were 6-6, 5-3 in the conference. They actually played at Ohio State, so a random little big game for them at the shoe, and unfortunately it did not go very well for them, losing that game 56-0. So not a great day out there for the Broncos, but they did qualify for a bowl game in the IS4S Salute to Veterans Bowl. Unfortunately lost to South Alabama 30-23 in that game. Let's move on to our stat leaders here. Passing the ball for both schools. For Miami, it's DeQuan Finn, 71 of 125, which is 56.8% completion percentage, 997 yards, 6 touchdowns, and 5 interceptions. Having missed the Lindenwood game with that injury that he sustained against UNLV, it did not hamper him in either of the 2 road games against NIU or Akron, and he looked just fine against Eastern Michigan last week, with Henry Hessen getting those snaps against Lindenwood. As the Miami band comes out for a performance, as we are about 15 minutes from kickoff here, we'll move through some more of the stats. Passing the ball for Western Michigan is Brock Lowry, 92 of 141 in the air, 65.2% completion, 992 passing yards, 5 touchdowns, and 1 interception, so pretty tidy there from Brock Lowry. Running the ball, Miami, DeQuan Finn is the rushing leader, 70 carries for 332 yards and 3 touchdowns. Behind him, who will be the running back one today and for the rest of the season, Jordan Brunson, 74 carries, 305 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Kenny Tracy, of course, out for the year, but has racked up 49 carries for 272 yards, and a touchdown, and even adding on 11 catches for 121 yards and 2 touchdowns in the receiving game. Running the ball for Western Michigan, Brock Lowry is the leader, 83 carries, 427 yards, and 7 rushing touchdowns for Brock Lowry, accounting for 12 touchdowns this year for the Broncos. Jalen Buckley, the lead running back, 74 carries for 238 yards and a touchdown. In the receiving game, the Miami leader is Cam Perry. Cam Perry with 18 catches for 514 yards and 3 touchdowns. He is undoubtedly the best receiver in this RedHawk squad. He doesn't really scare you when you're looking at him. Only 5'9", 154 yards, the redshirt junior from Atlanta, the transfer from Indiana a few years ago. But if you're just basing him off his looks, he's going to make you pay. He's extremely athletic, really, really good route runner, and he can jump for those jump balls. He's like one of those frogs that'll just jump right off a tree. He can jump for the jump balls, and since DeQuan Finn likes to throw that ball deep, he's good on those sidelines, even getting out over the middle and post routes when they need big gains. He has been their deep threat this season. 18 catches for 514 yards. Means a lot of big plays for him, and he has been the one to deliver those big plays. Keith Reynolds, following him, 24 catches for 230 yards and 1 touchdown, as earlier mentioned. Cole Weaver with 12 catches for 155 yards, and after him is Brian Shane, last week's leader, with 8 catches for 92 and a touchdown. For the Broncos, Tyleek Williams is the leading receiver, 20 catches for 284 yards. Balin Brooks, after him, 16 catches for 214 yards. Avion Chenault, 11 catches for 135 yards and 2 touchdowns. And after him, the tight end Blake Bosma, 13 catches for 132 yards. On the defensive side of the ball, Eli Blakey, the leading tackler for the RedHawks, 53 tackles, 30 of them solo and a pick. Corbin Hondrew, after him, 47 tackles, 21 solo, 3 picks. Of course, a pick 6 against UNLV with 2.5 tackles for loss. The linebacker Jackson Kuwach also in there, 43 tackles, 3 sacks, 6 tackles for loss. For the Broncos, Tate Halleck is the tackle leader, 34 tackles, 19 of them solo. Half a sack and a pick 6 at his old school, Michigan State, a transfer from there, having played there for a year. Another tackle leader, James Camden, the linebacker, 30 tackles, 13 solo, 2 sacks, a forced fumble, and 2.5 tackles for loss. But the real scary name here is Ndame Tucker, 28 tackles, 8.5 sacks already, 2 forced fumbles, and 12.5 tackles for loss. The Miami offensive line is going to have their hands full with him. Kicking the ball, Dom Jobin is perfect from extra points, 22 of 22 and 8 of 10 from field goal. And Parker Domschke is 17 of 18 on extra points and 6 of 9 on field goals for the Western Michigan Broncos. Doing some roster analysis here, veterans and transfers. Miami, the vets, Kenny Tracy, of course, out for the season. But Brian Shane, a redshirt senior, Dom Jobin, a redshirt senior, and Eli Blakey, a redshirt senior, all having been here for their whole careers. Their transfers are numerous, DeQuan Finn being the most crucial, having come from Toledo and Baylor. Coy Beasley coming from Purdue, Keith Reynolds, the receiver, coming from Washington, and Austin Uke, the offensive lineman, coming from Stanford, who is questionable to play today. As for Western Michigan, their vets, Ndame Tucker is a redshirt senior. Cornerback Joshua Franklin is a junior. He has been here for all of his years here. And Jalen Buckley is a redshirt junior. He's spent all of his college football experience at Western Michigan and Kalamazoo. The transfers are, of course, Williams, Tayleek Williams, the graduate transfer from Georgia State. Brooks, the redshirt sophomore from San Diego State. The defensive end, Ray Stewart, is a redshirt senior transfer from Indiana, so a big name transfer for him. And one that really interested me as I was preparing this, the defensive tackle, Jory Benson, number 90, a redshirt senior, 6'3", 290 pounds, a Utah, then UConn, then Utah, then BYU transfer for Western Michigan. We're going to take a quick break here for the national anthem. I'll be right back with you with some more analysis. All right, we are back with you here after that break for the national anthem was performed by the Miami University Glee Club. Our players to watch as we close up our segment here. For Miami is, of course, quarterback Daquan Finn, former Toledo starter and the former MAC MVP. 3 straight 2,000-yard seasons, and to begin the season, he was on the Walter Camp Player of the Year watch list. This year, 1,329 total scrimmage yards and 9 touchdowns, 6 passing, 3 rushing. So it'll be interesting to see how Daquan Finn tries to break down this stingy Broncos defense. Also, running back Jordan Brunson, 6 feet, 233 pounds, redshirt junior from Alpharetta, Georgia, moving into the running back 1 role for this game and for the rest of the season. 310 scrimmage yards so far and 2 rushing touchdowns. So we will see how the offense leans more into him, because this game is going to be won in the trenches rather than in the air on this chilly, rural Ohio day. Tight end Bryan Shane will be interesting to watch as well, as he was the leading receiver last week. So it'll be interesting to see how tight ends, him and Grant Leaper, are able to find their place in this offense in the air, not just blocking. And we'll have one on the defense is, of course, the defensive end, number 20, Adam Trick. 6'4", 249 pounds, redshirt junior from Dayton, Ohio. And, folks, this stat honestly blew my mind. There is a thing out there, it's called PFF, it's Pro Football Focus. And what they do is they give out grades to individual players all across the country, in both the NFL and in college. And of all the defensive ends in the entire country, Adam Trick is ranked 3rd, only behind Romello Height from Texas Tech with a grade of 93.0, Adam Trick's being 92.2, and Reuben Bain Jr. from the University of Miami, not here, with 94.3. So Adam Trick's dominance on this defensive line has been apparent so far, and we'll see if he's able to get to Brock Lowry today and record a sack. Speaking of our players to watch for Western Michigan, Brock Lowry being one of them. 12 total touchdowns this year. He's a threat in the air and on the ground. So it will be interesting to see how the Red Hawk defense tries to combat him. I'm sure Bill Brecken, the 4th-year defensive coordinator, has a plan in mind. On the ground, Jalen Buckley will be one to watch. He was the MAC Freshman of the Year and 3rd-team All-MAC 2 seasons ago. And it was his 1-2 punch with Devin Miles, the 5'9" junior from Danville, Illinois. It'll be interesting to see how they communicate and how they're able to break down this front 7 for the Red Hawks. Speaking of the front 7, another one to watch, Nadame Tucker, the defensive end, 8.5 sacks and 12.5 tackles for loss already this season, with 2 forced fumbles as well. And the safety number 3, Tate Halleck, the 6'4" graduate student from Grand Rapids, Michigan. He played 18 games in 4 years at Michigan State. He actually had a pick 6 at them earlier this season, which I mentioned. So we'll see if he is able to limit some of the passing game for the RedHawks today. We're going to move on to look at some games around the country before I get to my keys to the game and my prediction. In the top 25, Georgia Tech currently leading Syracuse, the 7th-ranked Yellow Jackets, up 34-10. Indiana up big on UCLA, 56-6. So the 2nd-ranked Hoosiers, led by Coach Kurt Cignetti, about to get to 8-0 in this season, 5-0 in the Big Ten, challenging Ohio State. Big matchup in Norman, Oklahoma. The 8th-ranked Ole Miss Rebels coming off that loss against Georgia, which I unfortunately predicted incorrectly on the kickoff show last week. They are beating the Sooners, the 13th-ranked Sooners, 31-26, with the ball in the middle of the 4th quarter. Virginia, North Carolina has actually just gone at the end of regulation. It is 10-10 as the 16th-ranked Cavaliers fight in Chapel Hill against the Bill Belichick-led Tar Heels. The 18th-ranked South Florida Bulls are up 31-23 against the Memphis Tigers as the Miami team makes their way out, and Western Michigan does as well. We are about to get started here in just under 4 minutes, so I will be quick to end this and then kick it to Bryan Miller for your play-by-play today. Other games going around in the top 25. Kicking off 3:30 as well as this one. The 4th-ranked Alabama Crimson Tide at South Carolina. Top 15 matchup, Missouri at Vanderbilt. The 11th-ranked BYU Cougars at Iowa State. And the 23rd-ranked Illinois Fighting Illini at Washington. At 4 o'clock, the 14th-ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders will host Oklahoma State. And the 21st-ranked Cincinnati Bearcats, of course Miami's rival, will host the Baylor Bears. At 4:15, the Texas Longhorns, led by Arch Manning, the 22nd-ranked Longhorns, will go down to Starkville to play Mississippi State. At 7 o'clock, our night games. The 6th-ranked Oregon Ducks are 6-1, and they're looking to get another win against Wisconsin, who Miami did play earlier this season. Speaking of Miami, the 9th-ranked Miami Hurricanes will be at home at the Hard Rock against Stanford. At 7:30, the 3rd-ranked Texas A&M Aggies will go down to Tiger Stadium to play the 20th-ranked LSU Tigers, so LSU looking to ruffle some feathers there and move themselves up the rankings. The 19th-ranked Louisville Cardinals play Boston College today at 7:30 in Louisville. 25th, it's Michigan and Michigan State. 25th-ranked Wolverines will go to Spartan Stadium, looking to get a win over their rivals. Tennessee, Kentucky as well tonight at 7:45. The 17th-ranked Volunteers at Kroger Field. And at 8 o'clock, the 24th-ranked Arizona State Sun Devils play Houston. And Houston looking to get an upset there in Tempe. In the MAC, of course, Western Michigan, Miami here. No games gone final just yet. Bowling Green, Kent State about to. Kent State up 24-21, but Bowling Green with the ball, and they are trying to keep this game alive. So we'll see if Bowling Green can pull out a win there at the bottom of the MAC standings. Ohio up 28-14 at Eastern Michigan with 2 minutes left in that game. Eastern Michigan with the ball, but it looks like Ohio will be able to lock that one up. Akron Buffalo, the one every fan in this stadium is looking at. It is 10-10. Akron staying in it with the 3-0 undefeated in the MAC Buffalo Bulls. The 2-6 Zips, who Miami did of course beat, are tied with the Bulls 10-10. 9:47 left in the 3rd quarter, so Akron could be a big upset there, and a lot of people will be very happy about that. Also kicking off at 3:30, we have 3 more games. Toledo against Washington State, so an odd little non-conference game out in Pullman, Washington. We'll see if Toledo can pick up a win there, but they'll have a week off from MAC play. Ball State is at the lowly Northern Illinois in DeKalb, Illinois at Husky Stadium. Northern Illinois looking to get their first MAC win against the Cardinals, who were just drubbed by the Broncos earlier on. And the last MAC game of the day, the 0-7 Massachusetts Minutemen. UMass are at Central Michigan. The Chippewas in Mount Pleasant, so we'll see if the Chippewas can pick up a win there. Get to 3-1 in the MAC so far, 5-3 overall with the win. Now let's get to our keys of the game as we finish up this segment here. For Miami, it's really to force Brock Lowry to throw the ball. This Western Michigan offense will not hurt you in the air. They will hurt you on the ground. So Miami has got to force them to throw, especially in this colder weather. And to do that, they got to stop the run, and they have to limit the penalties. They're giving up 62.6 yards per game in penalties, which is 11th of 13 in the MAC. So to cut out those big drives, they need to cut down on the penalties. As for Western Michigan, they need to establish the run. They need to win the trenches battle. The offensive line is going to be a big driver for whether or not they can get their offense going. And they need to contain DeQuan Finn. My prediction for this game, a 24-13 win for the RedHawks. It's going to be tough, but Miami's going to get it done. My name's Jake Zirolli. Thank you for being with me here. I'm going to kick it to Bryan Miller on the play-by-play. Thank you for listening to this presentation of Miami football on Red Hawk Radio.
All right, thank you, Jake. Almost time for kickoff here at Yager Stadium. Western Michigan won the coin toss. They will defer to the second half, so it will be the Miami RedHawks getting the ball first in this battle between unbeaten MAC teams. Both teams lost their first 3 games of the season and won their last 4. Kickoff is underway towards the right side of the field and will be fire caught, and Miami will get the ball at their own 25-yard line. Bryan Miller joined by Sean Wiesemann, and Sean, both these teams are pretty much mirror images of each other. Slow starts to the season, but have really heated up. Both have outstanding defenses and strong running games led by their quarterbacks.
No, you're absolutely right, and that's something that kind of a matchup you're going to keep an eye on here. Both defensive-led teams, a really strong running quarterback, and really similar stylistically, which is certainly something we're going to want to watch here unfold today.
DeQuan Finn in the shotgun. Jordan Brunson right next to him. 2 receivers either side of him. Goes down to a knee, then picks it back up. Waiting for the first play of the game. Here's the snap. Finn looking downfield. Over the seam. It is caught, and it will be a first down for Cole Weaver on the first play from scrimmage.
Yeah, this wide receiver core is deep and talented. DeQuan Finn has struggled a little bit at times passing the ball, but certainly has a lot of weapons. Cam Perry, Keith Reynolds, Cole Weaver, and Lionel Williams, all really strong pass catchers, so they run a lot of 3 and 4 wide sets as a result.
21-yard gain for Weaver at 34 yards last week. Similar formation for Miami. 2 receivers to his right, 1 to his left. Shotgun formation for Finn. Here's the snap. He will fake the handoff, looks to his right. Ball will be caught by Cam Perry, and he will be pushed away a couple yards short of the first down.
I already mentioned Cam Perry's name. He currently leads NCAA football in yards per catch. He's just an absolute terror with the ball in his hands, over 28 yards a catch, rather. I mean, he's just unbelievable with the ball in his hands. Certainly hope to get him the ball a lot today.
Had just 1 reception last week for 9 yards. We'll see if he gets going this week. 2 receivers either side for Finn. Once again, a shotgun formation. 2nd and 2, 13:45 left in the first quarter. We are scoreless between Miami and Western Michigan. Man in motion, it is Weaver. Now he's set. Snap to Finn. He's looking left, going up the seam again. It is caught for a first down.
Finn is in rhythm early here. I mean, that is 3 straight completions, and you certainly love to see that. A guy who's only completed about 56% of his passes this season, getting in rhythm early, especially with this cold weather. Your hands start to get cold, a little harder to get a good grip on the ball. Really good to see from DeQuan Finn.
Last reception to Keith Reynolds for 17 yards. 3 completions for DeQuan Finn to 3 different receivers, Weaver, Reynolds, and Perry. Once again, shotgun formation for Finn. 2 receivers to his right, 1 to his left. 13 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Still scoreless here at Yager. Finn fakes the handoff, looking left. He will throw it left, and it is just over the reach of his intended man. Looks like it was Weaver once again.
Yeah, kind of faked a little boot toss there a little bit. Pulled the left guard. It looked like Greg Smith over to the right side, and kind of tried to generate some sort of tight end leak kind of situation there. Wasn't there, though. Really well covered by Western Michigan.
All passes for Miami so far. This Western Michigan defensive front, led by Nadeem Tucker, not getting any pressure on Finn so far. They have 28 sacks on the season so far, the most in the country. They're tied with Oklahoma. Here's the snap to Finn. Is the first handoff to Jordan Brunson. He will go up the field. It'll be about a 5 or 6 yard gain, and set up a 3rd and medium for the RedHawks.
Those are the kind of runs that you're really going to need to have today, those 4 or 5 yard runs to really still keep you on schedule, because, you know, the moment you get off schedule, this defensive line for Western Michigan can get you even further off schedule. You certainly don't want to allow them to pin their ears back and really get off after the quarterback. You want to make sure that they are, you know, really having to be careful about the running game.
3rd and 6 for Miami. Ball at the Western Michigan 25. 12:20 to go here in the first quarter. Pistol formation for the RedHawks. Now Josh Ringer will motion to the side of Finn. 2 receivers to his right, 1 to his left. Western Michigan is showing blitz. They do bring pressure. It's a handoff to Ringer. That goes nowhere. Hey, a loss of 2 or 3. No gain for Miami. It'll set up a 4th and 8, a likely field goal.
That was an incredibly conservative play call from Pat Welsh and Chuck Martin there. I'm not sure I'm the biggest fan. A running play on 3rd and 6. I understand maybe try to potentially go for it 4th down, but you know, you've been passing the ball so successfully. Why not keep it in the air?
It'll be a 45-yard field goal for Dom Jobin. He is 8 for 10 on the season, a career long of 51. Snap good, hold good. Kick is on its way. And will go through for the first points of today's game.
Yeah, really nice kick there from Dom Jobin. And it's going to be a little harder to kick the ball today. You're not used to it. You've been used to a nice balmy 70 degrees. Suddenly the ball feels a little harder on the foot. It's not going to be quite as easy to get that ball up in the air. So nice kick right there.
This is certainly the chilliest game that we have seen this season, Sean.
Definitely.
About 56 degrees and cloudy. That might be the more important factor. Probably the coldest game we have seen for Miami since week 1 at Wisconsin, which is pretty incredible to believe. So, Sean, a good drive at first there for Miami. Kind of stalled out right before they got into the red zone, but you'll definitely take the opening field goal.
Yeah, you will. You'll take the field goal, especially against a team that, you know, like I said, has a very similar play style. The points are probably going to be at a premium today against a really good defense. So getting on the board early, certainly a priority for Miami, and they were able to do a great job. One thing I want to keep an eye on, though, is we already saw them pass the ball early. I wonder if they keep it through the air, because they suddenly got really conservative once they got into the red zone. I wonder if they kind of change their tune if they're able to keep moving the ball.
Drive goes down to 7 plays and 48 yards, so 3 minutes and 32 seconds. 11:28 to go here in the first quarter. Kellen McLaughlin about to kick off from left to right. And we'll get the first action for this Western Michigan offense. Kick is booted away towards the end zone. And it will be returned out of the end zone for Western Michigan. Makes a cut back. And the return man will get loose towards the right side of the field and will be taken down at the Western Michigan 36 or 37-yard line.
That almost got really bad, but a really nice rally to the tackle there for couldn't tell who made that tackle, but regardless, it looked like it might have been McLaughlin who made that tackle, I think, who was able to corral the return man.
It was Devin Miles on the return for Western Michigan. You are indeed right, Sean. It was McLaughlin making the tackles. One of the last defenders for Miami had to make the play, and he did. So first action for Brock Lowry in the Western Michigan offense. The receiver to his right. It's a speed option to the left. Lowry will keep it. It has room to run. He will pick up the first down and will be taken down in opposing territory at the Miami 46.
Yeah, Lowry made this transition really easy because he is their leading rusher, and they started Brady Jones their first 3 games, but he just adds a different threat as far as running the ball, and he's been able to pass the ball pretty well, but it's been his legs that have really led this Western Michigan offense to another gear, and they're 4-0 with him as a starter, and I don't think that's a coincidence that they've really been able to move the ball with a guy as explosive as him.
Lowry with 427 yards rushing coming into today's game. First handoff up the middle, and will be taken down for a modest gain. Looks like it was Jalen Buckley.
Yeah, Buckley
for Western Michigan.
Buckley, a former All-MAC guy. He's got over 1,900 career rushing yards and almost 350 career receiving yards. So a guy that loved to hand the ball off to Western Michigan, and that just makes this run game and this run defense for Miami so important to key in on.
Buckley, the MAC Freshman of the Year in 2023. It's 2nd and 8 for Western Michigan. 10:15 to go here in the first quarter. A couple receivers each way for Lowry. It's another speed option, this time to the right. He will pitch it off to Buckley, and he will be stopped about a yard short of the first down.
Yeah, so far 2 speed options, one to the right and one then to the left. One to the left, rather, then one to the right, and both times just not enough bodies over there to really make it happen. They're still worried about Buckley up the middle, that they're putting so many guys in the box that they're keying in on that kind of middle of the field and not getting to the perimeter quick enough.
3rd and 2 for Western Michigan at the Miami 38-yard line. Western Michigan second in the MAC in third down conversions. Is a handoff up the middle. Lowry will take it away and push his way forward for a first down.
Yeah, Lowry, 6'1", 210, not necessarily the biggest guy, but certainly not easy to bring down at all. That's he's a great short yardage threat, and that's just something, like I said, Miami's really going to have to key in on him, and I wonder if they're going to start spying him pretty frequently because he's got the kind of legs and the kind of explosiveness that really feel like elicit that kind of response.
Lowry coming from Canfield High School in Ohio. Miami recruited him out of high school. Chuck Moore in his press conference this week called him a competitive winner. Two running backs each side of Lowry. It is a handoff towards the edge of the field. It will be tripped up by a Miami RedHawk. It looks like it was Jackson Kuwach getting the TFL.
Yeah, Kuwach, a former walk-on at Ohio State, transferred to Miami, really coming on this season. Wasn't really a big factor, but 6 TFLs, 3 sacks, 43 tackles. He's been terrific for Miami this year. A great play from Kuwach.
Yeah, it looked like that would have been a gain for Jalen Buckley without the tackle from Kuwach. So 2nd and 10 for Western Michigan. 8:28 to go here in the first. They have the ball at the Miami 34-yard line. 3 receivers to the left of Lowry. It's another speed option again to the right. Lowry will keep it and won't get any gain at all. Swarm of RedHawks getting to the quarterback.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you need to do on those speed options. They started just kind of doing it NCAA football style, just spamming speed option, hoping they can stop you. And finally, RedHawks able to slide over to the right side and get a really nice stop against a really effective play so far in this drive.
It was Coy Beasley on the tackle for Miami, although there were a few other RedHawks quick to join him. It'll be a 3rd and 10 for Western Michigan. Once again, they have it at the Miami 34-yard line. Miami up 3-0 here about halfway through the first quarter. 7:40 to go. Shotgun formation for Lowry. He motions the running back to his left, looking right. He will complete it. Missed tackle for Miami. And the receiver will be about a yard short of the first down.
I wonder, I think Lance Taylor keeps his players on the field here. This looks like it'll be a 4th and 2 here from the 26-yard line. Really want to set the tone early, especially when you were already able to convert a 3rd and short. I imagine that they'll try again on this 4th and short here.
The reception was to Balin Brooks, his first of the game. He had 3 receptions last week for 27 yards. It's a 4th and 2 for the Broncos. It is at the Miami 26-yard line. 7 minutes to go here in the first quarter, and it does look like Lance Taylor is intending on going for it. Shifts over as a handoff to the running back. He goes forward, and I don't know if he got there.
I don't think he did. That spot says he is about a yard short.
And that is indeed the case. A critical stop for this Miami defense. They get Western Michigan off the field and will get the ball back, already up 3-0.
Yeah, that looked like it was just a kind of a wildcat fake read option kind of thing there, and it kind of almost looked busted because it didn't really look like the running back had any idea what to do with that. It was Ofo Matele who was just had nowhere to go, completely stuffed up the middle there.
It brings us to our first TV timeout of tonight's game. 6:48 to go. RedHawks up 3-0. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. Stay with us. 6:48 to go here in the first quarter. Miami up 3-0 in the battle of the unbeatens between the RedHawks and the Broncos. A critical 4th down stop for the RedHawk defense. It was Lolo Matela trying to get the 4th down for Western Michigan, but he was stopped short by this Miami defensive line, Sean.
Yeah, I was impressed. That defense really stood tall there on that last possession there. Really impressive job from that interior defensive line, getting some penetration and ultimately letting the linebackers fill in and get the stop.
DeQuan Finn and company out for the 2nd time today. They got a field goal in their first drive of the game. It's in a shotgun formation. Brunson to his left. A couple receivers to each side of Finn. 6:48 to go here in the first quarter. Miami up 3-0. Here's the snap. It is a handoff to Brunson up the middle. And it'll be a short gain for Brunson.
It's been interesting to see the evolution of this run game for Miami. Obviously, with Kenny Tracy being out, Tracy was definitely not as much a between the tackles kind of guy. He really liked to bump it outside on those more outside run, kind of outside zone scheme things. And they're really looking for Jordan Brunson, who's a big guy, to really thump it inside.
2nd and 6 for Miami, about 6:20 to go. A couple receivers to each side of Finn. Once again, a shotgun formation with Brunson to his right. Couple snaps or a couple claps from Finn. Here's the snap. It is a pump fake and throw to Weaver on the outside. He will get the 1st down, shave off a tackle, and pick up a few more yards. It is another 1st down for the RedHawks.
Yeah, just a quick RPO, not letting that, really neutralizing that defensive line for Western Michigan, not letting them get upfield before that ball is already out.
A couple substitutions for Miami. They're playing it a little slower than they did in their first drive. 5:50 to go here in the first. 1st and 10 for Miami at their own 43-yard line. Josh Ringer now in the game. He is next to Finn. A couple receivers on each side of the field for the quarterback. And the 5 linemen up front. A couple more claps from Finn, going slow. Here's the snap. Pump fake to Ringer. The ball is tipped at the defensive line. It'll go down as an incomplete pass. Looked like it was Marcel Tyler getting a paw on the football.
Yeah, that ball was, they were trying to get that ball to Camp Perry, and he actually had some room, too, if they get that ball to him on a slant route inside, but just a nice bat down from Western Michigan.
2nd and 10 for Miami, 5:31 to go. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Brunson back into the game to the right of Finn. Different formation for the RedHawks this time, down to 5 seconds on the play clock. Finn barking orders at his troops. Here's the snap. Finn drops back, looking up the middle, trying to escape out of the pocket. Spins around, going to his left, looks downfield. The throw is complete for a 1st down. Braylon Isom able to meet the quarterback. Finn, a big gain for Miami.
And that's a guy I did not mention, but he's also been very talented this year, young player, and a really nice job. It was kind of a scramble drill, great scrambling from DeQuan Finn, but also great job. It was kind of just a go ball along the left sideline, but kind of came back to the ball and able to get a really good chunk play there, 20 yards.
It is the longest reception of the year for Isom, his 4th reception of the year. 3 receivers to the right of Finn. They're at the Western Michigan 37-yard line. 4:47 left in the first quarter. Miami up 3-0. It is a fake from Finn, and he will be gobbled up. It'll be a 3 or 4 yard loss. Looks like some extracurricular activity there at the end, but no flag thrown, and a loss for Miami.
Yeah, Finn just got absolutely body slammed there by 2 Broncos, and thankfully he's okay. A guy who's already been hurt out for a game this season. Certainly don't like to see that and him taking very many hits, but his mobility is one of his biggest calling cards, so certainly like to have the ball in his hands when you can.
It was James Camden and Nadeem Tucker joining forces to take down the mighty Finn. First time we have called Tucker's name today. He's been one of the best players in the Mid-American Conference this season.
Yeah, he's a game wrecker for sure.
Snap to Finn. It's another handoff. No, he puts it back. And he's trying to escape again. Nowhere for him to go. He somehow gets out of it going downfield. Wow. It is caught by Weaver for a short gain. He will be down at the 31-yard line.
I mean, yeah, DeQuan Finn is just absolutely magic on that play there. I mean, evading 3 separate defensive linemen from Western Michigan, able to escape the paws of one of them, and able to make a really nice throw down the field and able to get some yardage on what looked like a sure sack right there, Bryan, certainly.
Yeah, it looked like that could have been a massive play for Western Michigan. Instead, a big play for Miami. Pistol formation. Two receivers to the right, one to the left. 3rd and 4 for Miami at the Western Michigan 31. Ringer will be motioned to the right shoulder of Finn as they bring the play clock down once again, down to 3 seconds. Waiting on the snap. Here it is. It is a handoff up the middle to Ringer, trying to rumble and stumble his way towards the first down marker, and it looks like he got it.
He just barely got it is what they're saying. Yeah, really physical run there from Josh Ringer, the 6'1", 210 redshirt freshman who's been getting some more run with Tracy out. They've really liked to sub him and Jordan Brunson in, and he was out versus Akron and wasn't really 100%, but certainly looking 100% on that run.
Yeah, Chuck Martin, his presser this week, talked about he's only able to get a few reps on Thursday, so certainly was not 100% last week, but certainly healthier today against Western Michigan. 1st and 10 for Miami at the Western Michigan 27. 2.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. 3 receivers to the right of Finn, 1 up top. Shotgun formation once again. It is a handoff. Finn pulls it away, looking to hit the outside, and will get 2 to 3 yards.
And that's an element that they weren't able to use as frequently with Gabbert last season. And even Henry Hessen just doesn't have – he has some mobility, but not quite the same. But Finn's speed is just next level. And not very many quarterbacks in the MAC, aside from maybe Brock Lowry, who are able to make that kind of play and able to get a couple yards for the RedHawks.
A 2-yard gain for DeQuan Finn. Jarvarius Sims was the one that pushed him out of bounds. So a 2nd and 8 at the Bronco 25-yard line. Miami looking to get it in the end zone this time. They got a field goal in their previous drive in the game. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left for Finn. Josh Ringer right next to the quarterback. Snap to Finn. Fakes it to Ringer looking down the field. Throw to the right. It is caught by Deion Colsey for a first down at the Western Michigan 11.
And that's a name we haven't seen very much this season, but was certainly a big get in the portal. He missed last week, only 6 catches coming into this season, the Notre Dame transfer, but love to see him getting involved because you certainly know what he's capable of. Actually had some big plays at Notre Dame too, so love to see him getting a big catch there and a really nice throw from Finn on a little play-action boot to the right side.
So the RedHawks are in the red zone for the first time today. They're looking to get it into the end zone, make this a 2-possession game. 1:10 left here in the first quarter. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right for Miami. The tight end Bryan Shane coming inside. Here's the snap. It is a handoff up the middle to DeJounte Jones. And he is looking to move the pile, and he's able to.
Oh, my gosh.
And he almost got to the 5-yard line.
You know who? DeJounte Jones, 5'10", 248 pounds, just reminds me a lot of Ohio State's Mayan Williams. Just his build, just huge, just hulking, just absolutely rocked up frame. And as you can see, he can just take defenders with him, just regardless of the first point of contact. And that's why they like to use him as their kind of short yardage guy. He has 4 touchdowns this season for that exact reason.
And those 4 touchdowns lead Miami's running back. 2nd and 7 for Miami at the Western Michigan 8. 22 seconds to go here in the first quarter. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Bryan Shane, the tight end, now being motioned in. Is another handoff to Jones. He will meet a couple Broncos and will get a short gain. It will be another 3rd and medium situation as the last 5 seconds of quarter number 1 wind down. So, Sean, it'll be a 3rd and 5 for this Miami offense at the Western Michigan 6. They technically don't have to score a touchdown, but you would certainly like to see one try and make this a 2-possession game.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously a 2-possession game really flips the game script on its head, as Miami already has 10 minutes of over 10 minutes of time of possession to Western Michigan's 4 minutes and 40 seconds. That is exactly how you want this game. You want to make sure, you want to force Western Michigan to have to put the ball in the air, because that is where they're at their weakest, is having to put the ball in the air. Not a bad passing team by any stretch, but that's certainly not their strength of their offense. And so getting them off script is a touchdown here. Obviously, you want to score, but touchdown here, especially given the strength of the running game and just keeping the defense off the field, would be huge here.
And only 14 rushing yards for Miami today. Don't often see over 10 minutes of time of possession, only running the ball for 14 yards. So that'll bring us to the second quarter here on Red Hawk Radio. RedHawks up 3-0 over Western Michigan. We'll be right back after this break. It's Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. Quarter number 2 here in Yager Stadium. RedHawks up 3-0 over the Western Michigan Broncos. A battle of unbeatens in MAC play so far. Both teams 4-3 on the season and 3-0 in MAC play. It's also a special game because of the uniforms that Miami is wearing. They're wearing their special cancer awareness helmets. They have the script Miami on one side with a corresponding color of the type of cancer that is most prevalent for each of the players on the team. One of the cooler traditions that we have here at Miami football. Certainly a lot of awareness being spread.
And they look really cool too.
They do.
They do a really nice job with these helmets. I'm a big fan.
And they have the number on the other side of it as well. So 3rd and 5 for Miami. They have the ball at the Western Michigan 6-yard line. 2 receivers on the left for Daquan Finn. One up top, it is Braylon Isom. Deshaunte Jones in the game. Snap to Finn. He's going towards the pylon. The catch is not quite made. Looks like they were trying to get it to Cam Perry in the back left corner of the left end zone here at Yager Stadium, and throw is just a little bit off.
Not only is that a low percentage throw, that fade in general, but I also just don't understand why you would throw that to 5'9", 154-pound Cam Perry when you've got 6'3" Cole Weaver that you could throw it to, or 6'5" Grand Leaper to throw it to. I'm not sure I completely understand that play call.
It'll be a 14-yard field goal for Dom Jobin. He is 1 for 1 today. Snap good, hold good, kick is through for field goal number 2. So with 14:54 to go here in the second quarter, Miami is up 6-0 over the Western Michigan Broncos. And Sean, it's been a pretty good showing for Miami today, especially offensively. 116 total yards of offense, 102 passing yards for Daquan Finn today. But in each of the drives that we have seen today, they've gotten close to the red zone or in the red zone, but they just aren't quite able to finish the drive. They have to settle for a field goal instead.
Yeah, and I think part of that is just play calling down there. I've been really unimpressed with the play calling on these critical 3rd downs. I mean, you saw that on that first drive, they ran the ball on, 3rd and 6, and got completely stuffed on that, and then a goal line fade to your 5'9" wide receiver, just kind of puzzling to me, and I feel like, I don't know, maybe this is just Madden brain to me, but I don't feel like that's the right call right there. Is I feel like you could get some RPO game going, maybe a little bit of, maybe more of a designed pass. Certainly feels like something that could have been more effective for the RedHawks.
For how good this Miami offense has been so far, it has been a bit of a struggle of running the football. Just 14 rushing yards on 8 attempts to 4 different people, 2 for Brunson, 2 for Jones, 2 for Ringer, and 2 scrambles from Daquan Finn as well. This is a Western Michigan defense that is
really good,
pretty good in general, but especially against the run. 2nd in the MAC in rushing yards given up a game, top 30 in FBS. But I think one of the biggest things we've seen, Sean, is just how often Miami's been able to hold the ball. They've had it for 10 minutes and 26 seconds. Western Michigan has just had it for 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah.
They just had that one drive in the first quarter.
And I think the less time you leave that defense out on the field, the better, because, obviously we've seen the defense has struggled at times. I mean, certainly they gave up 41 to UNLV, really struggled even against Rutgers, and, giving up 30. Yeah, and granted, some of those points were garbage time touchdowns, but regardless, still 30 points to Eastern Michigan. So the less exposure and the less, grind you have to endure especially against a really potent Western Michigan running game, the better for the RedHawks for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. See if what Western Michigan can do on their second drive of the game with 14:54 to go here in the second quarter. It has been almost exclusively runs for the Broncos so far. 7 runs, just 1 passing attempt for Brock Lowry. He is 1 for 1 for 8 yards, and he's also the leading rusher for Western Michigan, both today and on the season. He has 3 carries for 21 yards.
Yeah, he's what makes this offense go. I mean, we already talked about it. He's had multiple great. He had a 17-yard carry, he had a really great pass as well there, and so he's somebody that you're going to hear his name called a lot, not just by virtue of being the quarterback, but because so much of the offense runs through him in a similar manner of Daquan Finn. Both being running quarterbacks who can throw the ball a little bit.
Miami kicking from right to left. Here's the boot from McLaughlin. Devin Miles awaits in the end zone. He will receive it right at the goal line, maybe a couple yards short. He tries to cut towards the middle of the field and will be taken down just past the 20-yard line, but short of the 25.
It was interesting. I think that ball, if he had let that go, I think there's a chance that ball actually skips out of bounds before the goal line. So I'm curious as to why he decided to return that. But regardless, good news for Miami on that one.
Yeah, they'll certainly take it. They will start their drive at their own 22-yard line after this break as we enter a media timeout here at Yager Stadium. RedHawks up 6-0. This is Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. .47 to go here in the second quarter. Brian Miller joined by Sean Wiesemann. Thank you so much for listening to Miami football here on Red Hawk Radio. Miami up 6-0 over the Western Michigan Broncos. It's family weekend here in Oxford, and a pretty good showing here at Yager Stadium. The side that we are on, the home side, pretty full, and the visitor side, pretty good showing as well. First not to, Brock Lowry will pitch it back, and it will be a good gain for the Broncos. He'll be tangled up right at the first down marker. It was Jalen Buckley receiving the pitch from the quarterback Lowry, and one play, one first down for WMU.
Yeah, and that's one that was just a product of them being so concerned with Lowry. He presents such a running threat that you saw multiple guys shade over to the right side for just a second, just enough for there to be some hesitation and for Buckley to get some room.
Lowry ran to the left. He was able to pitch it to Buckley for the first down. Three receivers to the left for Lowry, and Buckley to his side. His 1st and 10 for Western Michigan. He rolls to his right, looking across the field. He'll fire it up the middle and will be incomplete. The ball was intended to Taalik Williams, and it'll be 2nd and 10 for Western.
And Williams was actually open there. If Lowry is able to put just a little more on that, I think Williams is able to tiptoe his way in and get a real big completion. But, you know, man coverage got beat a little bit. RedHawks get beat just a little bit, but ultimately survive because Lowry not able to make the completion.
It is the first incompletion for Lowry today. 2nd and 10 for the Broncos at their own 34-yard line. Snap to him. Trying to option it to the short side of the field. He'll pitch it to Buckley, and he will get about a 5 or 6 yard gain. It'll be a third down for Western Michigan.
This offense is actually reminding me quite a bit of Rich Rodriguez's offense, the kind of spread option that you see that he's employed pretty much everywhere he's been at West Virginia, Jacksonville State. They're really leaning in on this this option and this triple option game to create some yardage and some mismatches out on the boundary.
Walt Bell, the offensive coordinator for Western Michigan, previously the head coach at UMass. 3rd and 4 for the Broncos at their own 40-yard line. 2 receivers to each side of Lowry. He looks right. Throw is complete. And I believe it is for a first down.
Yep, looks like they're going to give him the first down there. Just a quick out route on the right side there, and just off enough coverage for the RedHawks to give some room there to for the Broncos rather.
Kyvan Boone Nelson II, the recipient of the pass from Lowry. It'll be a 1st and 10 for Western Michigan at their own 45-yard line. 13 minutes to go here in the first half. 2 running backs each side of Lowry and 1 receiver to each side as well. It is a handoff. Lowry pulls it away, trying to go up the field, and he's got some room. He's at the 40, spins around, and will fall down at the Miami 33-yard line.
I think part of the issue is with Miami right now is when they're getting these stops, it's when they're staying gap sound, but they're letting themselves get blown off the ball just a little too much, and as a result, there's just these creases that are opening up for Lowry and Buckley, and big chunk play there for Western Michigan.
22 yards there for Brock Lowry. He's up to 43 rushing yards on the day. Certainly displaying his rushing skills here today against the RedHawks. Is an empty backfield for him. He'll fake the handoff on the jet sweep motion and will be taken down. Corbin Hundrew with the sack for Miami. An 11-yard loss for Western Michigan. And that is the play that Miami desperately needed defensively.
You're so right. A sack of 11 yards for Hundrew, and he's just one of their playmakers. Most in the MAC in interceptions, 2.5 tackles for loss, has multiple quarterback hurries. And finally, his first QB sack of the season. A really odd formation Western was employing there, too. Empty backfield, but 3 tight ends.
An 11-yard sack for Hundrew. He has 3 interceptions on the season as well. Leads the MAC. Snap to Lowry. He's looking right now, looking up the middle. A pass is caught by Williams, and he will be taken now around the Miami 38-yard line. So it'll be a 3rd and long for this Western Michigan offense and a chance for this Miami defense to get off the field.
Yeah, and we were just talking about this just a little bit ago. When this Western Michigan team is off script, they just have the hardest time getting back on script because Lowry is, while he's a solid passer, not a spectacular passer, really doesn't move the needle for you or anything, and isn't exactly the most explosive passer either.
Western Michigan 2 for 3 on 3rd downs today, but this is a 3rd and 15, definitely the longest of the day. 2 receivers to the left, 2 to the right for Lowry. Snap to him, he looks left, he will dump it off to Williams, and it is just out of his reach, an incomplete pass, and this Miami defense is going to get off the field.
Yeah, that's a big stop too, because what they did is they had set up kind of an underneath screen route. The wide receiver there, Talik Williams, just kind of ran an underneath route, just a crosser rather, and had 3 wide receivers on the left side upfield blocking for him. I think they were just hoping to get into field goal range, but this is just barely outside of the field goal range of their place kicker, Palmer Domschke.
It'll be the first time the punter Ryan Milmore is out. Snap to him is good, and he will boot it away, going left to right. Phillips Williams will retreat, and it will bounce into the end zone for a touchback.
That's a great job by Phillips Williams there. Faked like he was going to catch it, completely caught the Gunners off guard, and they weren't looking for the ball, and it bounced into the end zone.
So it brings us to another media timeout here at Yager Stadium. We'll keep it here, though. 10:47 to go here in the second quarter. Miami up 6-0. Sean, this will be the 3rd time that we have seen this Miami offense out on the field. First 2 drives have ended up in scores, but they're both field goals. So obviously you'll take it, but it's a little disappointing there at the end. We'd like to get into the end zone here. What do you think they need to do for that to happen?
Well, I talked about this just a bit ago. I mean, it feels like it's just play calling, and not necessarily. Obviously, the execution needs to be a little better in those big third downs. But that was the disappointing thing is the play calling from Pat Welch, the offensive coordinator, and Chuck Martin, the head coach. It felt so conservative on both of those, and it felt like they were just okay with 3, even though they had significant opportunities to go and grab 6.
DeQuan Finn has been outstanding today. He is 7 for 10 for 102 passing yards. He also has a couple of rushing attempts as well. It goes down as a net of -1, but some of the scrambles that we have seen from DeQuan Finn today, most of those
He's
have
earned his
ended up.
keep.
Yeah, he absolutely has, and most of those have ended up in passes down the field anyway. So while the rushing yards aren't necessarily there for Finn so far today, his legs have certainly been on display.
Yeah. Now, he's done a great job. He's really navigated the pocket well. This pass rush is as advertised. Like you mentioned, 28 sacks, tied for the most in the country with Oklahoma and Brett Venables' coach defense. So, I mean, you got to really give that that Western Michigan defense, coached by defense coordinator Chris O'Leary in his first season. They've done just an absolutely outstanding job, but DeQuan Finn has really navigated the pressure, and he's delivering some strikes down the field, too, really keeping his eyes down the field. That's been, honestly, the most impressive part is that he isn't just getting out of these really sticky situations, but he's actually able to make lemonade out of lemons there.
Yeah. You mentioned the defensive coordinator for Western Michigan, Chris O'Leary. It is his first season in Kalamazoo. He was previously the safeties coach for the LA Chargers, was there for 1 year coaching up Derwin James and company.
Yeah.
And before that, spent 6 seasons at Notre Dame. So some terrific defensive talents there. Think of Kyle Hamilton from the safety position as well. Certainly some really good Fighting Irish that Chris O'Leary has seen over the past few years.
Yeah.
So Miami will start at their own 20-yard line for drive number 3. They're up 6-0 over Western Michigan. 10:47 to go here in the second quarter.
It's been impressive. Western Michigan's defense is probably second in the conference, in pretty much all statistical categories. Next up there with Toledo, and Miami's been able to move the ball. Let's hope they can continue. 2
receivers to the left for DeQuan Finn, 1 to the right, and Jordan Brunson right to his side. Ryan Shane coming in, you would think, to block here. Couple claps from the quarterback, Finn. Seen that quite often today. Here is the snap. Finn drops back, looking to the left, looking to hit Reynolds, and is the catch made? It is. Did he get his feet in bounds? He did, for first down.
That was the perfect execution of a back shoulder fade we did not see at the 6-yard line on the previous drive. A really nice toe tap there from Keith Reynolds, and a wonderful pass there from DeQuan Finn on the left side there.
It's really just a question on if Reynolds was able to get his feet in or not, and he was able to. 7 first downs for Miami today. Here's the snap, but whistles beforehand. We'll see if it's a penalty or potentially a review here.
Looks like I think they're going to review. I didn't see any yellow laundry on the field.
Neither did I. Regardless, it will be the first time we have seen the referee Marcel Kerr, as he is having a conversation with the head coach of Western Michigan, Lance Taylor. And Western Michigan will call a timeout, and they will review the last play.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. That's a big play. You certainly want to wipe that off the board. And honestly, even when we're here on the kind of the near sideline, it was hard for us to tell because there were 2 Western Michigan defenders draped on Keith Reynolds. So I'm not sure if there's a great angle from the camera, any camera angle that will give you a cue as to whether he got both feet, a foot down. But if the call on the field was a catch, I think that's important to mention there, is because that is the call on the field, you need to have definitive evidence to overturn it, and I'm not sure if there is a camera angle to overturn it. So we'll see.
It's certainly important to note that the ruling was a catch for Miami. It would be their ball at their own 32-yard line should it stand. They usually don't show replay reviews here at Yager Stadium, so I'd love to tell you what we're seeing or what we think the call will be, but honestly not quite sure. And as Sean mentioned, it did happen in front of us, but there were a couple players in the way when Reynolds was receiving the ball, so didn't really have a great view on whether or not he was able to get a foot in or not.
Hard to see, really hard to tell.
Assuming it does stand, it will be his 2nd reception of the day. Reynolds up to 29 yards. Cole Weaver, the leading receiver for the RedHawks today, 3 receptions for 43 yards. There have been 5 different RedHawks to receive the football so far today.
It looks
we're looking at the TV stream of the replay.
It looks like he did get that foot down from what we can see on the TV replay there, but we'll see.
Looks like the video conference meeting has adjourned, and we are going to await the ruling.
Yeah,
And the ruling is upheld, so it will be another first down for Miami. A new addition to college football this year, Sean. Stands is no longer a thing. It was confirmed stands are overturned, but they got rid of stands. It's either upheld or reversed. So it will be a catch for Keith Reynolds, his second of the day.
And a really spectacular one at that.
Yeah, it sure was. 1st and 10 for Miami at their own 32-yard line. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right of DeQuan Finn. Looks like it's Cam Perry up top on his own, and whistles once again.
Can't really tell what the stoppage is here.
Looks like they're changing the time
Game clock, got it.
on the game clock. It was 10:17, and now it's up to 10:53, so a little bit of a difference there.
I think they let more clock run off because of they thought they would be able to run another play after that Keith Reynolds catch, but they called a timeout, I think, as soon as the play was over.
10:23, I should add. That would have been a pretty drastic
Yes, it
difference,
would have. That makes more
17 to
sense, though.
53. So we should be all ready to go. Same formation for Miami. Brunson to the right shoulder of DeQuan Finn. He receives the snap and will hand it off to Brunson. Finds a hole and will get a 7 or 8 yard gain. Be a 2nd and short for Miami.
Yeah, and I'm impressed, too, with the blocking because Western Michigan had a safety on the left side creeping up and waiting to fill, and instead they just ran it right past him, basically, able to get to the 2nd level, and a nice run there from Jordan Brunson, really able to lower his shoulder and get an extra yard or 2.
Brunson 3 rushes for 14 yards, 2nd and 4 for Miami, under 10 minutes to go here in the first half, ball at their own 38-yard line. Finn flapping for the football. Looks like he's making a change at the line of scrimmage, gets down to a knee, now gets back up. 5 seconds left on the play clock. Finn receives a snap, looking left, trying to scramble left. He's got room, and will try to get the first down. Will be a few yards short, though. Be a small gain, if that, about 2-yard gain for DeQuan Finn, it appears. It'll be a 3rd down for this Miami offense.
Yeah, I mean, once again, good pocket navigation. He had the pocket was collapsing pretty quickly. Didn't really have a lot of time to look down the field. Looks like he did not really giving him any yardage on that. I thought he maybe got something, but
it looks like a larger gain when you see how far back he goes and how far up he goes. But it'll be 3rd and 4 for Miami. Once again at their own 38-yard line. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Is Deion Colsey on his own. Josh Ringer will be to the right side of DeQuan Finn. Bryan Shane setting up in protection on the left. Finn looking right. Here's the throw to Weaver, and he's able to make the catch for the first down right around midfield.
Yeah, it looks like the cornerback, John Peters, thought that he actually had a batted down, so he kind of stared there at Cole Weaver for a second as Cole Weaver kept running with the ball in his hands. So
a little bit of
a little weird play there, but regardless, Cole Weaver able to get a couple extra yards as a result of that, able to get almost Western Michigan territory.
4 receptions for 52 yards for Cole Weaver, the redshirt sophomore out of Roswell, Georgia, Blessed Trinity High School. 2 receivers to each side of Finn. Once again, Jordan Brunson in the game. He is to the right of Finn. 1st and 10 at their own 47. Finn drops back, looking downfield, looking to the right. He'll get to Weaver again, tries to make a man miss. He cannot, though. It'll still be a good gain, though. Looks like a 6-yard gain and a 2nd and manageable for Miami.
Yeah, a linebacker blitz off the right side for Western Michigan got picked up really well and Finn able to step up in the pocket and a little bit of a high throw, but Weaver able to get some good yardage, get 5-yard gain out of that, and really able to keep the sticks moving.
Big frame for Cole Weaver, 6'3", 220.
Yeah, he's a big
kind of
guy.
hard to miss him.
No.
2nd and 5 for Miami. 2 receivers each side. Finn getting down on knee once again. Deion Colsey all the way to the left will expand out. Finn looking his way. Now focuses right. It is a deep shot, and it is incomplete. Just beyond the reach of Cam Perry.
Yeah, overshot him just a little bit. And I'm not entirely sure why he threw it over Cam Perry's, but Cam Perry did not really have a beat on that ball at all, and kind of looked like he lost it, and that's why it was so overthrown, because he held up for a second.
Yeah, it certainly looked like designed a deep shot in his direction.
Yeah.
A little bit of a quieter game for Perry today. 1 reception for 8 yards. 3rd and 5 for Miami at the Western Michigan 48-yard line. Finn the pistol formation. Now Ringer will go to his left. So now shotgun formation for Miami. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Is Cole Weaver on his own. is a handoff to Ringer.
He's got some
going to the right and will be stopped just short of the first down marker.
And he had a hole there, too, on the right side, but just a great trip up from behind on the tackle. I couldn't tell who that was. It looks like it was Tucker, actually, who's able to make the tackle, but looks like the punt unit will come on. Chuck Martin, usually pretty conservative in this kind of middle-of-the-field area. He's said it before in press conferences. He knows the math, but sometimes he just feels like he can trust his defense.
There's Nadeem Tucker and Safa Sapatia making the tackle for Western Michigan, two of the better defenders for this Broncos squad all year. Pierce Stainton in for the first time today. He will boot it away and will be fair caught inside the 10-yard line.
That's a nice punt. Yeah, fair caught. Looks like at the 6-yard line there. That's a very, very good punt there. Very least you can do is pin Western Michigan deep and hope to get it back kind of midfield again.
It is the 11th punt for Stainton this season inside the 20-yard line. He was the MAC Special Teams Player of the Week last week, and with punts like that, you could understand why. So we enter another media timeout here at Yager Stadium. 6:39 to go in the first half. RedHawks up 6-0. Stay with us here on Red Hawk Radio. .6:39 to go here in the second quarter. RedHawks up 6-0 over the Western Michigan Broncos. A pair of Dom Jobin field goals, the difference so far, as Western Michigan will start from their own 7-yard line.
Yeah, good field position, and hopefully if Miami can get a 3 and out here, you're looking at, once again, some midfield position, probably past the 35, 40-yard line for the RedHawks.
Pistol formation for Western Michigan. Running back will break free for a few tackles. Be short of the line to gain. But it's still a nice gain for Lolo Matelae. It'll be a 2nd and 5 for the Broncos.
Yeah, and they really like to rotate these two running backs in. I mean, so they really have 3 really good rushers there. And you have him, Buckley, and Lowry, all who can threats with the ball in their hands. That's why they're able to kind of run some of these triple option looks, because they have such capable running backs.
2nd and 5 for the Broncos. Live lineman up front. Definitely a jumbo set for WMU. Wide receiver in motion. Here's a snap to Lowry looking left and will be dropped. Looks like it would have been first down.
Close to it, and that's a nice play design. He motions from right to left to kind of, and gets off coverage and just runs a quick out route, and that's an easy first down, like you said, if he catches the ball. But fortunately for the RedHawks, able to get the Broncos to 3rd down here.
Avion Chenault with the drop. It'll be a 3rd and 5 for Western Michigan at their own 12-yard line. They're 2 for 4 on 3rd downs today. They're one of the better third down conversion teams in the MAC. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right for Brock Lowry. He receives a snap. He's looking left. He is going down the field, and it is caught for a first down and a massive gain in Miami territory. It was Avion Chenault with the catch.
Well, yeah, he certainly made up for it with that one. Just a slot fade for Chenault and a really nice catch. Really able to track the ball. Some hand fighting there with Luke Evans, but Luke Evans, unfortunately, on the losing end of that effort there.
Chenault able to redeem himself. It will be Western Michigan ball at the Miami 43-yard line. But definitely the biggest play we have seen from this Bronco offense today.
Yeah, long a 45-yard pass on that. That's a really nice ball there.
Tight set for the Broncos. Pistol formation. Lowry will fake the handoff. He is looking deep. He'll go down the field for Williams, and it is caught for a touchdown.
Yeah, Lowry hit as he was throwing, but a beautiful ball. Williams wide open on that one. No Red Hawk within a 3 or 5 yard a radius on that. It looks like just kind of some busted coverage or something. I really couldn't tell you what that was, but really bad defense on the back end there, and as a result, that's a touchdown for Western.
Back-to-back huge plays for this Western Michigan offense. A 45-yard pass to Avion Chenault, and then a 43-yard touchdown to Taalik Williams.
Yeah, that was
as this game tied 6-6.
4 plays, 93 yards, and you know, you're talking about time of possession, but Western Michigan did not need a lot of time to get that one.
Kick underway from Domchek, and it is through for the extra point. So for the first time today, Western Michigan will have the lead. They are up 7-6 with 5:17 to go here in the second quarter as we enter immediate timeout. We'll keep it here, though, on Red Hawk Radio. Sean, it's crazy how quickly things can change sometimes. There's a 3rd and 5 for Miami deep into their own territory and 2 bombs down the field, and this is now a completely different game.
Yeah, and it's kind of exposing, too, how the Red Hawks were really keying in on that run game, the run game, over and over. They're getting drilled, triple option. Okay, so you safeties start to creep up and start to really look to, come into the box there, but then Western Michigan able to just completely tee up on the fact that the safety's completely out of alignment, completely out of position there, and as a result, just no help on the back end both times, and yeah, just bad plays there from the secondary for Miami.
Yeah, that's what happens when you can run the ball right. Everyone gets caught up in the line of scrimmage. You're able to get beat deep, and it happened on back-to-back plays for this Miami defense. So 5:17 to go here in quarter number 2. RedHawks now down 7-6, and Brock Lowry has certainly helped out his stat line today as well, up to 5 for 7 on the day for 107 yards. And now that 1 touchdown to Taalik Williams.
It's funny, I was just about to comment about how little they've been able to do passing the ball. Prior to that, he was only 3 for 5 with 19 yards. So there you go. I mean, it really was a real struggle for them to pass the ball early on, or really they just didn't want to pass the ball, but able to really key in on the fact that Miami just really wanted to crash the box and left them completely exposed.
It is the first touchdown of the season for Taalik Williams in his first season in the brown and gold. Spent his previous 4 seasons of his college career at Georgia State, and also ties the longest reception that Williams has had on the year at 43 yards. So 7-6 is minimal deficit for Miami, obviously, and their offense has done pretty well today, especially getting the ball down the field through DeQuan Finn and his arm. Should we expect anything different here in this next drive?
No, I don't think so, because they actually have been able to move the ball down the field when they're able to drop back, or DeQuan Finn's been able to make something happen in the pocket, really able to extend these plays and kind of neutralize this defensive line. Finn yet to take a sack against a team that, has the most sacks in college football, tied for the most sacks in college football. So it really just doesn't make sense to continue to kind of bash your head against the wall like this Miami squad has. I mean, they've carried the ball 11 times, but only have less than 30 yards have less than 30 yards to show for. 23 to be exact. 11 times for 23 yards, and I don't know, that just doesn't seem efficient, especially when you've got a 10 for 14 or 128 yards like DeQuan Finn's been doing today. It feels like you should just kind of keep it in the air as much as you can.
I will say, I think their best rushing drive came on the last one, but Agreed. It was the drive that also ended in a punt.
Yeah, agreed.
Kickoff is underway, going left to right. Keith Reynolds will watch it go over his head. into the end zone for a touchback.
I don't think they wanted to kick it to Keith Reynolds. They know what he's very, very much capable of. Already at a 100-yard return touchdown against UNLV, so makes sense they want to keep it out of his hands.
Yes, Miami special teams unit that has excelled all season long, as the offense will return out for yet another drive. DeQuan Finn and company looking for their first touchdown of the day, down 7-6 with 5:17 to go in quarter number 2. A couple receivers to each side of DeQuan Finn. Jordan Brunson to his right, shotgun formation for the RedHawks. 4 up front for Western Michigan. And clapping a couple times, motions a man over. It is Reynolds. It is a handoff up the middle.
He's got some room.
Jordan Brunson, he's able to go down the field. He's in Western Michigan territory, cutting back up the middle, and will be brought down inside the 30-yard line.
And that was exactly the kind of big play that they desperately needed in the run game today to really open things up for the pass game, because we know what they've been able to do in the pass game, but like it's just been little chunk plays, 5-yard runs, 4-yard runs, finally able to rip off a 46-yarder rather.
Brunson up to 60 rushing yards on the day. He comes out, Josh Ringer comes in. Miami looking to pounce on this opportunity. 2 receivers each side of Finn. Cole Weaver the nearest to us. Finn in the shotgun formation. 4.5 minutes to go here in the first half. Deion Colsey will bounce outside at the 30-yard line around the numbers. Finn drops back. He's looking his direction, going down the field.
That's got to be
It'll
PI.
be incomplete. Looks like he is going to Keith Reynolds again. Looks like he made contact with the Western Michigan defensive back, but no laundry on the field.
I'm a lot surprised that they are not throwing any pass interference penalties on the field there. I'm guessing they're thinking that was an uncatchable ball, but regardless, there was some pretty significant contact made against Keith Reynolds there.
It was Joshua Franklin in coverage for Western Michigan. So 2nd and 10, 4:20 to go here in the first half. Similar formation again, couple receivers to each side of Finn. He looks to his left, gets it to Weaver. Will put his shoulder down and approach the first down marker. He's right at it. Don't know if he got it or not,
yeah,
and they
like
will indeed move the chains.
Yeah, that's a really, once again, just that RPO game, that quick pass game, completely neutralizing the pass rush for Western Michigan and letting DeQuan Finn make quick decisions, certainly getting him in a rhythm here.
Miami working quickly. It's a screen to Cam Perry, looking to get up the field, and will instead be brought down for a short gain.
Yeah, another RPO. Once again, it's just a quick bubble screen. Looks like they're kind of trying to figure out how many people they have in the box. And this is quarterback's best friend, is these run pass options here, because it really not only is it quick decisions, lets you get into rhythm, but also really protects you. It doesn't really help. Hard to get sacked on these RPOs here.
2nd and 6 for Miami. 3.5 minutes to go here in the first half. It is Weaver and Perry to the left. And it looks like it is Reynolds and Colsey to the right.
And they're really trying not to let Western Michigan have any more time than they possibly can, really letting this play clock run.
Inside 10 seconds on the play clock. Snap to Finn. He's looking left. He will try to get it to Keith Reynolds. And instead is almost intercepted.
Probably should have been intercepted. That was a little errant and also just a great play there by I couldn't tell who that was.
It looked like it was Jaden Lyles, and the ball just went right through his arms. If he played offense, that would probably be a catch.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's a reason he's playing corner, or safety rather, and he's not playing cornerback or wide receiver.
That's a Kirk Herbstreit favorite on NCAA Football 14. 3rd and 6 for Miami at the 15-yard line. 3:18 to go here in the second quarter. Ringer bring motions to the right side of DeQuan Finn.
Showing some pressure here from Western.
Cole Weaver in an island on the bottom, and a timeout called by Chuck Martin.
Yeah, they were really loading that box and playing some press coverage there. It looked like they were just going to look, from what it looked like, they were showing at least 6 guys coming in on that play there. I wonder if they just wanted to kind of get a sense of the formation before getting a 3rd and 6 play call in here. We've already seen now this is the big 3rd down that Miami has struggled with 2 times so far. I feel like they're going to have to do something different than what they've done in the previous 2 times. It can't be a simple run up the middle, kind of like what they thought they had the first time, and it certainly can't be a goal line fade the second time. I wonder what Pat Welch and Chuck Martin decide to craft up, because it certainly doesn't feel like it should be one of those. It should not be either of those options given the lack of success.
Miami is 2 for 5 on 3rd downs today. looking to get a critical third down conversion here with 3:18 to go in the quarter. Looks like it is Cam Perry on an island on the short side of the field. 3 receivers up top for Daquan Finn. Jordan Brunson right next to him. Ball at the 15-yard line. Now Brunson being motioned out. An empty backfield is a QB draw for Finn. Trying to go up the middle. Sheds a tackle, but can shed another one. And he won't quite make it for a first down.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to send the field goal unit on. Yeah, it looks like it. Although, yeah, only a couple yard gain. And I don't hate this decision. Unfortunately, it is tough. That's actually a much better play call, though, given how well Finn has been able to use his legs today. I don't mind that play call, and hopefully a field goal. With a field goal here, you can get the lead.
Marcel Tyler with the big-time stop for Western Michigan. It'll be a 31-yard field goal for Dom Jobin. Snap good, hold good. Kick is underway, and it is good. Dom Jobin 3 for 3 on 3-point field goals today. Miami will take back the lead. It is RedHawks 9, Broncos 7 here with 2:36 to go in quarter number 2. So once again, Sean, you'll take it, right? You got points on the board, you take back the lead, but finishing drives, it's been a bit of an issue for Miami today.
Yeah, and you can imagine right now how much different this game would be if they're able to finish all 3 drives. I mean, this is a Miami team that has struggled mightily in the red zone. I mean, we're one of the worst in the country in the red zone and converting points, and so it really is it's a shame that they once again are having these struggles in keeping a Western Michigan team that, aside from those couple chunk plays, really has not done a lot on offense consistently, and really keeping them in this game. And these are the kind of games Western Michigan likes to play. This is how they beat Toledo earlier in the season, a 14-13 victory, just a sloppy, ugly game, and one a low-scoring game because they know their defense can hang and their run game can juice enough clock to really ice the game.
Last drive for Miami, 7 plays, 63 yards. Took 2 minutes and 41 seconds off of the clock. The first play from Jordan Brunson, over 40-yard rush. The key difference there. Phil McLaughlin on his way to boot the ball off, going right to left. Here is the kickoff. It will be a little short of the goal line. It will be received by Davis. Approaching the 25-yard line, he will break free, and he's got a lot of turf in front of him. He breaks off tackle. He's in Miami territory at the 35, at the 30, and past the 25-yard line. A gang of RedHawks able to take him down, but damage done by the Broncos. He is stopped just short of the Miami 20.
It feels like, that was just a complete bust on special teams right there, and a unit that has been so tremendous all season, but not a good kick at all. Really short one, and then just able to get the ball get completely outside onto the perimeter, and that's exactly what you don't want as a special teams unit. And so Western Michigan has a chance to get the lead right back here with 2:21 left on the clock at the Miami 21-yard line. Really, you're just hoping to force 3 and out if you're the Miami defense.
It's the longest return of the season for Devin Miles. His previous long was just 30 yards. That one 72. First hand or snap to Lowry. He will try to dump it off, and it will be
really
a
nice
short
tackle.
gain, if any gain at all, for Williams.
Yeah, really nice tackle. Looks like that was Eli Blakey on the tackle, and Blakey, a really strong tackler, leads the RedHawks in tackles this season, and all preseason All-MAC guy. Real strength of the defense there.
That'll bring us to the 2-minute timeout. Broncos looking to take back the lead. They have the ball inside of the red zone at the Miami 20-yard line. RedHawks up 9-7 here on Red Hawk Radio. Stay with us. 2 minutes to go in the first half. RedHawks up 9-7 over the Western Michigan Broncos. 3 field goals from Dom Jobin and 1 touchdown for Western Michigan and Taalik Williams. Those have been the scoring plays we have seen already this afternoon. And Western Michigan is looking to add to that total. They have the ball at the Miami 20-yard line after a 72-yard kickoff return from Devin Miles.
Yeah, Miami really loading the box here. 8 in the box right now against a pretty heavy set.
2 receivers right for Brock Lowry. He fakes the pitch to Buckley. Now looking to his right. He's being pressured and will have to throw it away.
Really nice job there from the defense, staying disciplined. It obviously looked like the formation very heavy. They had 2 tight ends and a running back in, and not able to make anything happen Western Michigan, because Miami was able to really, key in and stay disciplined and make sure that the receivers didn't bust loose like has happened earlier in the game.
Joe was applying pressure to the quarterback Lowry. He has really started to heat up these past few games. An outstanding high school recruit, was previously at Michigan State and Kansas. 3rd and 9 for Western Michigan. 2 receivers on each side, or on total I should say. Hand off to Buckley, approaching the first down. And will be just short, I believe, of the first down marker, although it was very close.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like he's about a yard short. I mean, that's 2 yards. They're going to say 2 yards short. And looks like they're going to keep the offense on the field again.
Well,
yeah.
We did see Lance Taylor go for it in a similar situation on their first drive of the game.
Yeah.
A field goal would give them the lead if they make it. And they're well within field goal range. It'd be a 31-yard field goal. But instead, they will stay out there. So 4th down and 2 for Western Michigan. 2 running backs, 1 on each side of Brock Lowry, 1 receiver up top. A tight jumbo set for the Broncos, and a timeout called by Taylor, his 2nd of the half.
Yeah, you weren't kidding. That was there was 9 players at the line of, 6 players at the line of scrimmage, and 2 more in the backfield along with Lowry. I mean, they really were about to, looking at least, to just run the ball up the gut right there. But looks like Taylor just kind of, Lance Taylor, the head coach, just kind of wanted to see what he was lurking with there, what kind of formation Miami was going to present to them on this 4th and 1 situation.
I mean, it is what they pride themselves on. They're 5th in the MAC in rushing yards per game, and Brock Lowry is certainly one of those types of quarterbacks that's not afraid to lower his shoulder into opposing defenders. Chuck Martin, his press conference this week, called him a competitive winner.
Yeah.
As he was talking about how they were recruiting him out of Canfield High School in Ohio.
Yeah, he's showing that today. I mean, like you said, he's taken some shots. I mean, including that big play down the field, that score to Williams. He's taken some pretty massive hits, and as well as running the ball.
Similar formation for Western Michigan, a pistol formation with 1 receiver up top. 4th and 1 for the Broncos. Lowry going to the outside. He will keep it himself for the first down, and will get around the 10-yard line, maybe inside of it.
No, yeah, they're going to say forward progress as he got it. They pushed him back a couple yards on that, but was able to get about a gain of 2 or 3 on that inside the Miami 10-yard line.
Yeah, he certainly got the first down before that point. They will mark the ball at the Miami 9-yard line, so it'll be 1st and goal from the 9 for Western Michigan.
Yeah, that's the 5th speed option they've run today, it looks like. Just not really a lot of answers from Miami for that specific play.
3 receivers still left. Lowry will take himself as a QB draw inside the 5-yard line. Looks like he'll be stopped at the 4. 1:17, now 1:15 left to go in the half. Miami does have 2 timeouts left, so you have to wonder after this next play if they would use their timeouts. As we are approaching a minute left to go in quarter number 2. 3 receivers to the left for Lowry, 1 being motioned across. It is Williams. He will go to the short side of the field. He'll take it himself towards the pylon and will be knocked out of bounds at the 3, so a short gain, if that, for the quarterback Lowry.
Yeah, secondary and linebackers were both able to kind of get inside there and able to really prevent, kind of string him out. Eli Blakey with the tackle.
It looked like a whole swarm of RedHawks were approaching the quarterback.
Definitely.
Blakey was just the first to get there. It looked like Kuwach was right behind him.
Yeah.
So a 3rd down and goal, and about the 2.5-yard line for Western Michigan. 54 seconds to go. And another key thing, Sean, he was out of bounds, so the clock is stopped.
Yeah, no need to use the timeout here on 3rd and goal here at the 2.
A little more spread out. 2 receivers, 1 on each side of Lowry. And Taylor is approaching the official. Looked like he wanted a timeout, and he will get it.
Something we haven't pointed out yet, both teams have been playing a really clean game as far as penalties are concerned.
we have
no penalties.
That's incredible, right?
Isn't it? I know you don't, especially at college football, you tend to see sometimes it gets a little sloppier just by virtue of the talent level being a little lower at the college level. But yeah, no, 0 penalties between either team, and I think that's what both kind of represents how both of these teams like to play the football. You know, like real well-coached teams. Lance Taylor, a great coach, improved their record each of the first 2 seasons, and it looks like they'll probably improve it again this 3rd year here, regardless of the outcome of this game. So, you know, really kind of shows the ethos of both of these programs here.
So same situation for Western Michigan. 3rd and goal. They have no timeouts left. The ball is at the Miami 2.5-yard line. A tight formation, 2 receivers bunched up top. 1 running back on each side. The quarterback, Brock Lowry. He will go to his right, going towards the pylon. He will get in for a touchdown.
Yep, they're going to give it to him. That's a hard hit he took there too, but on just a little play action boot. They had a tight end running basically on the goal line as kind of the pass option there, but Lowry just saw that it was covered up and took it because there really wasn't enough bodies over on the right side there.
I actually stand corrected a little bit, Sean. It was not Lowry on the run there. It was the tight end, Michael Brescia, taking it himself from the Wildcat.
Gotcha.
And he is able to punch it into the end zone.
That makes sense.
You see Lowry run so much, you would think it's a tight end running over there.
And they're built pretty similarly, too, so I certainly can understand the mix-up there. That was a really tough run, though, from Brescia, for sure.
Timeout on the field. They're going to review the last play. Going to make sure that he did indeed get into the end zone. From our vantage point, Sean, it certainly appeared that he got in. I'm sure Miami fans will certainly take an opposing viewpoint on that.
Yeah.
Western Michigan up to 83 rushing yards on the game so far, and 108 passing yards from the quarterback Lowry. 49 seconds to go. Western Michigan, as for now, has taken back the lead. It is 13-9 Broncos in what has been a back and forth second quarter between these 2 unbeaten teams in MAC play.
Yeah, it's hard to really overrule from the replay what you can see here. Yeah.
And the ruling is upheld for a touchdown. So the score will remain 13-9 in favor of the Broncos as we await the extra point. I was a little surprised they reviewed it, to be quite honest.
I'm with you on that.
But I guess you'd rather be safe there and make sure the call is correct, and it looks like it indeed is. So the kicker Domchek on for the 2nd time today. His 2nd extra point attempt is good. He is 2 for 2, and Western Michigan is now up 14-9.
Well, you still have 50 seconds. You have a couple timeouts here. You certainly can make some things happen. That's plenty of time, especially with the way DeQuan Finn's been able to pass the ball. 12 of 18, 142 yards. Interestingly enough, his longest pass of the day is only 21 yards because it feels like he's been able to get the ball down the field a lot, but it's really just been past the marker for a lot of these big completions that he's been able to get. Wonder if he can get a little bit of a larger completion here, maybe a bigger chunk play, passing the ball rather.
They've certainly have had their attempts to try to get the ball to Cam Perry and Keith Reynolds further down the field, but so far just hasn't quite worked. The communication or connection just hasn't been quite the same today between the quarterback Finn and those 2 receivers. Western Michigan will be kicking from left to right. The wind is starting to pick up ever so slightly here at Yager Stadium, but today it hasn't been that much of an issue on this overcast fall afternoon.
This is quintessential fall weather right here. We were just talking about this on the drive over. It really is. This is football weather as good as it gets. 55 degrees, a slight breeze, overcast.
Kick is underway. It will be fielded by Billups Williams inside the 10-yard line. We'll cut back at the 25, trying to cut up the field, and will be taken down at the Miami 33-yard line.
Yeah, 43 seconds left. Like I said, 2 timeouts. Certainly a lot of opportunity. The whole playbook is pretty much available to you here, especially if you're able to hurry up a little bit, but even just a field goal on this drive would be a big, go a long way for Miami.
And with the way you're able to get the ball down the field to Perry and Reynolds, could be an explosive play at any moment. Miami would certainly love to have one here.
And
43 seconds to go in the second quarter. Ball's at the Miami 32-yard line. Two receivers each side for Finn. Josh Ringer to his right. Shotgun formation for the quarterback, Finn. Snap to him. Finn looking to his left. Trying to escape the pocket. Goes to the left, directing traffic, and will throw it away for an incomplete pass.
Something to keep in mind, too, as we're getting close to the half winding down, is Western Michigan does get the ball as they deferred on won the coin toss and deferred, so they do get the ball starting the second half. So even just a quick score here, 3 points would go a long way in kind of negating some of this momentum that the offense has been able to get for the Broncos.
Three receivers up top for DeQuan Finn, one on the bottom to Finn's left. It is Deion Colsey on an island, and Josh Ringer to his right. Finn dropping back, scrambles to his left, throw down the field, and in and out of the hands of Cam Perry. And he got lit up too after the ball went through his hands.
Yeah, that's a tough catch, and not a great throw, kind of behind Perry. But Perry was open. That's the unfortunate part, is he had a 20-yard completion or a 15-yard completion right there, but fortunately just not able to haul it in.
Definitely would have been a nice Kickstarter to this Miami drive, but as you mentioned, Sean, the throw was a little bit behind the intended target, Perry. It just went out of his hands. So a 3rd and 10 for the RedHawks. 30 seconds to go in the first half. The ball is at their 32-yard line. Three receivers to the right, one to the left. Same formation as before for Miami, and everybody was going besides the center.
This will be our first penalty of the day. And that's kind of a tough spot to get some laundry, too. Really sets you back.
Penalty number 1 for Miami. Penalty number 1 in the ball game. It is a false start. It's called on Drew Terrell, but everybody was moving, as definitely on the center, Chris Manu. So it'll be a 3rd and 15 for Miami, this time at their own 27-yard line. Again, same formation, one receiver left, 3 to the right. Finn will receive the snap. He will just draw and take it himself up the field, try and get to the outside, and will fall down at the original original marker, I should say.
Looks like
so
they're
it'll
just
be a
gonna let
4th
this clock
and 9.
run.
Yeah, and with Western Michigan not having any more timeouts, that will be the end of the first half. So it's certainly a tale of 2 quarters, it felt like. Sean, Miami really dominated this game early, but just had a few struggles of finishing drives, as there's some arguing up the middle of the field. Looks like that is quickly broken up by the officiating crew. Definitely don't want any penalties to start off the second half. But as I was mentioning, Sean, the first quarter really dominated by Miami in the beginning of the second quarter as well, but Miami had to settle for a few field goals. They had Western Michigan deep in their own territory on a 3rd down, and they hit 2 long passes, and they're able to take the first lead of the game today. And it's been at Western Michigan since then. It's really a whole new ball game since that point.
No, you're absolutely right. It has been, and I think that's been the most disappointing part of this game, is it felt like there was multiple opportunities to kind of hit the jugular and really put Western Michigan down early, and instead Miami's just kind of let it slip away. I mean, those multiple big passes, 2 big passes to, like you said, deep in their own territory, but also, you look at those 3rd downs where they just weren't able to get anything going, and the 3 third downs inside the Western Michigan 25 and 9 points to show for it is less than ideal, especially against a really well-coached, good team like Western Michigan.
Miami outgaining the Broncos 220 to 191 for DeQuan Finn. He will end the first half 12 for 20 with 142 passing yards and 8 rushing yards. Jordan Brunson, the leading rusher, 4 attempts for 60 yards. And Cole Weaver, the leading receiver, 6 receptions for 67 yards. For the Broncos, Brock Lowry, the leading passer, he is 6 for 9 for 108 yards and a touchdown. He's the leading rusher as well. 8 carries for 42 yards. And Taalik Williams, the leading receiver for Western Michigan, 3 receptions for 50 yards. So we'll head into the half. Miami down 14-9. We'll Pass it on to Jake Zirolli and Luke Poley on the other side of the break. Stay with us here on Red Hawk Radio. Miami down 5.
Welcome to the halftime show here at Oxford, Ohio, in Yager Stadium. The Miami RedHawks and the Western Michigan Broncos game has reached halftime with the Broncos leading 14-9. Jake Zirolli back with you, joined by Luke Poley. Luke, what did you see from the RedHawks in this first half of football?
I think the effort is good, right? And they're a few plays away from really being in control of this game. The finishing was a massive, massive issue for the offense. 3 really good, really promising drives that go deep into Western Michigan territory that stall out for field goals. And both defensively and on special teams, you're a couple of mistakes away from really blanking Western Michigan. You had the big 4th down stop early on in your own territory, but you think about that 3rd down play with the Broncos pinned deep in their own end. You give up a big passing play and then get scored on a couple plays later. And then, of course, the score that was put in right before halftime set up by the long kick return. Just a couple of missed assignments for Miami's defense. Some big-time breakdowns in the secondary a few times. Like I said, I think the effort is good. I think the skeleton of the game plan is there, but Miami's just missed a few key execution points, and in a game like this, Western's made them pay big time.
I mean, that's been the discipline that we've talked about on numerous occasions with this team. You know, normally we've been talking about it in the form of penalties, but they really haven't been that bad on penalties. Only one penalty, that false start there at the end of the half. It's just, like you said, it's those execution lapses, those little things. You know, that long kick return there. If that kick return is half as long, they probably don't get all the way down there. You know, maybe they settle for a field goal and go into halftime with a 1-point lead, but instead you allow that big kick return, you know, one miscue, one missed block, and this is what we see. You know, down at the end of the half there, just couldn't button it up on the defensive side of the ball. And on offense, they're staying right in it. They're outgaining them passing yards 142 to 108. Daquan Finn winning that battle with Brock Lowry. But on the ground, they're getting outgained 83 yards to 78. So it's a very marginal difference. So you wonder what's separating these teams, and it's just the execution. Western Michigan has taken their chances in the red zones. They're 2 for 2 in the red zone. They got stopped on that 4th down, but when they've been down there, they've converted. Miami 3 drives, 3 field goals in the red zone, and they have to get that conversion up. They have to be able to take their chances when they're down there in the red zone ready to punch in some points. On the offensive side of the ball, as we mentioned, Daquan Finn, 142 passing yards, 12 of 20 throwing the ball. He looks comfortable in the pocket. You know, Western Michigan is certainly getting to him. That defensive front 7 is tough. You know, I talked about Nadame Tucker in pregame and just how much of an impact he'd have, and he's been flushing him out of the pocket time and time again. You know, that one where he was just behind to Cam Perry on that quick drive at the end of the half. They couldn't quite get anything. Nadame Tucker is there flushing him out, and he's there getting to him. This offensive line is doing all it can. But how do you think Daquan Finn has responded to this front 7 of Western Michigan?
I think he's looked pretty good. I think early on he looked really, really comfortable, like you mentioned. He's shown an ability to get the ball down the field with some pretty good accuracy. Like you said, a couple of misses on some sort of mid-range to deeper throws that he had in the first half. But all in all, he's looked pretty sharp in that 10 to 15-yard range, and that set up some of the stronger drives that we saw for Miami in that first half, where they were really just marching the ball down the field. Anytime you can go up against this just vicious front for Western Michigan that, of course, Nadame Tucker helps to lead and not let your quarterback get sacked. I think that's a win. You could, like you said, protect Taquan Finn, I think, a little bit better. But he's shown some escapability, and that's a major part of his game. So a guy that even facing a little bit of pressure is certainly capable of dealing with it. I think Finn's been pretty accurate. He had one near interception that he threw in the red zone that was just prior to Miami's final field goal attempt of the half. But overall, I think Taquan Finn has looked pretty sharp, trying to stack a couple of good games in a row after he looked really, really strong against Eastern Michigan last week.
It's difficult when you're against a defense like this that is just so stingy. As I jumped into in pregame, talking about their stats, they've allowed the second least amount of points per game, the second least amount of yards per game. They're really, really tough on the passing and the rushing. It's really hard to move the ball against this team. You know, even Toledo, whose offense is as high-flying as their nickname would suggest, they certainly didn't look like rockets against Western Michigan because they were held to just 13 points. And this Miami team that was drubbing Eastern Michigan last week, putting up 44, granted against a much weaker defense, is now struggling to get into the end zone and, you know, has had to settle for three straight times. So it'll be interesting to see how the offense regroups and how they can change their mindset. I'm sure Pat Welsh has got some things to say to them in the locker room. Moving on to the defensive side of the ball, we've jumped in plenty to Western Michigan's defense, but let's talk about Miami's a little bit. Corbin Hondrew has got a sack, as is Bajobe. Other tackles, Eli Blakey, the leading tackler with 8, 6 solo. And, I mean, his veteran leadership in that secondary has been something that the defense has leaned on for the entire year. You know, Bill Brecken knows who his guys are, and he's one of those guys. And how do you think he's been able to govern that secondary, especially against a tougher quarterback to contain like Brock Lowry?
Yeah, I think that when we have seen some issues for Miami's secondary, it's come on some play extension where they've gotten a little bit of pressure, but Lowry gets out of the pocket, extends a play, and that leads to some busted coverage downfield. I think that just in terms of pure coverage on routes, they've looked decent. You know, the two major breakdowns came within the span of just a couple of plays on the third down conversion that got Western into Miami territory and then the eventual touchdown. But Blakey, like you said, a big part of the secondary for Miami, a guy that's played a lot of football, that has largely stayed healthy this year, which is certainly a good sign for this RedHawks team. And hoping that they can just contain in the secondary a little bit better on some of those scramble drill plays in the second half, because they gave up a couple of big-time chunk passing plays that set up both of the Western Michigan touchdowns.
That's the issue. It's been those big plays. Talik Williams with that 43-yard touchdown catch from Brock Lowry. And this is not an offense that is certainly inclined to throw the deep ball. You know, they're more than accustomed and more than happy to win a game in the trenches. And yet here they've corked off two big plays, that one to Williams and then another one to Avion Chenault for 45 yards. So those two plays alone account for 88 yards of Brock Lowry's 108 passing yards. So it's just like we said, it's those just little instances of busted coverage that aren't really big trends. They just sort of happen. And those are the things that I'm sure Chuck Martin is drilling into this defense for, just to limit those big plays and to keep him contained. Because especially a guy like Brock Lowry, who is so athletic, he can hurt you in the air and on the ground. It's difficult to sort of make him beat you one way because he can do it both ways.
Yeah, he can. And, yeah, I mean, you just look at the statistics, and Miami's outpassing Western Michigan. They throw the ball twice as much as the Broncos have. I mean, Brock Lowry's over 100 yards through the air in the half. He's only thrown the ball 9 times. So got to do a better job limiting those chunk passing plays. I think if you're Miami, you would like to shore up what you're doing in the trenches right now and force Lowry to throw the ball a little bit more by design. And hopefully you can contain that way, as also that option look that Western Michigan has gone with a couple of times has really given the RedHawks fits. And yeah, this is a multifaceted football team. That's why they're unbeaten in the league.
They are. They're tough to pin down, because you think you get them in one way. They've been doing pretty solid at stopping the run. Brock Lowry has done very well running the ball, but their running backs really have been pretty quiet. You know, even Jalen Buckley only has 34 rushing yards, and that was a big thing for this Miami front seven to stop the run, because that is one way, and really the main way, that Western Michigan will beat you, as they're 5th in the MAC in rushing yards per game with 157.1, but 10th in the MAC in passing at 161.1. So it's difficult, because you look at those statistics and you think if we stop the run, we've got them. They're stopping the run, and yet it's those two big plays, and just it's limiting Brock Lowry's creative output and just being able to contain him in the pocket, because when he gets out of the pocket, he can run himself or he can make those big plays that he's been making to extend drives for the Broncos.
Yeah, certainly. Brock Lowry's a talented guy. Chuck Martin talked about it earlier on in the week, coming out of a good Canfield program here in Ohio and tried to recruit him out of high school. Ultimately, the Big Ten program swooped in. He wound up at Indiana, but you can see the arm talent, the vision, the ability with his legs to keep plays alive, real field general type of quarterback for Lowry. And Miami's just got to do a better job, I think, of making things a little bit tougher on him. He was sacked, a big sack at that for the RedHawks that likely held the Broncos off the scoreboard with the sack by Corbin Hondrew. And for Miami, just hoping to get a little more of that pressure and trying to get the pressure home way more than you have, because we've seen Lowry too many times face a little bit of pressure and just flush out of the pocket and get a throw downfield.
It's difficult to contain an offense like this, even though the numbers don't jump off the page at you. You think this is just going to be a team that scores 20 points a game and tries to beat you with its defense, which is exactly what's happening, and yet the defense is getting picked apart at all the wrong times. They're doing really well stopping the run and limiting the plays on first and second down. They're getting them to third down, and then it's those little lapses that we keep on getting back to. They all roads lead to Rome. They keep leading back to the same place, and it's just limiting those big chunk plays and just those lapses, and even just simple things like concentration. It's tough to play a perfect half of defensive football, and even a coach as traditional and as hard-nosed as Chuck Martin is never asking for perfect football. But it's difficult to string together a really, really good half of football against a good team like this. And they've been holding up for the most part. It's just those 2 or 3 plays that tend to get them. So going into the second half, I think Miami just needs to look to really establish the run again, because the passing game is doing really well. They're getting them down the field. It's just when they get into the red zone, they need to be able to establish the run there, get it on the ground, and punch it in there, because that's what they've done so well in the past. They've gotten it downfield with the Quanfin's creativity, and then they lean on their offensive line. They lean on their trench game, and they put points on the board that way. So I think for me, that's a takeaway for the second half. What do you think Miami needs to do to capitalize on some opportunities here in the second half?
Got to start punching the ball in the end zone. It's been difficult the last couple of years on this team for whatever reason, whether it be schematic, whether it be personnel-wise. When the field starts to shorten up and you get down in the red zone, it's gotten a lot tougher for this Miami team to string together positive plays and score. And of course, we know that this team takes a rather conservative approach to things when it comes to things like going for it on fourth down in the red zone, hence the 3 field goals in the first half. But you can't just keep kicking field goals and expect to win a game like this, especially with the way that Western Michigan's offense, they scored 14 points. They've got the lead. It feels like they've got a whole heck of a lot left on the table on their side as well, if they could start picking up even more chunk plays than they had in the first half. So I think just some of those crucial plays, those third downs in the red zone, those got to start converting for you if you're Miami, and you need to punch at least a couple, I would say, in the end zone to give yourself a shot in the second half.
All right, with about 5 minutes left in our halftime coverage here, we're going to whip around the top 25 and the rest of the MAC. We will get you started down south in South Carolina. The 4th-ranked Alabama Crimson Tide at the Gamecocks, currently up 14-6 as the second quarter wanes. At halftime in Nashville, Tennessee, Vanderbilt, Missouri, a riveting contest. It's 3-3, so if you're a football purist, you like that one. Might want to tune into that one after this one finishes, because it is going to be an exciting finish. Out in Ames, Iowa, the 11th-ranked Cougars of BYU, currently trailing 24-17 to the Cyclones as the second quarter continues to roll on there. Out in Washington, it's halftime, and the Huskies are up 21-17 on the 23rd-ranked Illinois Fighting Illini. So that'd be a big win for Washington, who are looking to keep themselves in the race for a Big Ten playoff high seed. Excuse me, a playoff shout. Moving on to Texas Tech, the 14th-ranked Red Raiders up 21-0 over Oklahoma State, who have not gotten off to a good start of the year, of course, the firing of Mike Gundy. It's been a tough year for the Cowboys, and the Red Raiders are happy to capitalize on that. The 21st-ranked Cincinnati Bearcats up 17-0 on the Baylor Bears out in Cincy. Texas down in Starkville against the Mississippi State Bulldogs is up 14-7 over the Bulldogs' 22nd-ranked Longhorns. Their game is just getting the second half underway. Games that have gone final, Indiana finishing their romp over UCLA, winning 56-6, going 8-0 on the season, continuing to challenge Ohio State for that top seed overall. Georgia Tech getting a win over Syracuse, 41-17. The 7th-ranked Yellow Jackets get to 8-0 as well. Ole Miss pulls out the win at Memorial Stadium in Norman, Oklahoma, winning 34-26. Lane Kiffin is buzzing about that one, folks. Oklahoma drops to 6-2, so they will fall down the rankings for sure. The 16th-ranked Virginia Cavaliers, I said they were tied 10-10 with North Carolina at the end of regulation. They won 17-16 over the Tar Heels. A big win there for Virginia to move to 7-1 for the 16th-ranked Cavaliers over Bill Belichick's hapless Tar Heels. Moved down to 2-5, 0-3 in conference play. And Memphis with an upset at home against the 18th-ranked South Florida Bulls with a 34-31 victory. Games later tonight at 7 o'clock, Wisconsin at Oregon, the 6th-ranked Ducks playing host to the Badgers. The University of Miami Hurricanes will play host to the Stanford Cardinal. The 9th-ranked Hurricanes look to stay in the playoff conversation. Texas A&M LSU, 3rd-ranked Aggies at the 20th-ranked Tigers, down at Tiger Stadium in Baton Rouge. In Louisville, the 19th-ranked Cardinals will play the Boston College Eagles. Boston College just 1-6 on the year. Not had a good season over there in Chestnut Hill. Michigan State later tonight, 7:30. 25th-ranked Wolverines look to get a win over a big rival. And the nightcap at 8 o'clock, which is a fairly early nightcap, I know. In Tempe, Arizona State, 24th-ranked Sun Devils will take on the Houston Cougars, who even though they are unranked, they are no pushover. Moving over to the MAC, which may interest some of our listeners a little more. And one big thing, the Akron Zips had beaten the Buffalo Bulls 24-16. A huge win for both teams here, meaning whoever wins this game will go top of the MAC no matter what. Buffalo previously undefeated, as I mentioned earlier, 3-0 in the MAC. 4-4 overall, but in the MAC they were undefeated, as well as Miami and Western Michigan here. So that confirms the winner of this game will be at the top of the MAC for at least a week. So the plot thickens here in Oxford with that 24-16 Zips victory. Going on, another game that has gone final, Ohio beating Eastern Michigan 28-21, so they also move to 3-1 in the MAC. They'll be tied with Buffalo and whoever loses this contest here. Kent State beating Bowling Green 24-21. Kent State moves to 2-2. 3-5 overall, but in the MAC they've been performing just fine. Games going on right now. Of course, Western Michigan up 14-9 here. At halftime in Wazoo, Washington State up 21-7 over the Toledo Rockets. While that may not have implications for the rest of the MAC teams here, that's a good game for Toledo to go out and win, and we'll see if they can pull it back. Two more going on right now in the MAC. Northern Illinois and Ball State tied 7-7 out in DeKalb. Ball State actually a quiet 2-1 in the MAC, even though they were thrashed last week by Western Michigan. If they could pull that game out, they're right there in the MAC standings. Northern Illinois, not quite the same. They're 0-3 in the MAC, so a win there would maybe get them back on the right track, but it'll be tough for them to surmount that obstacle. Last MAC game going right now. Central Michigan, the Chippewas up 24-10 on the UMass Minutemen, who have not won a game yet this season. 0-7, 0-3 in the MAC. So it looks like another failed season for the Minutemen. But that is all for the current MAC games going on right now. As Luke and I let you go to give you back to Bryan Miller, one last prediction for the second half. I'm thinking Miami is going to pull this one back. It's going to be tough. They're going to have to reestablish run. They're going to win this game 24-21. Luke, what are you thinking?
Got to get a stop. We'll start there.
Thank you for listening to this presentation of Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. We'll kick it to Bryan Miller.
Ready for the second half between the Broncos and the RedHawks. And the kick is underway from Yager Stadium. Kick going from left to right is being returned out of the end zone. It'll be stopped well short of the 15-yard line. What a hit. It was Devin Miles looking to get another big return for Western Michigan, and there were a whole swarm of RedHawks ready to meet him. Brock Uline, the biggest offender there, a massive hit, and Western Michigan will start the first drive of the second half at their own 13-yard line.
Yeah, really big hit, and this is hopefully signals a really big start for the RedHawks. They desperately need it.
Goes without saying, this is a pretty massive drive in this game with Western Michigan up 14-9. First play is a handoff towards the boundary, and a nice stop made by the Miami defense. It was Corbin Ahondro on the tackle.
Yeah, they flew to the ball on that play, and a really nice job. There were about 3 or 4 RedHawks all within about 2 yards of Lowry there, and really able to make sure he did nothing.
Ahondro has the only sack in today's game as well. The 2nd and 10 for Western Michigan. The ball is at their 13-yard line. They're up 14-9 here in this battle between two unbeatens in the MAC. There's a handoff to Buckley. No, Lowry keeper himself, and he is wrapped up for a loss.
Nothing. Yeah, that was a really good job by the defense. Really good penetration there, just nowhere to go.
And again, a whole swarm of RedHawks waiting to meet the quarterback. It is a 3rd down and 12 for Western Michigan. The ball at their own 11-yard line. A 3-and-out here for this RedHawk D would be absolutely huge.
Massive. Yeah, absolutely.
Western Michigan 4 for 7 on 3rd downs in the first half. A shotgun formation, 2 receivers out wide for Lowry. It is a handoff to Buckley. It'll be a short game, but not nearly enough to get the first.
Yeah, that's a 3-and-out that this defense desperately needed. We saw that momentum. We all saw the momentum of the offense for this Western Michigan, and they were able to just completely stop it in its tracks. The RedHawk defense, a really great job. Really good job for the step up. Everybody was just flying to the ball on that possession there.
So 4th and 8 for Western Michigan, a 3-and-out for Miami. Absolutely huge. They are going to get it back to their offense. There's the punter, Ryan Milmore, will set up right at the goal line. He will boot it away. Lionel Billups-Williams drifting back. He will field it at the 30-yard line. Try and make some men miss. He cannot, and he will be wrapped up for a loss. That was a really nice tackle there made by Western Michigan.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that he didn't just fair catch that, given there were about 3 Broncos right in his vicinity. Still, solid field position, you'll take it.
It looked like it was Jaden Lyles making the tackle for the Broncos. So Miami will start their first drive of the second half at their own 28-yard line. Sean, is a first half with a few good drives for the RedHawks, but they just couldn't finish.
No, exactly. I mean, we've talked about it ad nauseum. It's really just been a real difficult stretch. Once they get inside the Western Michigan 25, the Broncos have really toughened up and really stopped the RedHawks from getting any sort of momentum inside the red zone there.
First snap goes to Jordan Brunson up the middle. He is met by a couple Broncos, but the pile keeps moving.
Yeah, he keeps those legs churning. That was a really good job.
That extra yard or 2 will probably make it it's a 6-yard gain for Miami. A 2nd and 4 coming up.
Yeah, that is exactly the kind of toughness that Jordan Brunson kind of exhibits. He's just willing to put his shoulder down and just completely keep those legs churning. And nice push from the offensive line, too, able to get those 2 or 3 extra yards that they didn't have initially.
Brunson up to 66 rushing yards in the game so far. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left for Daquan Finn. RedHawks going left to right here in the 3rd quarter. Down 14-9, 12-12 to go in quarter number 3. Snap to Finn. He's looking up the middle of the field, now going right, looking for Weaver down the sideline, and the catch goes through his hands.
Man.
And will fall to the ground for an incomplete pass.
Almost made a terrific one-handed grab right there, but unfortunately just not able to come down with it.
There's a quick timeout for an injury, it appears, although that player is quickly off of the field. It was Jarvarius Sims in coverage against the tall and thick Cole Weaver. So it'll be a 3rd down and 4 for Miami. They struggled in the first half on 3rd down, Sean, just 2 for 7.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is another kind of similar situation, 3rd and 4 right here. You need to have it.
2 out left, 1 right. Josh Ringer
showing
in the
blitz.
game. And yeah, Western Michigan does look like they might be bringing some pressure for up front, but 2 linebackers quickly approaching the line of scrimmage. Finn responding, barking orders at his teammates down on a knee, now gets back up. 1 receiver motioning in, snap to Finn, looking down the field. They do bring pressure. There's a throw, and it is nearly intercepted Instead will be an incomplete pass, though. Finn was looking to get the ball to his tight end, Bryan Shane, but they were just not on the same page.
No, it was not a good throw at all. I mean, but really, that throw shouldn't have been made. Period. That was a really nice job by Tucker there to break that up. I'm confused as to why he felt the need to force that, given there wasn't really a window at all for him to get that ball.
Yeah, surprising PBU for Nadine Tucker. He backed off. He was not one of the Broncos pressuring, believe it or not. So punt away from Stainton. And it looks like it will be fielded at the 20-yard line, inside the 20.
Yeah.
So once again, effective punt from Pierce Stainton.
Well, wind picked that up a little bit. Nice couple extra yards there.
That brings us to our first media timeout of the second half. 11:49 left in the third quarter. RedHawks down 14-9. Stay with us. It's Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. $11:49 to go here in the third quarter from Yager Stadium. Brian Miller joined by Sean Wiesemann. Thank you so much for joining us here in the battle of the now two last unbeaten teams in the Mid-American Conference, with Buffalo going down to the Akron Zips earlier today. The winner of this game will be in great position to make it to Detroit for the MAC championship game. Snap to Brock Lowry. He is looking to the left. It will be caught by Williams, and the tackle made by Corbin Hondrew. So many yards after the catch for the receiver Williams. It'll be a 4 or 5 yard gain on first down.
It's not a bad play design. It's just like a play action kind of halfback wheel leak kind of situation. But there was a Red Hawk in the area there and able to get the tackle, not really allow many more yards.
Second drive of the second half for Western Michigan. Their first ended in a 3 and out. And Miami looking to have a similar result defensively. Another speed option for Lowry. He pitches it out to his back, and he will be tackled just short of the line to gain. It looks like it was Matale.
And I feel like that's something they need to do, is because what they did on that is when Lowry is able to just take off on those speed options, they're able to get significantly more yardage. So I think what they've started to do is they've just decided, okay, it doesn't matter how much green grass the running back does. We think we can get to him better than we can get to Lowry.
See what they do here is a 3rd and 1 from their own 27-yard line. Miami bringing a lot of men on their lines up towards the line of scrimmage. Lowry will take it himself, and it wasn't much, but it is enough to get the first down and keep the chains moving.
Yeah, gain of 2, just kind of run up the gut. Who's bigger than who? And it looks like it was Western Michigan able to just barely get the first down there.
Lowry up to 42 rushing yards in the game today. That leads the Broncos. Has 113 passing yards as well as 7 for 10 so far in the game. 1st and 10 for WMU. About 10 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Western Michigan has the ball at their own 29-yard line. Snap to Lowry. He is a handoff to Matele, and he will get about 2 yards towards the right side of the field.
Yeah, this full house formation where you have 2 running backs, 1 on each side, and then 1 in the backfield behind is something that this Western Michigan team has really employed a lot of, especially here in the second half here. It's an interesting wrinkle here, but it really gives them a lot of options as far as that kind of triple option that we were discussing, kind of in the Rich Rodriguez mold.
Tight formation here for WMU. 2 running backs in the game. Lowry will fake the handoff, rolling to his right, throw down the field. It is caught for a first down. It looks like it was Balin Brooks with the reception, and another first down for the Broncos.
Yeah, I mean, just a kind of a quick play-action boot comeback route kind of deal there. Nothing too fancy, and a really nice throw on the run from Lowry, who got hit once again as he was throwing. He takes some shots for sure, but he's tough. Like Chuck Martin has said, he's a competitor, and he just hangs in there and makes a nice throw to get the first down. And now this is where the RedHawks really need to strengthen up here as the Western Michigan approaches midfield.
A 12-yard gain for Brooks. 1st and 10 at their own 43. Lowry pump fake now goes up the middle of the seam, and it is incomplete. Man. He had a man open. It looked like it was Avion Chenault, but the throw just missed the target.
Yeah, he had Chenault down the seam on the right side there, but Lowry once again takes a shot kind of into the chest there from the defensive line. Corbin Hondrew with the hurry.
Hondrew is really starting to heat up here in the second half. As I mentioned earlier, has the 1 sack in today's game. Western Michigan with no sacks today, pretty surprisingly. 2 receivers for either side for Lowry. 2nd and 10 at their own 43 is a QB draw up the middle. He will lower his shoulder into Miami territory, and he is right at the line to gain. It is enough for a first down.
Yeah, actually, it looks like the referee, one of the line judges, got in the way there, or the center judge, actually. It looks like Darren Haas got in the way there, because it looks like there are 2 Miami tacklers who could have made the play about 2 yards before. Oh, they're not going to give it to him.
Yeah, they started to move the chains, and then they took it back. So it'll be a short third down for Western Michigan. They're in Miami territory at the RedHawk 48-yard line. 1 receiver to his left, 2 far side to Lowry's right, and the running back right next to him. He will take it himself up the middle, and it will be close, but I don't think he got there.
No, he did not. They're saying that's 4th down. So I imagine this is another scenario, though, where you are going to go for it on 4th down. Western Michigan 1 for 2 on the day. One of those 2, obviously, a big stop in the red zone for Miami. Can they get the ball back here at midfield, or are they going to let Western Michigan continue to matriculate down the field?
This certainly feels like a critical play in how this game is going to go. Yeah. We're about halfway through the third quarter, just hit the 7:30 mark. Western Michigan is up 14-9. Offense continuing to stand around. The play clock is at 5, and it looks like they're just going to call a timeout here. Lance Taylor will make that motion towards the official, and there is the first timeout for the Broncos in half number 2. 7:19 to go.
I wonder if there is some deliberation as to whether he wants to go for it. It just feels like a no-brainer, especially at midfield, but I wonder if they feel like the defense can hold up field position kind of. That would be certainly, I feel like, the Chuck Martin way to do things.
Western Michigan has 102 rushing yards today. And as you mentioned earlier, Sean, they are 1 for 2 on 4th downs today. We are entering a media timeout. We'll stay here from Yager Stadium. So 4th and 1, if you were in the minds of Lance Taylor and their offensive coordinator, Walt Bell, what would you imagine they'd be drawing up here?
I think I don't see any world where this is under center, although I could obviously be wrong.
They haven't done it often.
They really don't, and it's like I said, it's been very spread, always shotgun, pistol, some variation of that, and I feel like with the way they've been able to run the ball out of the shotgun and out of the pistol, it just feels like there's going to be, I imagine, though, that it'll be somehow Lowry ends up with the football in his hands, whether it's a read option, triple option, even just a designed QB draw, anything. I imagine he's the guy they want with the ball in his hands. He's been able to make these big plays for the Broncos.
It's usually the way it has gone for Brock Lowry in this Western Michigan offense ever since he became the full-time starter just a few weeks ago. The first 3 weeks, it was a 2 QB system between Lowry and Brady Jones, and the team went 0-3 in that stretch. Albeit they were good teams that they played. They opened up the year at Michigan State, and then they played a North Texas team, one of the best in the AAC.
Yeah, that's a good team.
And then they got shut out at Illinois as well. So the first game that Brock Lowry became the full-time starter was at home against Toledo. That was a game where they upset the Rockets and really have shot their way up towards the top of the MAC standings. So they're able to win today. They're in really good shape. They'd be the only undefeated team left.
Yeah, I think coming into the season, I think Toledo was the preseason favorite to win the conference, and along with Miami. And so the fact that they were able to come into Toledo and make that happen was a huge, huge boon for them, and kind of, you know, really solidified their chances of making it to Detroit. You know, win here today would obviously further solidify that.
Yeah, with Buffalo's loss earlier today to Akron, the winner of this game will be the only undefeated team in conference play as we head into November and midweek action.
Yeah, talk about drama, Bryan. I mean, that's what these kind of games are all about, is these high stakes, high intensity games, both well-coached teams here. I mean, this is all you can really ask for from a college football game. There's a lot on the line here.
This is certainly a high-intensity game, and this is about to be a high-intensity play and moment for each of these squads. 7:19 to go in the third quarter, a 4th and 1 for Western Michigan at the Miami 48-yard line. A tight set, running back to the right of Lowry. Everyone up front. It is a handoff, and he is able to get the first down. It is Jalen Buckley.
Yeah, I mean, we all knew it was coming. We thought, I mean, as far as it was going to be a run play, but just not enough penetration up front to really make anything happen. And something that a lot of what they've been able to do a lot of days, convert some of these critical 3rd and 4th downs here.
It's a little bit of a quieter week last week for the redshirt junior out of Illinois, just 11 yards. He is up to 45, or 41, I should say, in today's game. 6:45 to go. Tight set again for Western Michigan. It is that speed option again. Lowry will take it himself for a pretty good gain. Looks like 5 yards right at the Miami 40-yard line.
And I think the most important part of this speed option is that they've just been killing Miami on, is that he's getting 2 or 3 yards up the field without even being touched before he has to make that decision to pull it or to get up the field. And I think that's the important part, is Miami's just not getting to the ball. When they've been successful, they've been flying to the ball really quickly, and they got that first 3 and out in the first series. But since then, they haven't been able to just be as aggressive to the ball, and as a result, they just haven't been able to make the plays.
2nd and 5 pistol formation. It is a handoff up the middle, and it will be enough for a first down. Looks like it was Devin Miles with his first carry of the game today. And once again, the Broncos are moving the chains.
And this is exactly the kind of game script you did not want if you were Miami, where you're just letting where you're letting Western Michigan just control the clock, control possession, and just completely just grind you down until you've just got nothing left.
Western Michigan has had the ball for over 6 minutes in this drive. They started with 11:49 to go in the quarter, up to 5:35 now. Lowry again keeps himself up the middle. He will be stopped, but once again, a 4 to 5 yard gain on first down.
It's this interior defensive line is just getting completely mauled up front, and I think that's part of the issue part of the issue is they're overcompensating when there's the speed option, because they're worried about the lack of penetration in the middle. But then when they get it out to the perimeter, the guys just aren't getting there in time.
We saw a similar drive like this from Miami last week against Eastern Michigan, a 20-play drive for over 11 minutes.
Yeah.
Certainly don't want it to be this long for Western Michigan. Another handoff up the middle, and that one will be quickly stopped by this Miami defensive front. It looks like it was Metella with a short gain, if that.
Another 3rd down for Western Michigan here, 3rd and 5 at the 24, and I feel like, if you can get a negative play here, you certainly hope that Miami can potentially even get them out of field goal range, depending on the situation here.
3rd and 5 for Western Michigan. The ball is at the Miami 24-yard line. About 4.5 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Feels like a play you got to get off the field if you're this Miami RedHawk defense.
Absolutely. 3
receivers to the left, 1 to the right of Lowry. Metella to his right in the backfield. Looking up top, throw is off target. It's an incomplete pass for Brock Lowry, and it'll set up a 4th down for Western Michigan.
And honestly, that's all you can really, that's all you can really ask for in that situation there, because, you know, that's the kind of game script you want if you are Miami, is having Brock Lowry drop back, shotgun pass. I mean, he's been able to make some completions for sure, but he isn't as consistent of a passer as he is a runner, and I think as a result, that gives you a big advantage, and you let the pass rush get to work.
It is a 42-yard field goal for Palmer Domchek. He is 6 for 9 on this season so far. Snap good, hold good. The kick is underway, and it is good. So Western Michigan will go up 17-9, but it is still a 1-possession game for Miami. It certainly could have been a lot worse. Yeah. You are still very much in this game if you're the Miami RedHawks.
No, you're absolutely right, especially given the lack of offensive efficiency in the second half here. The fact that you still have 19 minutes and change, and you still have a 1-possession game here with a really talented, really well-coached Western Michigan team. You have a chance to win. Now let's see if this Miami squad can capitalize. They certainly have shown in previous years that they have that it factor in some of these big games. Can they show that it factor here today?
We will find out after this quick break as we enter a media timeout here at Yager Stadium. 4:10 to go in the 3rd quarter. RedHawks down 17-9. Stay with us here on Red Hawk Radio. RedHawks down 17-9 here late in the 3rd quarter. 4:10 to go. Brian Miller joined by Sean Wiesemann. Thank you again for joining us here on Red Hawk Radio on this critical game, probably the biggest game of the MAC season so far. This between Western Michigan and Miami. Field goal for the Broncos on the last drive. Sean, 15 plays, 58 yards.
Ugh.
Took up over 7.5 minutes. RedHawks have to respond here.
And those are the kind of drives, too, that will pay dividends come 4th quarter when potentially Miami needs just that one last stop, and suddenly they've been on the field for 34 minutes and change prior to the drive. And those are the ones that really eat you up the most, and they start to wear on you as the game goes on.
We are awaiting kickoff here. Western Michigan will be kicking from right to left. Hunter Smith ready to boot it away as Keith Reynolds awaits at the goal line. Be going into the wind a little bit. Kick is up and away, and that will go over the head of Reynolds. No shot of a return there, and Miami will start from the 25.
It's going to be important for Miami here in this drive. Not only to, obviously, you want a score. That's obviously the most important part of this, but it's to just establish some offensive consistency. It just feels like suddenly this Miami squad just feels out of rhythm. And it's, you know, even if they aren't able to score here, just getting a few first downs and being able to establish a little bit of rhythm and getting DeQuan Finn back on track. He's now down to 12 of 22 after missed the last his 4 passes. I mean, that's really been kind of the kicker here in this second half.
2 receivers still left, 1 right for Finn. Jordan Brunson to his right. He fakes the handoff to him, tries to escape out of pressure, and he's trying to still do it, trying to get up the field now at the 25-yard line. He's able to make something out of nothing, a positive gain for Miami.
No, you weren't kidding. That was an unbelievable job there. Kind of the fact that he was able to get 4 yards out of that was one of the gutsiest 4 yards you'll see this year. I mean, certainly a really nice play, able to evade several defenders, and that's kind of the extra it factor that Daquan Finn holds, just with his ability to get stuff done on the ground.
Dame Tucker was right there. He wasn't quite able to bring him down. Still no sacks for Western Michigan today. A tight set for Miami, about 3.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Finn gets the snap, looks left. He will fire it. And it looks like it is enough for Cole Weaver. He has been the go-to man for Daquan Finn today. He's up to 7 receptions, and he gets a first down for the RedHawks.
Because I think that you're right. Cole Weaver has been the guy, because the way that Western Michigan structures their offense, it seems like they're really trying to take away the middle of the field. And those kind of catches over the middle of the field are the ones that Cam Perry and, in the slot are the ones Cam Perry and Keith Reynolds are especially adept at making.
Miami at their own 40-yard line. 2 receivers split out wide to the right and 1 to the left for Finn. Fakes the handoff to Ringer, looking right. He will fire it towards Cam Perry. And he's not quite able to haul it in, and it will be an incomplete pass.
Yeah, a long throw there from Finn, just not quite able to make it into the hands of Perry. And once again, it just feels like teams have really started to figure out how to bottle up this wide receiver core a little bit, especially Perry and Reynolds, who we both know are very explosive players, and just not a lot of big plays in the passing game still.
Joshua Franklin was right there on coverage on the receiver Perry. It has been a quiet day for him today. 2 receptions for 12 yards. 2nd and 10, 2:50 to go. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. It is Perry on an island for Daquan Finn. Brunson in the backfield with him. Snap to Finn. Fakes the handoff to Brunson, looking to push it up the pocket, now looking to escape, and scramble his way for a first down. He's not quite able to do that, but he's able to split in half. Looks like it'll be a 3rd and 5 for Miami.
I'm sure this is just absolutely just a nightmare for Western Michigan. They have had the hardest time keeping Finn bottled up, and he is the reason they've extended some drives, because otherwise, if you had a less mobile quarterback in there would probably be at least 3 or 4 sacks taken today, but instead Finn has just been able to keep the chains moving a little bit and get some first down yardage, or some yardage, period. Just
3rd and 5 for Miami. They're 2 for 8 on 3rd down today. Guy get one here. 2:15 to go in the third quarter. Looks like Joshua Franklin might apply pressure. He does not. Only 3 men rushing for Western Michigan. He scrambles out to his right, looking downfield. There's nothing there. He's going to try to take it himself for a first down, and he's not quite able to. He's able to get positive gains there, Sean, but it's not quite enough to move the chains.
I'm not seeing the punt unit come out yet. Actually, now you do. Unfortunately, that is Chuck Martin's MO, is he's very conservative and once again decides that 4th and 3 at midfield just isn't quite enough for him to decide to go for it. Yeah, I'm with you. Unfortunately, just nobody down the field. Nobody open down the field for the RedHawks, and that's just unfortunate, because they had a chance to really extend this drive.
Stainton will punt it away, going left to right. Fair catch motion from Western Michigan. It will land in the end zone for a touchback. So a little bit of a disappointing result there for Miami, and Western Michigan will get the ball at their own 20-yard line instead of inside the 10 potentially.
Yeah, just probably about 3 or 4 too many yards for Stainton on that punt. And it bounced at the 2, and nobody downfield quick enough for Miami to corral that in. Bounces into the end zone. So
1:28 to go here in the third quarter. Western Michigan will try to stampede their way down the field once again. Their last drive taking over 7 minutes. You really can't allow that again if you're this RedHawk defensive unit.
No, absolutely. And it feels like a turnover is almost a must at this point for this RedHawks unit, who has played pretty well up to this point. Western Michigan able to do a decent amount, but nothing.
First snap up the middle. It is Buckley, and he will get a modest gain, if that. He's just able to make it back to the line of scrimmage. So good start for this Miami defensive front. They've certainly had their moments especially early on in the second half,
Yep.
Sean. Corbin Hondrew has really stepped up. They're going to need him to continue to do that as we face this 2nd down and 10. Just over a minute to go here in the 3rd quarter.
This is where you want Western Michigan in these more obvious passing situations because it forces them to get away from their offensive identity.
RedHawks down 17-9. Tight formation again for Western Michigan. Lowry drops back, just has to dump it off. He is able to, and
Nice
it's not
tackle.
quite enough to get the 1st down. It looks like it was Christian Leary. In fact, it was Christian Leary able to make the catch and get a 3-yard gain.
Yeah, that was a nice job, though, from Corbin Hondrew on that tackle because, boy, it looks like if Leary's probably got another 5-7 yards on that play if he doesn't wrap him up there.
Leary, the transfer from Georgia Tech and Alabama, his 1st season with Western Michigan. A 3rd and 6 for the Broncos. They have to run a play here. Is a 2 or 3 second difference in between the play clock and the game clock. See if Miami's able to get off the field. 3rd and 6. Snap to Lowry. He's looking left. It is tipped up in the air and almost intercepted. And who else? Corbin Hondrew was right there. He almost had himself another pick, but instead it is a 3 and out for this Miami defense.
Oh my gosh, yeah, just a really great deflection from Hondrew, but Brock Lowry actually had some really great presence of mind there. He actually went and batted it down because he wanted to be sure that no RedHawk, because it was in the air for a minute there, and fortunately for the Broncos, no interception, but able to get off the field, and the RedHawks have a chance to get some decent field position too.
3 seconds left in the quarter. It is booted away by Milmore. I know Billups Williams will watch it bounce in front of him. He will retreat away, and the ball will stop rolling at the Miami 29-yard line. So time for everybody to get their forefingers up in the air. We are heading into the 4th quarter here at Yager Stadium, the biggest quarter of Miami's season so far, down 17-9. It will start right after this break. Stay tuned. It's Miami football here on Red Hawk Radio. 17-9, Western Michigan, but Miami will start their first drive of the fourth quarter right here, right now, down by 8.
Let's see if we can get some offensive creativity from offensive coordinator Pat Welch and coaching staff here, because it just seems like they've just, like, once again, just been kind of flat at times and haven't really been able to move the ball consistently, despite having a solid couple first downs there.
First snap to Finn. He looks right. He will dump it off towards Cole Weaver again, and he will almost get there for a first down, but still a solid gain to start off the drive.
Yeah, you like that, absolutely. You like that a lot. Cole Weaver, once again, just getting really involved, and because they're really keying in on the dynamic duo of Perry and Reynolds so far.
8 receptions for 86 yards for Weaver. Same formation as before, 2 receivers each side, and Jordan Brunson in the backfield with Daquan Finn, 2nd and 2. It is a handoff to Brunson. He lowers his shoulder and is able to move the pile enough for a first down.
Just another RPO. I think that's where they've been able to make their living here. It's been the RPOs, because it's neutralized this pass rush, but it's still keeping the defense honest as far as the threat for the pass. And it's really just a little bubble screen they were showing with Lionel Williams.
1st and 10 for Miami at their own 40-yard line. It's another handoff to Jordan Brunson up the middle of the field, and he will rumble and stumble his way towards midfield. It is enough for another Miami first down.
I love the push the last couple runs that this offensive line has been able to get. They've actually been able to get some decent push today, despite what the rushing statistics show. I mean, they've been able to get a good amount of yards against a really talented defensive line in Western Michigan.
Yeah, Jordan Brunson, not Jalen, Jordan up to 79 yards on the day today. 1st and 10 for Miami right at midfield. 13.5 minutes to go in the game. Miami down by 8. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right for Miami. It is another handoff to Brunson, and he moves the pile enough for another positive gain. Looks like 5 yards.
Boy, this is the most efficient running they've pretty much had all day. Aside from that 46-yard run from Brunson, this is pretty much the most consistent the run game has looked all day, and hopefully they can continue. I mean, they're in Western Michigan territory already. You just hope they can cash in here big time.
It's a 6-yard gain for Brunson, 2nd and 4 at the Western Michigan 44-yard line. 2 receivers to the left on the short side of the field, and 1 to the right. Looks like it is Cam Perry up there. And Jordan Brunson in the backfield with Daquan Finn. Once again, it is a handoff to Brunson. He's got some room up the middle, and the whole gang of RedHawks and Broncos will collide and meet just short of the line to gain. It will be a 3rd and 1 for Miami.
Just something interesting to note on that last play. Western Michigan had all 11 players within about 12 yards of the line of scrimmage. They are clearly starting to get a little afraid of how this run game has just been able to just slowly churn yardage out and able to get this to a 3rd and short here.
It has started to click on this drive for Jordan Brunson. Let's see if he can get 1 yard here to keep the drive alive. 3rd and 1 for Miami at the Bronco 41-yard line. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. It is a handoff to Brunson up the middle, and he's able to keep turning his legs. And once again, another first down for Miami. They're up to 3 first downs in the drive so far.
Yeah, and it's just been handing the ball to Brunson, really. I mean, it hasn't been anything particularly fancy aside from an RPO at the beginning of this drive to Cole Weaver. It really hasn't been anything particularly creative. It's just been good old-fashioned smash-mouth football.
Pretty similar formation again, now just a little tighter. It is Weaver and Reynolds to the left and Cam Perry to the right. And Brunson in the backfield again with Finn. 11.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. 1st and 10 for Miami. Finn fakes the handoff. He's looking deep for Perry up top. Is it enough? It is caught.
He got it! Oh my gosh!
Huge gain for Cam Perry inside the 5-yard line. They get to the Western Michigan 3. It has been a quiet day for Perry so far, Sean, but he can explode at any moment, and he just did right there.
Yes, that was an unbelievable catch. Just a quick slot fade, and just an unbelievable catch along the sideline.
Miami working quickly, and whistles on the field. I don't know if it's a timeout or a penalty.
No, it looks like they're going to try to see if this ball was caught.
Yeah, that is indeed correct. It is going to be our 3rd review of the game, and this one the most consequential so far. It was a 36-yard gain for Cam Perry, being covered up by John Peters. He was down at the Western Michigan 3, a game-changing play that Miami has desperately been looking for offensively, and they got it into their big play threat in Cam Perry.
Yeah, once again, we talked about how they've really bottled up Perry and Reynolds, but Perry with a potentially a really big play here. Now we'll see what the review here is, but once again, it is important to note that the call on the field is that the pass was complete.
Yeah, and that is important to know. We saw a similar review earlier on in this game with Keith Reynolds when he got a first down, and there wasn't enough to overturn it. Looking at the TV feed here, courtesy of ESPN Plus, it looks like Perry was, I mean, he was certainly able to get his 2 feet in, Sean.
Yeah.
It's really just a question of did he continue to hang on to the ball as soon as he hit the ground.
It's tricky because it actually looks like he is palming the ball almost slips out, but he like palms it like a basketball almost to hold possession, and it doesn't really move in his hand as he's palming the end of the football. So it's really hard to say.
Yeah, as he was going down to the ground, he brought the ball up away from his body and over his head. I don't think there's a single football coach in the country that would recommend doing that.
Certainly
but
not.
somehow it looks like it might just work for Cam Perry. He must have really, really strong hand strength.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I think that just speaks to the grip of Cam Perry there, because he genuinely, that ball really doesn't move as he's holding it.
They're still reviewing it down on the field.
I think
if it's able to stand, and I think we're both in agreement that it will.
I think so.
And I think Western Michigan is too, because their defense is setting up at the 3-yard line. Miami is starting to make their way there too. The meeting is adjourned though, so we'll see what the ruling is. And it is upheld. So Miami, after the huge 36-yard catch for Cam Perry down the far side of the field, will have the ball at the Western Michigan 3-yard line. They are so close to getting it into the end zone for the first time today.
And now you need to hit pay dirt right here, because a touchdown obviously gets you within 2 points, and that's, you know, consequential here, especially for just how this game script goes for Western.
Weaver and Colsey to the left. Now Colsey motioning over. Jordan Brunson to the left of DeQuan Finney as a handoff to him, and he meets the stampede of Broncos. Oh, the pile keeps moving.
Keeps moving.
And it's more horizontal, though, than vertical, and it will be a short gain if it was a gain at all, and the ball will stay at the 3-yard line.
Yeah, they really were making sure that ball was not going to move at all. I mean, there was about 8 or 9 players there for Western Michigan. Not a whole lot of anything that they could do.
A few substitutions being made by each side. Down to 10:40 to go in this ball game. Miami down 17-9. 9 men up at the line of scrimmage for Miami. It is just Finn and Deshaunte Jones. Fake the plant off.
Wide open!
And it is a touchdown, RedHawks.
Oh, just a beautiful slip through. It was Bryan Shane on the touchdown catch. Just once again, they sold it with the first play call. This is what was important. They sold it with the first play call by running it up the middle, almost identical formation. Instead, fake the handoff, and the tight end leaks just straight up the field. Throw an easy completion to Bryan Shane for a touchdown. A beautifully designed play. So now here's where things get real dicey, because now you need 2.
Yeah, and they will go for 2, as you will expect. For Bryan Shane, it is his 2nd touchdown of the season. He has a touchdown in back-to-back games. And Chuck Martin is letting his voice be heard to the officiating crew. They were saying that the play clock should have been reset, but it doesn't look like they're going to grant it to him, so it'll instead be a timeout. That's a timeout you really don't want to use, especially with it being this close of a game.
Yeah.
But instead, it'll be the first timeout assessed to Chuck Martin. So each squad will have 2 timeouts left. Miami's got to get the 2-point conversion here in order to tie up this game. It is 17-15 in favor of Western Michigan. 10:31 to go here in the 4th quarter. Miami tries to tie up this game via the 2-point conversion.
I actually think Chuck Martin has an argument there. You're supposed to reset the game clock if they declare the 2-point conversion. They did not reset the game clock when they declared the 2-point conversion. So because that's something you have to explicitly tell the refs is, hey, that is what we're doing, so they can spot the ball appropriately. They did not. The game clock still kept running, and they had to burn a timeout. I actually think Chuck Martin was in the right here. Sometimes you can understand coaches can get fired up about things that clearly they shouldn't be fired. In this case, I think Coach Martin was 100% correct, and I think the refs might have cost him a timeout there.
Yeah, we'll see how that affects the rest of this game. Could certainly be costly depending on how the rest of this game goes. So just going back to that touchdown, Sean, 9 men up at the line of scrimmage for Miami. I think everyone here would expect you to run the ball with DeJounte Jones, but instead you fake it and just hit the tight end, leaking past the defense. Bryan Shane wide open for the touchdown.
And he sold the block well too, because that's exactly how you do it in those kind of plays where you have to at least pretend, oh, I missed him, and then leak just a little bit upfield, easy catch. Everyone lost account of him, and it's an easy pitch and catch for
Bryan Shane had the best game of his career last week against Eastern Michigan. 4 receptions for 56 yards. Led the team in receiving yards, had a touchdown as well. He was about 6 inches away from having another touchdown at Akron as well. And it's just such a great story because at the end of last year, he's meeting with head coach Chuck Martin. He was like, Coach, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go enter the workforce. Thank you so much for everything you've done. Chuck Martin said, well, hold on now. You're going to have a role in the team next year. You don't need to leave at all. So he kind of changed his mind and was able to come back for his 5th and last season. And so far, he's making the most of his opportunity.
Yeah, you haven't really got much production out of the tight end room at all. And in fact, really, he's the only guy with a reception that plays tight end. They got several guys out of the portal, but he's been the veteran presence for the RedHawks.
So here's the 2-point conversion for Miami as a pistol formation with Josh Ringer right behind Finn. Cole Weaver to the left and 2 receivers to the right. Looks like it is Perry and Dion Colsey. Down to 11 seconds left on the play clock. Miami looking to tie up this game. Snap to Finn is a handoff to Ringer up the middle. And is he able to push his way in? He's still no signal yet, and he is short.
A quarter of a yard short is what they're saying. Oh, that's I'm going to guess there's going to be a review upcoming here.
Man, it looked like Ringer was stopped. It didn't look like there was much chance at all there for the Miami RedHawks, but he just kept pushing, and it looked like it might be enough to get in and tie this game up, but it just was not.
I'm curious to see where that, I don't know. It's hard to tell on the review, but they are going to take a look at it. It is honestly really hard to tell because there's a whole swarm of red and white jerseys kind of intermingled. It's hard to see exactly where that spot is when you look at a review. Yeah, it's really hard to tell. We've said this before, the ruling on the field really is the most important element of this. I'm going to guess he's short. It does look like he is a little short on that replay, but we will see what they ultimately decide if they have a better angle that tells them otherwise.
Yeah, it looks like one of those types of plays, Sean, where, I mean, you can get a good angle right on the goal line, but with just the amount of bodies in between that camera and football, it's really just hard to tell. And I think you could, you can't see Josh Ringer's knee go down, but you can see the rest of his body, and, like, obviously it's angled in a way in which you would think that he is down.
Right.
And in that position, the ball is short of the goal line. So I'm kind of with you there, Sean. I'm not sure how there's enough to overturn it.
That's more the issue.
Tie this game up.
Exactly. I think if they had called it on the field that he had got it, I think they would keep it. But I just don't think there's enough to overturn it given the scrum that ensued in the pile. You know, I just don't see enough to overturn it there.
Regardless, it is the first touchdown drive for Miami today. Final stats, 9 plays for 71 yards. Took 4 minutes and 29 seconds. You know, Miami only down by 2 points against the fellow unbeaten team in MAC play, Western Michigan. 17-15 in favor of the Broncos. It will be Brock Lowry and company getting the ball once again. With just over 10.5 to go, Sean, and this is a team that can really excel in running the ball. We saw a drive earlier on in this half take over 7 minutes. This is the type of drive, if you think you're that MAC championship level team, and Western Michigan certainly thinks that they are, this is a drive where you can go down the field, take your time while doing it, and get some points on the board.
No, you're exactly right. And this is, like you said, these are the kind of drives that kind of separate the good from the very, very good, the great MAC teams. You know, these drives where you just need to just grind as much clock off as you can, and looks like they're gonna say he was, yeah, it was no good on the 2-point conversion. So, yeah, like you said though, this is it. This is a final 10.5 minutes here. This is potentially for a trip to Detroit on the line here.
Biggest 10.5 minutes of each of these teams' season so far. And another interesting development, we do have the group of shirtless guys right across from us. We've seen that trend throughout college football. Indiana started it a few years ago. We saw it from Oklahoma State earlier this season as well. Even Virginia Tech last night, and that resulted in a win for the Hokies.
Over the Calgorithm.
Yep, and then Miami RedHawks are looking for a similar result here.
Yep.
Now McLaughlin looking to boot it away right to left, and he will. And it will be fielded just short of the goal line.
Oh, he's got
Western
blockers.
Michigan looking to go up the field, breaks off a few tackles, and will be stopped. And it's still in Western Michigan territory, about their own 45-yard line.
Another special teams bust, and it's going to be great field position for Western Michigan. I'm just not sure how else you can coach it. It's just guys getting themselves out of position, and the return man just had multiple blockers. Devin Miles just had multiple blockers once he turned the corner. It's kind of a miracle that U-Line was able to even make the tackle there, because they just did not have a lot of men over on the right side of the field.
There's a 41-yard return from Miles. He has a return of 72 yards earlier in this game as well. First play to Lowry. He will take himself up the middle at the 50-yard line and will lower his shoulder into Miami territory, and a positive gain on first down.
You know, this is a high comparison, but Lowry's game reminds me a lot of the way Haynes King and his toughness and his willingness to just take hits and just put his body on the line for that extra few yards is something you don't see a lot in college football from quarterbacks, but Lowry's always willing to, and he was able to get a couple extra just from his willingness there.
9:50 to go in the fourth quarter. 2nd and 5 for Western Michigan. It is a handoff up the middle towards Jaden Buckley, and he is able to stumble his way just short of the line to gain. Was it enough for the first down on first?
That's what they're trying to see.
First thought, I didn't think so, and that is indeed the case. It'll be 3rd and 1 from the Miami 44-yard line.
This is huge. I mean, the midfield here, if you're able to get a 3 and out here, or even get a negative play even, just to keep yourself alive and keep Western Michigan off the field, get the offense back on the field.
9:15 to go for Western Michigan. Two receivers to the left, 2 men in the backfield. Lowry takes it himself. He is met by a group of RedHawks right at the line to gain. It's going to be a close call, and it's going to be enough for the first down.
I actually think that's a pretty terrible spot they gave him. I don't think he had forward progress on that at all, but they were going to give him the first down.
It was a tough play. Didn't have to get a ton of yards in order to move the chains, but it was just enough in the eyes of the officials. And Western Michigan will keep the drive alive and keep the clock moving. 8:40 to go in this game. 2 receivers to the right of Lowry, 1 to the left to Broncos in the backfield with him. He fakes the handoff. It looks like a reverse, but it's fumbled on the play. It's a scrum for the ball. And it looks like Western Michigan was able to recover it.
But that's a massive play, regardless of the ball being recovered or not. That's a loss of, looks like a loss of 8 is what they're going to say. 2nd and 18, that is huge as far as field position is concerned, and really sets up Western Michigan to do what they don't love to do consistently, which is to have to drop back and pass here on 2nd down.
Yeah, it was the initial handoff to Devin Miles, and was trying to pitch it to the guy behind him, but the pitch went wrong. It was almost a complete disaster for the Broncos. 2nd and 18, 7:50 to go. Snap to Lowry. He fakes to the left. Is a screen to the right, and incomplete.
Really nice defense there. Just able to get in the face. Couldn't see exactly who that was on the pressure, but regardless, a great job on that play action boot. They just completely, it was Adam Trick on the hurry there.
We haven't said his name a ton today, but he can always step up. He has been the best defender for Miami so far, at least up front. Lowry is trying to get to Devin Miles on the screen. 3rd and 18 for Western Michigan. They're at their own 48-yard line. This is the loudest that Yager Stadium has been all day today. Snap to Lowry, looking right.
He's got time.
He's trying to step up in the pocket, trying to make a run for it. Hondrew misses a tackle. He's at the 40 and will cut inside. and will get out of bounds about 3 or 4 yards short of the first down.
Oh, that spot they're giving him is, that looks like that spot's going to be at the 39, so this would be a career long for Palmer Domschke here. Or actually, they're going to put it at about the 38, but still, yeah, you're looking at a 55-yarder right here. That's so decision time, 4th and 4, 38-yard line.
If I had to guess, Sean, this has been an area of the field where Lance Taylor has gone for it.
Yes.
And it's a 4th and 4, so certainly a manageable enough 4th down. I'm going to guess that he's going to go ahead and try to get it with his offense.
I think you might be right. Although, no, it looks like I think they're going to punt the ball here.
Yeah, that is the formation that they are in. Ryan Milmore,
they are
the
showing
punter,
punt
out as the clock continues to run.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by this decision. This is just very un-Lance Taylor-like. He's been pretty willing to go for it on 4th down, gone for it 3 times already today.
At the Miami 38-yard line, Lionel Billups-Williams sets up at his own 8. He will motion for a fair catch and make it at the 11-yard line. So we enter a media timeout here from Yager Stadium. 7:07 to go, but Miami will start their drive with a chance to take back the lead. Stay with us here. It's Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. .07 to go here from Yager Stadium. Brian Miller joined by Sean Wiesemann. Miami down 17-15. They will get the ball, though, with just over 7 minutes to go. Daquan Finn and company looking to give the Red Hawks the lead again and try to maintain their perfect conference record against the also unbeaten Western Michigan Broncos.
Yeah, I mean, a field goal gives you the lead here. That's just something to keep in mind. It feels like a long way to go. It's a tough starting position here, just at the 12-yard line, at your own 12-yard line. But regardless, a field goal is all you really need.
That would give them the lead. Miami will certainly take it. They're able to get the run game going in the last drive as well. Their only touchdown drive of today's game. 2 receivers to either side of Daquan Finn, a tight formation. He drops back looking right. He's under pressure and will have to throw it away for an incomplete pass.
Oh, boy.
Man, we haven't seen the Western Michigan defensive front get that sack, and they weren't able to get it there, but they're still able to affect this game. Doesn't look like there's going to be intentional grounding called on that play. There was a receiver in the area.
Yeah, Cam Perry was there in the area, so thankfully no penalty, which would have been a kneecap.
So 2nd and 10 for Miami, 6:35 to go, although the clock was running, and I don't think it should have been.
Still
considering
running.
It was an incomplete pass, so the officials will get together and meet up, and you'd have to assume change back the game clock.
Yeah.
So still no sacks for this Western Michigan defense today, Sean. Pretty shocking considering they came into today's game with 28 of them, tied with Oklahoma for the most in the country. And Dame Tucker, he has had an impact in this game.
Certainly.
But he just hasn't gotten those sack numbers that we are used to seeing.
No, yeah, he's a game wrecker, but he's had multiple pressures and big plays, but they just haven't quite gotten home yet. His legs have just been so explosive. It's just been impossible to fully wrap him up. That was the closest they've gotten.
Yeah.
Almost got a hold of him.
Finn has been Houdini today, getting out of these situations. There's still a delay on the field. They're talking to the quarterback, Finn. There's still 6:30 to go on the game clock as we await an announcement from the referee.
Yeah.
And they will add
32 seconds.
32 seconds to the game clock, so up to 7:02 in the game, especially with the way this game has gone. That's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, the game clock operator just completely kept letting time run off when they wasn't supposed to.
All right, so 2nd and 10 from their own 12-yard line. 2 receivers left, 1 right for Miami. Jordan Brunson to the right of DeQuan Finn as a handoff to him, and he is met immediately. And that will be no gain for Miami.
I'm not sure I completely get it. 2nd and 10. I understand maybe wanting to. I don't understand a short pass, but a run play in that situation, especially with how well they were, how thoroughly they were stacking the box on that play. I'm just not sure entirely understand the decision to just run an inside zone right into the middle of the defense.
3rd down and 10 for Miami. It seems like an obvious passing down. 1 receiver to the left of DeQuan Finn is Deion Colsey, and 3 to the right. 3rd and 10 for Miami, 6:20 to go. They're at their own 12-yard line, down by 2. Snap to Finn. He's looking to the left. He's under pressure. He's looking to escape
He's got
and
some
take
room
it
on the
himself.
side.
Can he get there? It looks like he can.
He sure did. Wow.
DeQuan Finn has been doing that all game and his entire career as well. He is able to get a 10-yard rush, just enough for a 1st down as we approach the 6-minute mark to go in the 4th quarter. Right when you need him the most, he steps up.
Superman, honestly. I mean, he's just been so hard to bring down once again, and just a clutch 3rd down conversion there.
2 left, 2 to the right for DeQuan Finn. Jordan Brunson back in the game. He looks left, and he gets it to Cole Weaver, and he's able to make his way up the field for a 1st down.
It's this inside-out defensive structure that has allowed Cole Weaver, their ex-receiver, to just be outside and open a lot. That's now 8 catches for 86 yards, and all of them, for the most part, have been softer coverage, short completions, just curl routes. They just haven't had make that 9 catches for 97 yards, having himself a career game. They just don't have an answer for him on the outside right now. He's just so big and so strong. They just have no answers.
Tate Halleck was very close to making that pick as well for Western Michigan.
Yes,
So 2 receivers to the left, 1 right for Miami. 1st down 10. They fake the handoff to Brunson. He's looking down the field. He's got a receiver open. It is caught.
Oh, man, they had him wide open.
Cam Perry once again stepping up big time for the Miami offense. And Miami is in field goal range.
Oh, my gosh. Cam Perry completely beat the cornerback there, John Peters. Peters having himself a rough game. That is multiple big completions for the backup corner for the Western Michigan defense. Goodness gracious.
A 50-yard catch for Cam Perry. He is up to 98 yards. That's the most for a Red Hawk today, only on 4 receptions. 1st and 10 for Miami at the Western Michigan 18-yard line. 4:50 to go in this ball game. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Is a handoff to Jordan Brunson. No, Finn will take it himself. He's got room. He's headed towards the pylon. 5. Touchdown, Red Hawks.
Oh, my gosh.
DeQuan Finn has done it again. And Miami takes back the lead.
Unbelievable. DeQuan Finn just single-handedly putting the team on his back for this drive. An unbelievable 3rd and 10 conversion. A beautiful pass to Cam Perry. And an unbelievable run to the left side on a read option for a Miami touchdown.
18 yards for DeQuan Finn on that last play. It is his 4th rushing touchdown of the season. And Miami will go for 2, up 21-17, try and make it a 6-point game. Two receivers to the right and one to the left. DeJounte Jones in the game, snapped the fin.
They have him.
And the catch is, no, it was
Oh.
incomplete.
They're saying he dropped
It
it.
was intended towards Perry once again. Didn't look like he was able to haul it in, and the score will remain 21-17.
I think that's interesting. Perry is asking for a review here. I'm not sure they're going to grant it to him. We'll see. But I'm not sure he had that.
Is the complete opposite end of where
Yeah,
we were.
unfortunately, that is
pretty-
as far to the right side of the field as you could possibly be. So really hard for us to give you a thorough analysis of whether he had it. Looks like
And-
they are going to grant the review, though.
I guess it's worth a look, right? I mean, you're
Certainly.
in a timeout anyway before you approach a kickoff, so you could understand the reasoning there. And I guess the other thing to consider, Sean, is that the catch was made right at the goal line. So
Yeah.
even if he made the catch, he still might be short.
No, exactly right. It looks like from our TV review, it looks like he may have had it just for a second and then kind of, I think when he catches this ball, I think he is in the end zone. It's just a matter of, yeah, I think he's in the end zone. I think this is going to be 2 points. This is the best angle here, is they're going to right down the line. Yeah, that nose of the football is crossing the white. That's a 2-point conversion in my eyes, at least.
Yeah, I guess the official was saying that the ball was bobbling a little bit as soon as he hit the ground. It's the second review we've seen today with
Right.
Cam Perry in
Yeah.
that type of situation.
Exactly.
Is in that same area in the field as well. That if you're looking at the field to the left and the upper corner towards that area of
Yep.
the field, both within the 5-yard line, one at the goal line, one at the 3-yard line or so that we saw earlier in this quarter.
I think, and obviously it's harder too because, once again, ruling on the field was an incomplete pass. I think he had possession long enough in the end zone. He survived the ground. Ball doesn't move on the ground, and that's why I'm confused as to why they are, if they're saying it was incomplete or if he was just short. I think was it incomplete or was he short? What was the?
I think they said incomplete on the field.
Yes, they said pass attempt failed on the field is what it reads right now on the score bug, but I'm not sure I think he had possession. It looks to me that he had possession. Now, we'll see. Obviously, we will see what the review crew decides.
And it is, as we wait the ruling.
That
and
is,
they reversed it.
Yeah, there you go. Just barely with the nose of the football crossing the white did he catch that ball, but my gosh, he got it. So it's a 6-point game.
The strength from Cam Perry that we have seen these past 2 drives, Sean, just holding on to the football, has been absolutely huge for the RedHawks today.
No,
so Miami now up 23-17 with 4:40 to go in the fourth quarter.
I'll tell you, Cam Perry listed at 5'9", 154, but he's playing like he's about 6'4", 240 with the strength that he's had to have on several of these plays today. Unbelievable job from Perry to reel that one in. Now, crunch time for the defense. Can they get that last stop against a really stout running attack?
We'll see if Brock Lowry and company can respond. They're down 23-17 late in the fourth quarter. Cal McLaughlin will kick it away. And it will be returned out of the end zone. It is Miles once again. He has been dangerous today. He's looking to cut back towards the opposite side of the field. He's got some room in front of him. He's at the 25-yard line, and that is where he will be stopped. Actually, the 20-yard line, I should say.
Yeah.
So good play there from the Miami coverage unit.
I'll tell you, that actually looked like that could have been another big bust on the Miami special teams, but thankfully a great tackle there by Eli Blakey and able to corral the ever-dangerous the ever-dangerous Western Michigan return man.
And Devin Miles has
Devin Miles
had himself
has been
quite a
unbelievable.
game today, not
Yeah.
necessarily from the running back position, but on kickoff returns, he has been huge. So
Yeah.
1st and 10 for Western Michigan. They will start their own 21-yard line, 4:29 to go in this game. 2 receivers to each side. Lowry looks to his right. He will dump it off for a short game, and a swarm of RedHawks are there to make the tackle.
Yeah, about a 7-yard completion there. Just a quick quick curl route there, just trying to get Lowry in rhythm. He's only got 17 pass attempts today, so certainly not a lot of rhythm to be built yet.
Bozema with the reception. Lowry again looking left, trying to get out of the pocket, looking to throw it up the field. It is well away and out of bounds for an incomplete pass. It will be 3rd down and 3 for Western Michigan at their own 28-yard line.
This is big. I mean, and here's the thing, too. Regardless of the outcome of that play, they're still taking time off the clock. They're just by virtue of running this amount of plays, is they're really going to start to run out of time here with 4 minutes left here in the game.
4:01 to go. Western Michigan huddling up. They're now 10 seconds on the play clock. They have to work quickly as the huddle's starting to be broken up now, down to 5. They really have to hurry up now. Brock Lowry commanding out the line of scrimmage. He looks to his right, trying to move the pocket, trying to go up the field. Is it enough for the first down? It is. And he is able to use his legs once again to keep the chains moving for the Broncos.
Yeah, it looks like they had Hondrew on as a spy, but he just kind of got around Hondrew and unfortunately was not able to rally him in. Eli Koppus make the tackle there because he kind of got past the second level.
Lowry up to 86 rushing yards on the game. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. 3.5 minutes to go in the game. Lowry snapped to him. He's looking to go up top. It is too far up the field, and it's an incomplete pass.
Yeah, he had some hand fighting there with what it looks like. I couldn't tell. It was Michael Yarbrough who just wide receiver didn't even turn his head.
He's trying to get it to Malik Dudon down the field. It's just too far up the field, way out of his reach.
Yeah.
So 2nd down and 10 for the Broncos. 3:29 to go. They have the ball at their own 34-yard line, down 23-17. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left for Lowry. He's looking up the field, and once again, it is incomplete, but a flag on the play.
They're going to call PI, or they're going to call holding here, actually, I think is what they're going to call. He couldn't tell who exactly, but
he was trying to hit Balin Brooks up the seam. And it looks like it's going to be a holding instead, an automatic first down for Western. And it's pass interference instead.
Oh, that's even more of a killer. Holding gets you 10. PI is 15 right there. That's brutal. That's a brutal play call too, because of that incompletion, that would have been 3rd and 10 you were looking at. Instead, you give him a first down.
Penalty was on Michael Yarborough. It is just the 2nd penalty for Miami today. Just 2 penalties in this game. 3:24 to go. 1st and 10 for Western Michigan at their own 44-yard line. A tight formation with 1 receiver up top for the Broncos. Lowry fakes the handoff, tries to dump it away. I don't know if he was able to complete the pass or not. If he did, it is a loss. So I think you'd rather it be incomplete, but I think they're going to say that the catch was indeed made.
Oh, that's a killer. That's a 5. I mean, that's basically like taking a penalty right there. That's a 5-yard loss. And the clock keeps moving. It
was Boone Nelson II making the grab. It is 2nd and 15 for Western Michigan. Under 3 minutes to go. Lowry looking up the field.
Oh!
And the ball is out. It's a fumble. It's a scrum for the football. Who has it?
Miami says they have it.
Still waiting on word from the officials. Miami is celebrating like they do.
Oh, they are announcing the ruling. They said ruling on the field.
And they're still meeting.
Yeah. It's a fumble.
And it is recovered by the Miami RedHawks.
Wow.
Just when this defense needed to make a stop, they did it.
Oh, my God. I mean, this defense has just been on the ropes all day, seemingly, and just like always, they just seem to find a way to make these big plays. This looks like it's a fumble. I don't think his hand came all the way forward to consider that a pass.
It certainly looked that way in real time.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to get a lengthy review, certainly, but we'll see. Well, from our view, though, like you said, it looks to have been a not an incompletion like I'm sure Western is hoping for, but a fumble and recovered by Miami.
Roosevelt Andrews was right there, as well as Corbin Hondrew. It looked like Adam Trick was the one that ended up making the play for Miami. He got the forced fumble against the quarterback, Lowry. As I mentioned earlier, Adam Trick, we haven't said his name a ton, but he is one of the best defenders in this conference, and he did it yet again. So Miami is out on the field. They got 9 men at the line of scrimmages. Finn and DeShante Jones is a handoff to Jones, and he is able to rumble and stumble his way for about a 1-yard gain, if that, but he was able to get back to the line of scrimmage, and more importantly, Sean, keep the clock moving.
Yeah, it looks like you've got one more play until the 2-minute warning, and you have to remember Western has 2 timeouts, so you're probably looking at needing one more first down if you want to kill the clock. The good news is, with that fumble, though, Miami is in Western Michigan territory. It also means if they're able to get even 5 yards on this, you think Dom Jobin probably is going to line up for a field goal attempt. That would make it a 2-score game.
It'll be 2:08 to go when Miami snaps the football again, so they have to get one more play off before the 2-minute timeout. Now Jordan Brunson in the game. It is a handoff to him up the middle, and it will be a short gain, 1 or 2 yards, if that. And Western Michigan will use their second timeout after that last play.
I think, yeah, and that actually makes more sense because they want to make sure get as close to the 2-minute warning and not have as much time left.
So it'll be 3rd and 9 or 3rd and 10 for Miami. 2:04 to go, and 2:07 to go. They just readjusted the game clock here on the Jumbotron. You have to think that with the 2-minute timeout awaiting you after this next play, you don't necessarily have to run it here. I think most of the time in this situation, that's what most coaches would do, but you certainly don't have to, especially with a timeout awaiting right after the play's over.
No, certainly not. I honestly think if you get even just a short completion inbounds, I think you'd be very happy. And even if you aren't able to get the first down, because you just want to get a few more yards to potentially set up a field goal here. I mean, we talked about it. You know, Dom Jobin may not have the biggest leg or whatever, but he has a career long of 51, so you're kind of teetering on the range right now, and obviously if it's a longer field goal, you get McLaughlin, but regardless, I think you're looking at trying to get a field goal attempt either way, and I think if you're just hoping to get maybe 5 more yards to get this into Jobin territory, because right now the ball's spotted at about the 39.5-yard line.
I mean, you just love to get the first down.
Well, the first down would be even better
as well. I'm up at the line of scrimmage. Brunson to the right of Finn. Brian Shane in to protect as well. Finn will keep it himself, looking to bounce it to the outside. He sheds a tackle. He's got to stay in bounds, and he will be wrapped up at the Western Michigan 35-yard line.
I don't know if they're going to...
I think they're going to say he was...
Well, they're going to say it was 2-minute warning anyway because the clock doesn't stop out of bounds, so it doesn't really matter here. Yeah,
I just didn't know if they said he was in bounds or out of bounds. So that will bring us to the 2-minute timeout. It will be a 4th and 5 for Miami after this break. Stay with us here. It's Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. 2 minutes to go. Miami up 23-17 over the Western Michigan Broncos. Brian Miller joined by Sean Wiesemann. And Sean, if you're Miami, you're 5 yards away from getting a first down and ending this game. Do you go for it here? Do you try field goal? You're at the 34-yard line. It would be a 51, 52-yard field goal. You're right at the edge of field goal territory for Dom Jobin. What would you do here?
Well, I can tell you what I think they will do, which is to kick the football. But I see an argument to be made for going for it here because you ice the game. However, you could also argue if you make this field goal, you also ice the game as well. So either way, it feels like you can't. The worst case scenario is not converting on 4th down, in which case you would just go for it here. I mean,
They
you would
are
kick the field goal
set
here.
up in the field goal formation, and it is Dom Jobin out there to attempt the kick.
Career long
51.
51.
A 51-yard field goal. This would match his career long. Snap good, hold good. Kick is underway, and it is good.
Got it! Wow!
Dom Jobin needed every
Yes, he
last
did.
bit of that, but it
Yes,
was
he
enough to
did.
get through the uprights, and Miami is up 9 with less than 2 minutes to go.
I'll tell you, like you said, he really needed every last bit of power on that football because, my God, this is a tough kicking condition right now. It's about 50 degrees. The ball's certainly cold. It's going to hit a little harder. It's going to be a little harder to hit, but you got to give Chuck Martin some credit, trusting his kicker. He could have decided, no, I'll put the ball in my offense. Offense has moved the ball. Instead, he said, no. His special teams unit, which is ranked number 2 in the country by ESPN's Bill Connolly, SP Plus metric. I mean, it is as good as advertised tonight. It really has. As far as the kicking and punting for the most part, it's been terrific. I mean, Jobin now 4 for 4 today. I mean, he's been outstanding. Reminds you a lot of that UMass game where he kind of had to carry you with his leg.
Yeah, he won that game for Miami in the rain last
sure
year.
Did. And this is another, weather wasn't anywhere close to as bad as against UMass. That UMass game was one for the ages as far as bad weather. But regardless, it kind of speaks to how important special teams are for the RedHawks. And
Miles will take it out of the end zone. He will be stopped short of the 20-yard line. Would have been better to just take the touchback.
Yeah.
And Western Michigan does not have field position on their side. They have a lot to do and a lot to do quickly. 1:52 to go in this game, down by 9. So you got to get 2 scores here if you're the Broncos and Brock Lowry.
So once again, this is setting up a position that you don't love if you're Western Michigan. Obviously not just because you're down, but because you're in a pass situation and that's not where you want to be. But also only 1 timeout. You're past the 2-minute warning. You got a lot of ground to make up very quickly.
2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left for Lowry. He's looking left. He has to move around the pocket.
Oh,
He is
sacked!
taken down. Another sack for this Miami defensive line. It looks like Adam Trick was in the middle of it once again. Malcolm McCain as well. Western Michigan has to work quickly. About 90 seconds to go in this game. Snap to Lowry. Looking up the seam. It is caught. And it is enough for a first down, but a big hit by Miami. Talik Williams making the grab for the Broncos. And it is a first down for Western Michigan. 1:22 to go in the game. Lowry looking towards the sidelines. A nice catch made. Nice leaping grab, but he was in bounds, as you mentioned, Sean. And they'll have to use a timeout.
Yeah, that's a really brutal.
Oh, I guess not. I think they're going to say he was, in fact, out of bounds.
Okay.
It didn't look that way from our vantage point.
No.
Good catch made by Avion Chenault. And nice tackle by Caleb Martin. 1:18 to go in the game. Lowry looking to the left again. And he will shed a tackle and get out of bounds. So the clock will stop for the Broncos.
Yeah, 1:14 left. I mean, this is unfortunately exactly how you do not execute a drive like this, especially when you need 2 scores. You have to, if you're Brock Lowry, you've already connected on several deep shots today. You have to push the ball down the field. The defensive line for Miami's been terrific, and I think that's why he's feeling pressured and rushed. But regardless, he's got to push the ball down the field.
Blake Bosma with the reception on that last play. 3rd and 2 for Western Michigan. Lowry looking towards the left side again. The catch is made for another first down.
Miami
and once again, it is Chenault.
Yeah, no, Miami is so content, though, with letting them do this 8 to 10 yards. Because at the end of the day, it's just taking time off the clock, and it's just forcing them to have to make these completions.
And even if you're Western Michigan, you got to get the ball back.
Right.
So
Yeah, you
snap
still
to
got to get
Lowry,
it back.
looking to the right. Here is that deep shot you were talking about, Sean, and just out of the reach of the defensive back, Caleb Martin. And it was intended to go to the wide receiver, Balin Brooks, way down the field, but instead will fall ways from him. 1:04 to go in this game.
No, yeah, Brooks was 7 or 8 yards behind the ball. And actually, like you said, that was Caleb Martin, who actually had a much better beat on that ball. Almost got a hand on it.
1:04 to go, 2nd and 10 for Western Michigan. 2 receivers to the right, 2 to the left, and a fellow Bronco in the backfield with the quarterback.
Oh,
Steps left, he's got to try to dump it off to Miles, and it goes through his hands. He's going to keep going with the ball anyway. I guess he's
They're gonna say
trying
that
to argue that was a backwards pass. It certainly didn't appear that way. And Chuck Martin is making that opinion known as well. 56 seconds left in the game.
No, that most certainly should have been an incomplete pass.
And that's exactly what they're going to say.
Yeah, there you go.
I was surprised they even let that play out, to be honest with you.
Well, you know, worst case scenario, you then just bring it back to where they were supposed to be originally. Because, yeah, if you did wave it dead and it was an actual backwards pass, then there'd be a much bigger issue there for Western.
3rd and 10 for Western Michigan at their own 46-yard line, down 26-17. Right now, there's 56 seconds left, and then they added 4 more seconds on, so 1 minute exactly left in this ball game. Snap to Lowry, he's looking towards the right side of the field, trying to go up the seam, and it is off of the hands of a Miami defensive back. It is Coy Beasley who almost made the game-sealing interception, but instead it will be 4th down and 10 for the Broncos. They got to get it here.
Yeah, former 4-star recruit. You almost had that catch. It actually looked like he was more focused on the receiver and then was surprised when the ball ended up near him.
4th down and 10 for Western Michigan at their own 46-yard line. They got to get it. If Miami gets a stop here, they win this game and continue their undefeated MAC record. Lowry receives the snap, looking left. The throw is well short of the 4th down. Even if he caught it, they're going to say he did. But it is a 4th down stop for this Miami defense. Wow. And the Miami RedHawks are going to escape out of here with a win.
That is an unbelievably gutsy win. We remember this UNLV game that they played here at home, their first home game. This was a team that gave up 17 points, 17 unanswered in the 4th quarter, and blew it. You could have thought that this Miami team would roll over similarly and down 17-9. Instead, Miami was the one scoring 17 unanswered.
All in the 4th quarter.
All in the 4th quarter. Sometimes it just takes it takes a little bit of time to gel, especially with so many transfers on this roster. But you know they were able to make it work and able to finally get it together. Defense stepped up massively, especially in this 4th quarter here. Able to get some big plays, including that fumble recovery at the end.
DeQuan Finn in victory formation. They're going to have to kneel it twice. There's kneel number 1 as the clock starts to wind down here at Yager Stadium. So Miami will improve to 5-3 on the season and 4-0 in MAC play. As I mentioned earlier, with the loss of Buffalo to the Akron Zips earlier today, Miami will be the only team that is 4-0 in MAC play. They are in pole position to make it back to Ford Field in the drive to Detroit throughout this MAC season. 15 seconds to go, just one more kneel from DeQuan Finn. Really taking his time.
Yeah, he is.
And he will take it. And the Miami RedHawks score 17 unanswered points in the 4th quarter, and they beat the Western Michigan Broncos 26-17. They are 1 win away from bowl eligibility once again, but more importantly, Sean, they are in great position to make it back to the MAC championship game.
Absolutely. I mean, once again, we talked about this throughout the game, before the game. I mean, this was the most important game in the Mid-American to date as far as who makes it to Detroit. Miami said, I want to be in Detroit tonight. That's what they said, and they played like it in the 4th quarter. Their backs against the wall, just on the ropes, completely looked stunned by the punches that Western Michigan was throwing, but they threw a flurry of punches late and secured the knockout.
Miami will be 4-0 There'll be quite a few teams at 3-1. Western Michigan, Central Michigan, Ohio, and Buffalo will all have 3 wins and 1 loss in MAC play. Just more of an advantage for Miami, especially when it comes to tiebreakers without divisions as this season winds down as we enter the final month of the season next week. With this win as well, Chuck Martin gets to 56 career MAC wins. That breaks the tie between him and Bob Pruitt, who was at Marshall for the 4th most in MAC history. It's been a great run for Chuck Martin, and this feels like a very Chuck Martin game, Sean.
Yeah,
Just a lot of wins in this fashion. Great complimentary football.
Special teams
Just a
stepping
special win for the Miami RedHawks today.
No, you're absolutely right. Special teams stepped up massively. I mean, and like we said, Dom Jobin, 4 field goals, a couple great punts, pinned them inside the 20 more than once. And, you know, on top of that, though, you had great, like you said, just great complimentary football defense, able to step up, make some big plays. It was so abnormal that they hadn't forced any turnovers in the first half, given how they've done, I feel like, a pretty decent job of making big plays, but they were able to make them happen in the second, especially late when they needed them the most. And the leg of Dom Jobin able to carry them, as well as the legs and arm of Daquan Finn, who had himself an absolutely great game as well. Finn, just an unbelievable athlete, and really kept Miami in this game with his legs, given the fact that he was pressured. I mean, gosh, probably a dozen plus times tonight, and he still not only stayed upright, he managed to get several first downs with his legs, and also was able to look down the field with his arms and make some plays with his arms. It was just an unbelievable game from Finn, unbelievable play from Jobin, and you know, Corbin Hondrew and Adam Trick all had some great plays as well. But honestly, though, just all 3 phases executed at a high level, especially in the 4th quarter, and that was the difference.
Western Michigan came into tonight's game with 28 sacks on the season, tied for the most in the country. Talked about that again and again. Tonight, they ended with 0. They had 3 QB hurries, 2 from Nadeem Tucker and 1 from James Camden, but they were not able to bring down the mighty Daquan Finn, as we have talked about throughout this entire game, Sean. The final stat line for him, 18 for 30, 260 passing yards and 1 touchdown. And rushing-wise, 11 attempts for 52 yards and the game-leading touchdown towards the end of tonight's game. Leading receiver for the RedHawks tonight, Cam Perry, 4 receptions for 92 yards. And the final stat line for Western Michigan's Brock Lowry, 16 for 28, 172 yards and a touchdown. And on the ground, 20 attempts for 82 yards. Sean, you got any final thoughts? This was a heck of a game, man.
This was a gutsy win. Definitely their best win of the season, just as far as obviously quality of opponent, but also just, once again, just backs on the wall and just somehow finding a way to not only win, but to win by 2 scores still against a really Lance Taylor's got a really good, talented squad, and I still think that they would be probably favored in the majority of the games that they play rest of the season, and they are still able to pull it out. That kind of speaks, though, to the quality of the depth of the program and the quality of the program that head coach Chuck Martin has built. And I'm really impressed. This was an unbelievably impressive win.
As the sun sets here at Yager Stadium, so will this broadcast as well. We're not quite done yet, though. Jake Zirolli and Luke Westpola get you the post-game report, breaking down today's game as well as looking at scores from across the country. Miami getting a huge win, 26-17. Thank you all so much for joining us here at Red Hawk Radio. We'll see you for our next broadcast, but as for now, let's pass it on to Jake and Luke.
Hello and welcome to our post-game coverage of this game. The Miami RedHawks defeating the Western Michigan Broncos 26-17. Jake Zirolli back with you with Luke Poley. Luke, a big second half for the RedHawks, exactly what they needed. What do you think was the main difference maker in this half from the last?
Daquan Finn just putting the team on his back. Those last couple of touchdown drives were unbelievable. Converting a 3rd down and 10 on a scramble drill. Then he hooks up on the long connection to Cam Perry and punches it into the end zone with a long run of his own. I mean, this was a legacy-building game for DeQuan Finn, I think, and moves the RedHawks into first place in the MAC. So absolutely huge fourth quarter. Miami did it against a Western Michigan defense that going into that fourth quarter had not given up a touchdown in 11 quarters in a row. Really, really impressive to punch it in twice there in the fourth quarter. And DeQuan Finn, I think this is what was advertised about him out of the portal. RedHawk fans had seen glimpses of it just from him facing up against Miami during his time at Toledo, but this is the type of player he is. He loves these big games and these big moments, and he had a tremendous game and a tremendous fourth quarter to get his team back into this thing.
You know, it's very difficult in the modern age college sports, you know, with NIL and the amount that the transfer portal has impacted rosters to really build a legacy at one school, and DeQuan Finn knows that better than anybody, being at Toledo and then Baylor. But as you said, you're absolutely right. This was a legacy game, a career-defining game for DeQuan Finn. They needed him to show his ability. They needed him to show why they got him. You know, why he was the MAC MVP at Toledo, why he did have those consecutive 2,000-yard seasons. He stepped up and he became their leader for those 2 quarters, really put the team on his back. They got those big plays they were missing in the first half, and, you know, they got over the line. We weren't concerned with them moving the ball in the first half. They were moving it fine. They just couldn't get it over the line, and this half they did. 17 unanswered points, and that spells victory to me. They continue to do very well on the ground, amassing 148 rushing yards for the team. Jordan Brunson leading the line with 13 carries for 90 yards. DeQuan Finn, of course, with that rushing touchdown towards the end. Western Michigan also doing a job on the ground as well. 144 rushing yards for them. Brock Lowry being the leader with 20 carries for 99 yards. On the rushing attack, I thought this was going to be a trenches game, that whoever won the battle between the O-lines and the D-lines would win this football game. How do you think that impacted how the offenses sort of function in the second half?
Yeah, I think that it was a complete 180. I mean, we saw on a couple of Miami's long drives in the second half, they were just getting 8 to 10 yard run after 8 to 10 yard run. The push they got up front was night and day from what they were getting early on in the game, and Jordan Brunson with a monster night with 90 yards on the ground. And as much as the RedHawks said Kenny Tracy is their RB1 coming into this year, he gained a lot of spotlight and attention because he was a guy that waited his turn through the ACL injury, and unfortunately he's had to miss some time with another long-term injury this season, and that may be it for his career. But another guy that's really waited his turn is Jordan Brunson. I mean, he's been on this roster for a couple of seasons. When he came in from Virginia Tech, it looked like he might have played a bigger role earlier on for this team's rushing attack, and it took him a little while, but over these last couple weeks since Tracy went down with injury, Brunson has carried the load really, really well, especially in these last couple games, and I think it's very deserved for a guy that has waited in line for a number of years to be this team's RB1. He had a huge night again tonight.
And that's that next guy up mentality that all great teams have. You know, when you have to grind out games like this, you have to grind out seasons, people are going to go down. That's going to happen. And I genuinely do feel for Kenny Tracy because you're right, he absolutely has waited his turn. You know, he's had his pain. That ACL tear at the start of last year, I'm sure, was painful for him. And now coming into this year, being the number 1 back and then losing it to another injury, it really does suck to see. But the fact that Jordan Brunson was ready, he was there waiting for his opportunity, he's here and he's seizing it, and he's going to be this running back 1 for the rest of the season because he put on a real good performance today, made himself available on the ground, and was doing really well blocking when needed, when Pat Welsh was calling those plays where he'd be blocking rather than going out for a route. In the receiving game, Cam Perry was the leader yet again with that 50-yard bomb from DeQuan Finn down the right sideline that set up Miami's drive to punch in one of their touchdowns. That big play factor is something that Western Michigan took advantage of in the first half, you know, with those 2 long ones to William and Chenault. But here in the second half, Miami really did take advantage of it. There was that 50-yarder to Perry. There was a long one to Weaver and to Esom, and Colsey and Reynolds even see more of that going forward.
Yeah, I think that Miami would like to see a lot more of that from them, especially for Cam Perry. He's a guy that's done this before. Certainly plenty of experience for him. Cole Weaver, a guy that is blossoming into a bigger role this season. But I think those just have to be the guys in the passing game if you're Miami. Obviously, Keith Reynolds garners a lot of attention for his speed and what he's done in the return game for the RedHawks. But I think Weaver and Perry are going to be your guys moving forward for that deep shot. And that's really what the Miami offense lacked early on in the season. And I think you wondered when that injury, which turned out to be pretty minor, that Daquan Finn suffered during the UNLV game that sidelined him for a couple of weeks. You thought, if he comes back, is he going to be able to throw the deep ball at all? We mentioned this team's history with quarterback injuries, and in the past, when Miami had a starter go down, again, that crippled the big playability of the offense, and even if they were able to get the quarterback back later in the year, like we saw with Brett Gabbert a few years ago, he was severely limited in what he could do throwing the deep ball. So I think getting Daquan Finn back, getting him in rhythm, having a huge game last week that I think really has set the wheels in motion to just kind of be more comfortable in this offense. And now his ability to just be dead-eye accurate in the deep passing game like we saw today. Those are the types of things that can completely flip a game around. And Finn's confidence to throw the ball down the field is something that Miami needs and something that really shifted the tides of the game. I think there were a couple key moments where it felt like the RedHawks needed that big push, and Finn gave them a bomb when they needed it.
That's the way he's been able to step up throughout his entire career, and this was his moment here at Miami. He's made his mark here, and he looks to make many more as this season reaches its peak and eventually winds down. On the defensive side of the ball, Corbin Hondrew led the line. 14 tackles for the RedHawks, 7 solo. Eli Blakey and Jackson Kuwatch also both adding 11. I feel like we say those names a lot. Those three plus Adam Trick, who had that big play with the fumble. I feel like we say those names a lot. And when you're talking about a defensive unit, it's not the flashiest. We don't have a great turnover ratio, but that's a tough group. How do you think those 3 or 4 big leaders have been able to influence just the culture around this defense, playing tough opponents like Western Michigan?
They've experienced many seasons of defensive-minded football, I think. When you look at Hondrew and you look at Eli Blakey, Silas Walters is another guy that always comes to mind for this Red Hawk football team as kind of your 3 biggest leaders on the defensive side. They're guys that have played for defenses over the past few years that are always near the top of the MAC in total defense, in sacks, in forcing turnovers. And I think under Bill Breakin, they really believe in the ability to have game-breaking plays on that side of the ball. You've seen that a lot with what Adam Trick has done this year. Corbin Hondrew is a massive ball hawk for being a linebacker and the number of interceptions that he's captured over the last couple of years. It's a defense that can make those momentum-shifting type of plays. Obviously, Trick had it with the huge fumble that he forced late in the game. Corbin Hondrew had a huge sack early on that paid big dividends for Miami later on in the game by preventing Western Michigan from marching further into Red Hawk territory. So I think that the Red Hawk defense has some leaders that have just experienced a lot of good defensive football in the past. They've played under, the Bryan Ugus of the world and the Frizz McKees over the past couple of years that have really etched their names into the record books on the defensive side for the Red Hawks, and learning from those guys. And now it's their turn, and they've done really, really well for this Red Hawk team in leading their defense, especially over the course of the MAC slate.
Malcolm McCain, Corbin Hondrew, and Adam Trick all having sacks. Trick, of course, that fumble. And Hondrew just playing a great linebacker, being able to shift into many different roles, whether he's blitzing, dropping back into coverage and looking for the ball, like we said, or even just coming up to stop the run. I think this front seven did a really good job. And the secondary, we said, led by Eli Blakey, but, also being involved with Coy Beasley, Michael Yarbrough, and Eli Koppas. They were all involved. The safeties especially, I thought, did a really, really good job, especially on those deeper routes. They had those 2 in the first half that sort of caught them off guard, some broken coverage, like we said, at halftime. But they locked down on that a lot more, and Brock Ladder was not hesitating to throw it deep, but we had guys there. Especially, I noticed Yarbrough and Beasley were back there a lot, and even when Beasley came off injured at one point, Yarbrough stepped up, and Blakey and Koppas filling him in as well. So that strength in the secondary as well as the front seven has been really important for them, and it's going to continue to be important for them going forward. For the special teams, Dom Joven with 4 field goals and 4 made, his long 51 yards to essentially ice the game, make it a 9-point game. They needed that one really badly. And it's sort of an unsung unit, we joke about here on Red Hawk Radio how much we love the special teams. But in a game like this where, your kicker makes 4 field goals, it's a windy day, it's a cold day, even just small stuff like that How do you think that can just influence how a team views a game and even just how they can rely on each other?
Yeah, I think that the viewpoint that this team takes and always has under Chuck Martin on special teams is that games like this against good teams are going to be played pretty evenly in the main two facets of the ball. When you look at how Miami and Western Michigan executed offensively, relatively similar, right? And one of the biggest differences in the game was some big special teams plays. And Western Michigan had the early advantage. Miami had to settle for some field goals, but just classic Chuck Martin that he plays things quote-unquote conservative. I know he hates that word, if you want to call it that, early on in the game by kicking the 3 field goals, but the most aggressive call of the day, you're facing a 4th and 4 from the 34-yard line, and what do? You roll out the field goal unit and Dom Jobin to kick on into the closed end of the stadium, but end that both kickers had really struggled on kickoffs to push the ball deep towards the end zone throughout the night. And Jobin just stepped up and drilled it. And, yeah, just kind of classic Miami football that the most aggressive decision of the night comes on special teams to go with the kick there, and it ended up icing the game for this team.
I would expect nothing less from a Chuck Martin-led team to have the most aggressive and edgy call be sending out the field goal unit. You'll love to see it. We're going to move around to another final whip round of college football coverage so far of games at the 3:30 slate. Alabama currently tied 22-22 with South Carolina in Columbia, but Alabama with the ball and driving. So we'll see if the Crimson Tide and Kalen DeBoer can put that game away. In Nashville, Vanderbilt up 17-10, however, with just a few seconds left in the fourth quarter. Missouri with the ball in Missouri territory. It looks like folks are actually going to be lining up for a Hail Mary right now, so if you want to switch over to ESPN and get off our broadcast, I totally understand, because that is going to be a great ending to that game. In Ames, Iowa, BYU up 41-27 over the Cyclones with just about a minute and a half left. Iowa State with the ball and have 4th and goal in BYU territory, so not dead yet, but pretty close. Texas Tech at home up big, 42-0 over the hapless Oklahoma State Cowboys. So they will cruise to another easy win, improve to 7-1, 4-1 in the Big 12 play. Speaking of Big 12 matchups, 21st ranked Cincinnati Bearcats up 34-20 over Baylor with 6:13 left in the fourth. So they should have that one locked up, but you never know. Baylor about to get the ball back. Could ruffle some feathers there. The 22nd ranked Texas Longhorns are in danger of not being ranked anymore because they are down by 10 to Mississippi State in Starkville, having just scored a touchdown. With 13:15 left in the fourth quarter, they will need to rally and play some good defense to get the ball back. Last one here currently going on, just started, Miami against Stanford, University of Miami, that is, as we have just finished our game, of course. The Hurricanes will play host to the Cardinals. Hurricanes looking to improve to 6-1 in the season. As we mentioned earlier, Wisconsin, Oregon at 7, Texas A&M, LSU at 7:30, Louisville against Boston College at 7:30, Michigan at Michigan State 7:30, and the nightcap, Houston at Arizona State at 8. In the MAC, games that have gone final, which are all of them actually, as it appears. Washington State with a 28-7 victory over Toledo. Not that matters as much in the MAC standings, but that would have been a nice win for the Rockets. But the Cougars take that one. Both teams set at 4-4. The other games that went final while we were on, Northern Illinois wins at 21-7 against Ball State, so they get their first win in the MAC. Ball State drops to 2-2 in MAC play. That would have been a good win for them to grab a share of second place. And Central Michigan gets the win over UMass, 38-13 in a game that, frankly, surprised nobody. This UMass team is not very good, and they will continue to be so unless something changes out there. So that is essentially going to wrap us up. Luke, any closing thoughts on today's game?
Exciting. Put yourself in the driver's seat now to go to Detroit, which is what you want to do in a potential unprecedented third straight trip to the MAC title game. I mean, that is the mark of consistency in this league. So gutsy win. If DeQuan Finn plays like he did in that fourth quarter the rest of the year, this is going to be a very fun team to watch down the stretch. So mini bye and midweek games, our favorite time of year coming up as Miami heads out to Athens coming up next in just over a week to take on the Ohio Bobcats, a team that has struggled a little bit by their standards this year. They did pull one out against Eastern Michigan earlier today, as we mentioned, but the Bobcats with kind of a shock loss to Ball State earlier on in the MAC slate. They've got to take care of some business over the course of the final few weeks if they want to put themselves back in Detroit as they try to repeat. So a highly motivated Ohio team, I'm sure, on the horizon for Miami, but this is an excellent win, and this team's put themselves in the driver's seat, which is what you want.
A gritty and gutsy win for the Miami RedHawks. They improved their streak to 5 straight at the top of the MAC, 4-0, and as you said, they are destined for Detroit. That is going to close off our broadcast here. Thank you for listening to a presentation of Miami RedHawks football on Red Hawk Radio. This has been our broadcast. Thank you very much for listening. We will see you next time.